a better person, to become a better businessman, and especially to become a better student. Here's some children's Talmuds, baby's first Talmud. Wow. Here is prenatal Talmud. I mean, my gosh. Prenatal stories fostering the wisdom and emotions of your baby. I mean, we know Yiddish mamas are incredible, and Jewish mothers are definitely devoted to the idea of having their children grow and develop. But how many of them are so? How many? If you go to your Jewish bookstore, how many books are there that are designed for pregnant Jewish women to read Talmud to their children in utero? I mean, this is so bizarre. Wow. Well, I hope you found that as fascinating as I do. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. I can't wait to actually get to Korea and hopefully find one of the bookstores where they sell these books on the Talmud. I know I'll have no way of reading it, but just to see how the Talmud has animated this culture is something that I'm really looking forward to. I hope we'll have a chance to cruise together, and if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you my research and my experiences here on video. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most fascinating areas of Jewish history are Jews of what we might want to call exotic communities. And I don't think they feel exotic when you're inside them, but from the main centers of Jewish civilization, right now, for example, in Israel or in North America, some parts of Europe, the Jews of Asia are so unusual, so different in so many ways. So, in connection with my research for the June 2026 cruise to Korea and Japan with Koshi River Cruises, I'm starting to do some research on the Jews of South Asia, East Asia, and so on. And here's a lecture that I gave a few years ago that I've got to review myself now as I prepare for this amazing voyage. I hope you enjoy. I have to tell you, I am really excited about this particular video because I'm so fascinated with the presence of the Jews in China. They had a community there for well over 1,000 years, and it's a really unusual kind of combination of Jewish culture and Chinese culture in quite fascinating ways. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of the Jews of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk about the nature of that unusual Chinese-Jewish synthesis. So, first of all, when do we first hear about the Jews of China? So the first encounter of the Jews of China with the Western world was in the person of Matteo Ricci. That was the first important meeting. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of converting the indigenous population to Christianity. They had a lot of challenges with that. We'll look at some of those in particular. But there's a fascinating encounter that happened in 1605 when a Jew from the city of Kaifeng, with a very important Jewish population and a long Jewish history, came specifically to meet with Ricci in Peking. And it was like, it's hard to, if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, Ai Tian, this Jewish guy from Kaifeng, thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish because he had heard about this person in Peking who came from far away, and he knew a lot about this particular religion, and he said, okay, must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Ai Tian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing things with Ai Tian, and Ai Tian happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and St. John the Baptist. There happened to be a St. John the Baptist day or his anniversary or something like that. And so Ai Tian, knowing nothing about Christianity, they're completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity, he assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. He says, what a nice painting. And then they see another painting that represents the four evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Of course, wrote the first four Gospels, the first 4 books of the Christian Bible. And Etienne thinks, oh, look at that. This must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? And it's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact, Etienne was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this was fascinating unto its own right. Now, from Etienne's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant. And in fact, in communications with Ricci and with later Jesuits who actually came to Kaifeng, there was a suggestion that perhaps, someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi, because he obviously knew a lot of Tanakh. And one of the challenges that the Kaifeng community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was a decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically, and in familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a new chief rabbi. Apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi of Kaifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much. It's another kind of like ancient story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So there's no way you can become our rabbi if you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked the Jews of Kaifeng, have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, oh yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went and discussed it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Kaifeng Jews were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apocryphal work Ecclesiasticus, as is known in the traditional, or the Sefer Ben Sira, the Wisdom of Ben Sira in English, which was a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many, many generations and was only found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth, which, anyways, these things are just hilarious, I think, but historians have to get fun sometimes. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jews of Kaifeng, to a large degree, even more than Jews would with this unusual Jewish community. They were especially interested in learning about the Sefer Torahs that the Jews of Kaifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe, because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence for Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, but that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if he could find biblical books that predated that went all the way back to the posited arrival of the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as about the 1st or 2nd century of the Common Era. We'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus in it, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things, and when they actually got to Kaifeng and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in, the Jews of Kaifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their texts. And obviously, there was also a deep interest in converting the Jews of Kaifeng to Christianity. In some ways, the Jesuits thought they had more of a chance with the Jews of China, Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the discussion we have today. But we do have an extended effort of various Christian missionaries coming to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Kaifeng. Here is a drawing from an early 18th century Jesuit, Father Domingue, who visited it. And he also not only drew the architectural layout of it, the Jews were definitely very attached to this particular facility. Some of the historical records indicate that they rebuilt it many, many times, that it was originally constructed between the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And he also recorded, graphic images like this of Jews of Kaifeng reading the Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put the Sephardic style ark on top of it and open up the box, and they would read the text from the inside in that manner. It's quite fascinating. They had a really quite active and vibrant community for many, many centuries. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand, where did these Jews of China come from? So here is a map that shows the various locations. Kaifeng is the most well-known and the most well-documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation refers to its relationships with other communities such as Yangzhou, where they, for example, received the gift of a sacred Torah. As you can see, that quite a few of them are all on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from the Encyclopedia Judaica, you can see that some of them date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's like the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much, much further. We have, for example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin of Tudela never actually got there and referred to China specifically, but he did come very close, or at least he collected reports from people who came very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to Jews in China, and we have some fascinating Chinese tax regulations from the 14th century in which there are, just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, they don't tell us a lot about how large the communities are or how active they were or what they were like, but there is clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by the way, with whom they were frequently associated. And in the mind of Chinese administrators, there's often very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to in the same sentence. We also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews, sometimes in the context of Chinese massacres as well. Now, most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road, which you can see here's a map from Wikipedia that shows some of the most important routes upon which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road because the spices were also a very important commodity that was imported to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and many of them are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially when they're laden down, but it does indicate that, there was a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular Silk Road is you can see that in this round circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jewry lives. This is where the great Talmudic centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of a considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region, and presumably bringing things from much further east. This received even more attention when Aurel Stein, a fascinating individual who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jewish. At any rate, Stein, who went far away from his native Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Dunhuang, which is on the Silk Road, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among these documents, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also this 8th century carefully folded piece of paper, which was actually a Hebrew slicha, meaning a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the spice route. The Document can be dated with reliability to the 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to Jewish prayer, who was traveling along the spice route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews came to China, was along this route. Many of them would have settled in places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible to know exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community like. So the documents that we have to tell us about the internal life of Kaifeng Jewry, that is, documents which were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers, which are fascinating to themselves as well. We have several stelae, meaning stone blocks, which were established in the synagogue to record important historic dates, many of them associated with the rebuilding of the temple, of their synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, if you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. They're plaques honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it and so on. So we have 4 different texts. We have the earliest dates from 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block, there's another text written in 1512, and then another one in 1663, and a fourth one, really 3 blocks, but a 4th text in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community. It's very difficult to read, but the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community cherished the temple and rebuilt it, and these are the people who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters like a massive flooding of the Yellow River that overwhelmed the town, and the synagogue was destroyed and had to be rebuilt and so on, things like that. We also have this unusual text called the Memorial Book, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here, and this Memorial Book lists a lot of the prominent people in the town and gives some sense of their genealogy. As you can see from the document, it's written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. And if you look on the 4th list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Yisrael Moshe. And that Yisrael Moshe, under the word Moshe, which is right in the center of the document, it has an interesting kind of phrase that says he's called a Jinshi, i.e. he received a PhD. He was a doctor of advanced learning. So a lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high levels of education and a lot of fascinating things. But I think when you look at all this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jews to Jewish tradition. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, among other names, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes use the term Israelite, but they were called Tiao Jin Jiao, please forgive my pronunciation, or the group that excises the sinew, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before they are consumed. There's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Kaifeng, for example, would only eat meat that they had slaughtered themselves. They would not rely on other groups' slaughter, and so on. Fascinating, many references to these kinds of things where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jewish world. Secondly, however, and this is especially interesting, I think, they had some really unusual adaptations to Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that's described in the sources is how, it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that people would show it symbolic obeisance, like kowtow before, bowing before, things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone, or certainly to bow before a block of stone. It smacks of idolatry in Jewish tradition. Very problematic. So how did the Jews of Kaifeng deal with this? It's very clever. You would say in Yiddish, Yiddish kop, right? Jewish head. They wrote the verse Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, on the top of the this particular brick, underneath, on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element. And then with whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were bowing to God because it had this verse on the top of it. I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits, incidentally, was the problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci, he reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very, very strong ritual of honoring their ancestors, and there was a major debate in the church. The Pope actually went back and forth on this as to whether or not this could be tolerated. For many of the more doctrinaire Catholics, this also smacked of idolatry to worship dead ancestors. Whereas Ricci and others were arguing, no, it's just the culture, they're just respecting them and so on. So for the Jews, it was no problem because, of course, this is really baked into Jewish thought, not necessarily worshiping the ancestors, but appealing to God on the merit of the ancestors. In Hebrew, zchut avot. That's a very, very traditional thing. We look at Jewish prayers, and there's constant references, so to speak, reminding God that Jews are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Look at what they did. Remember their actions, and so on, and provide kindness for their descendants. So the idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. Quite fascinating to see how Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and even synthesis. But at the same time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable, certainly in North Africa or in European Jewish communities. For example, there are many, many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from a lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora, they were having problems finding people who could read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors that they had for many centuries, the Muslims. There's a significant Muslim minority in China. And in fact, there are photographs from the 19th, 20th century of Jews of Kaifeng and elsewhere worshiping in Muslim mosques, because after all, they were sort of theologically much closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam is, of course, intensely monotheistic and worshiping the same God. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques. They were neighbors. In fact, they were almost indistinguishable in dress, but the Muslims would wear white caps and Jewish males would wear blue caps. So one of the names for Jews was, in fact, blue caps, because that distinguishes them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? And, oh yeah, right, you've got two flavors. You've got the white flavor and the blue flavor. Okay, fine. Also noted in the genealogical tables that they record there that of those 7 clans, some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in their genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process, if any, would happen. We do note that Jewish males, were far more likely to marry Chinese women than Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish. They were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel. And those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, the daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded, and so on. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others to do so, which I guess is broadly similar to American Jewry as well. The last thing that it's a sad point in many ways, but the community, of course, fell into significant decline in the early modern and into the 19th, 20th centuries. And one of the saddest things was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up selling their Torah scrolls to Christian missionaries, who then brought many of them back to Western Europe, and in fact, even one Torah scroll is in Toronto. This is an example of a Kai Feng scroll, which is held by the British Library. People who have analyzed their Torah scrolls, and a scroll of Esther that comes in this region indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very similar, like Chet and Chaf, or Aleph and Ayin, that they used a method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors between those two letters. By the way, Matteo Ricci did not find any of the evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah that were not extant. The Torahs are identical to Western Torahs, except for these obvious kinds of typographical errors. The letter Vav overused, that's the word and or but, and these confusions of Aleph and Ayin and things like that. So with the loss of these Torah scrolls, the communities fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities even into the 21st century. And I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Kai Feng Jewry just how important it is for the scattering of Jews to remain connected to one another, and even more importantly, how it's crucial that they remain connected to the core texts of the Bible and the commentaries. And without these two things, it's very difficult for a community to last, although the Kai Feng and Chinese Jewry in general demonstrated remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will have a renaissance. And the last thing I got to say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning a Jewish predilection for Asian cuisine. I just want you to know I really restrained myself. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you found that video useful. If you're interested in joining us on this amazing cruise to Japan and Korea, please have a look at the website, coastalrivercruise.com, and you'll have lots of information there about it. Okay, in the meantime, I look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching.
And you know what? How about this? I'm real as fuck, dude. And I'm not, what I'm telling you is the truth. And you know that. You know that. Oh, but Chris is gaslighting. Okay, fine. Then you know what?
Okay, let's go straight to the topic today. I want to spend time focusing on the turn of the 20th century, really a consequential period for Jewish history. One particular scholar has even called the 20th century the Jewish century, because this is a period of time that had massive impact on history as a whole, surrounding, the role of Jews in this time. And if you doubt how viable that thesis is, just have a look at any news source today and look at how much space Israel takes up, and it has ever been so in my lifetime. I was born in the second half of the 20th century, and Yep, Jews are really central to this century. But let's start, first of all, by going to the Dreyfus Affair. So we're going to move back to Western Europe, where we spent some time before we looked at Eastern Europe and the development of Jewish political parties. And I showed you this cool clock and how it changed to the 10-hour clock during the Revolutionary period. It just gives you some sense of how crazy it was during the Revolutionary period, when so many fundamental changes were questioned and debated and changed dramatically as a result of that revolution. One of the things that we didn't have a chance to talk about too much, but I really want to touch on it very briefly, is the development in the 1840s of the first modern world Jewish organization. It is the Alliance Israélite Universelle, the Universal Israelite Alliance. The term Israelite was often used as a substitute for Jewish or Mosaic, because people were trying, it's not really true in the English language, but in a lot of languages, believe it or not, the term Jew is derogatory. In English, Jew can be derogatory depending on how one says it, whether one's pointing or spitting at the same time, but basically it's a neutral word. But in a lot of languages, Jew is a derogatory term. In Russian, for example, Mr. Vasilevsky could help us out with this. The term Yevrei, or Hebrew, is the polite term. Žid, or Jew, is an insult. And you have that in many other languages. Also in French and in German, there was some question about what's the polite way to refer to Jews. So Israelite was one of the options. Anyway, this organization started largely as a result of a blood libel trial that happened in Damascus in 1840. It was born largely in Bordeaux, and that's why it's really, connected, especially with Europe. But they sent over there a lot of important people, including a very famous British Jew named Moses Montefiore, who went over there and actually was able to remediate the situation and freed the Jews that had been kidnapped and tortured on the basis of this crazy idea that they had kidnapped a Christian child and murdered him for his blood. No body was ever found, and all these crazy things. This is 1840, right? This is really pretty modern. So after that remarkable success, the Alliance really took off, and they tried to do a few other things. They tried to alleviate the pogroms in Russia. They weren't so successful, but the whole idea of it was really very successful, and many other organizations followed suit afterwards. Shown on the screen here are two other figures who were very important in setting this up. Not necessarily religious individuals. It was not an Orthodox enterprise, but this was a pan-Jewish enterprise, meaning involving Jews regardless of their religious orientation, but looking more towards their national orientation. This is the contemporary website of the Alliance. Not nearly as powerful as it used to be 100 years ago, but still very significant, especially in places of French influence, like North Africa, that was colonized by the French for a long time. They set up a lot of schools in particular, and in certain parts of the world, the Alliance is like the way in which people interact with Jews. Just like today, Chabad is so, for many people around the world, Chabad is the way you see Judaism. So for many people, the Alliance in North Africa and the Middle East, Baghdad, places like that. Mr. Kranz, are you going to do that pump fist every time I say the word Chabad? I'll squeeze it in if I see that you're not focused.
I usually will. You can represent it.
Okay, very good. Now, but that has to be balanced against what else is going on in France, and it happens that there's a really nasty anti-Semitism developing. Now, we've used this term anti-Semitism before, but up until the 1880s, it was anachronistic, meaning the term was not invented until the 1980s. So we talked to many lectures ago about Wilhelm Marr, who was a German thinker of this era. In France, an especially nasty hater of Jews was this man here, Edouard Drumont, who made his living essentially muckraking in the yellow press, meaning in kind of like the cheap newspapers of the era, against Jews. And he had a phenomenal career, claiming that the only thing wrong with France was that there were too many Jews in France, and that they were, eroding the interior of French culture, and that we really have to change the immigration policies and get rid of the Jews who were already in there, and so on. He published this magazine, La Libre Parole, which means sort of like the free vote, meaning have your say. And it had these almost propagandistic caricatures of Jews, like you see this highly typical image that shows a sort of Jewish beggar, which for French Jews, for French people, would evoke a lot of the migrants coming from Poland into France at this time. Excuse me. And as you can see, he's got like these sort of claw-like simian hands and feet. They're all holding on to money. And there's this evocation of the global Jewish conspiracy by having him grab onto the entire world. And it's kind of sending this message that, France and the rest of the world are in peril. That's actually one of the titles of, I don't think it was his book, but one that he promoted, La Peril Juif, the Jewish peril, the Jewish fear, meaning fear of Jews. And this gained a tremendous amount of support in the 1870s and 1880s and 1890s. And the key cause was, this one, I like this one too. You see, it says, Popular Illustrated Edition, Jewish France. La France Juive means Jewish France. And the idea is that, oh my gosh, France is going to be taken over by all Jews. And you see, you've got this image of a crusader, which is kind of like the metaphor for a lot of these, neo-Christian anti-Semites, meaning we have to mount a massive, voluntary, and violent crusade against these interlopers. On his shield is written the word Sa'ira, this will be, meaning this is going to happen to you guys. And then on his feet is like this old bearded Jew lying on the Ten Commandments there, because he's been knocked down successfully by the Crusader, and his bag of money has fallen off and things like that. And you can see this is written by Edouard de Beaumont, nasty anti-Semite of the era, incredibly popular and influential anti-Semite. We should also note that at this time, in the 1870s and 80s, the word anti-Semite was still neutral. You could say you're anti-Semitic. I'm an anti-Semite, just like a person could say I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican or I'm a whatever. It was like a term used within public and polite discourse. So they actually ran political parties that were openly, explicitly anti-Semitic. They called themselves, there was an anti-Semitic party. Vote for us. We hate Jews. I mean, it's hard to imagine it, but it actually happened like this. And the cause célèbre, the great, thing that everybody was talking about was this horrible incident that happened to this Captain Alfred Dreyfus, who was a captain in the French army. And now let us remember that France, up until this point, was the poster child for emancipation, right? You'll recall we spoke a few weeks ago about how France, they published the rights of man and citizen, and then after a little bit of hesitation, they said yes, and even Jews are included in the rights of man and citizen. And Napoleon, questioned it. He called this great Sanhedrin, and then he confirmed it. He said, yes, Jews are Frenchmen like everybody else. So this is 100 years after that, and everybody thought that France was so forward-looking and so liberal to Jews and so kind and so, advanced, and yet to have this Dreyfus affair happen was like a crushing defeat. What exactly happened? So Dreyfus was a rather nondescript Jewish captain in the French army. No special distinguishing career moves or anything like that, but he was framed for an espionage pact that was occurring between some French military and the hated Germans, right? France and Germany had this long-running feud that occasionally erupts into wars. They had had a war in 1870. They would fight again in World War I in 1914. So this is in that period where still a lot of tension going on between France and Germany. This fact that a spy was active in the French military came out into the press, and they had to find someone to blame. And so a conspiracy developed, let's blame the Jew. Let's blame Dreyfus. Dreyfus was not a religious Jew. He was not out as a Jew. He was rather assimilated in every way. But the notion that it was a Jewish member of the armed forces who was betraying France just had struck a nerve among so many Frenchmen that it was like overwhelming for people. This is one of the illustrations in the press at the time that shows Dreyfus there standing at attention, and he's had his military insignia stripped from him, his epaulettes are taken off, and his commanding officer is, as a sign of disgust, breaking Dreyfus's sword over his knee. It's an incredible demonstration of complete disenfranchisement of this one French soldier, but it went into a whole culture that guys like Edouard Roumont really built on of the Jews are our misfortune. Right? The Jews are the downfall of France. We better take care of them right away. Dreyfus was shipped off to Devil's Island, where he lived in this cabin here, and in exile. But meanwhile, there were so many questions swirling about the way the trial was handled and the nature of the evidence. There were so many questions that even though he spent, I think about 15, 20 years in total, going in and out of prisons during this time, ultimately there was a huge outcry. This is, by the way, also just to give you a sense of the cultural involvement. This is like, think Watergate. I don't know if you guys remember Watergate. Probably not. But Watergate was when President Nixon was accused of organizing a break-in to a hotel called Watergate, still there in Washington, to get some information on his political enemies, and it blew up, and it ended up, he was going to be impeached, and he ended up resigning. It was like a massive crisis for the United States in the 1970s, I think. So Dreyfus was like that. The whole country was wrapped up in this idea that this one French captain had sold out the entire French state at this time. This is a board game that was made to capitalize on the excitement over l'affaire Dreyfus, the Dreyfus affair. It changed dramatically and fundamentally when this man, a poet, non-Jewish poet and writer named Émile Zola, who actually had written about a dozen really powerful novels. I read a few of them. They're actually quite powerful and remarkable, but he's much more famous for what he did with Dreyfus, because he was sort of on the left wing of the spectrum and was disgusted with all of the irregularities that took place with Dreyfus's trial, and obviously this guy was being framed for this. He did not do anything like this. There were definitely some other people who were still in the French military and protected by the military. He finally, with some influence from a Jewish thinker named Bernard Lazare, he wrote this remarkable historic article. You see, it covers the entire front page of this newspaper, L'Aurore, which means the dawn, and it says, "J'accuse," I accuse, and it's a letter to the President of the Republic by Émile Zola. And it is just a total, overwhelming takedown of all of the corruption that was associated with this Dreyfus trial. And he openly said, in front page news, that this is a complete sham and travesty of justice, betrayal of all the French ideals of emancipation and so on. And ultimately, he was successful. Dreyfus was brought back for yet another trial. I think he had 3 trials in total. And while he was not pardoned until 1995, 100 years later, and even then it was, there were people who were not happy with the pardon, but he was allowed to go free. His sentence was commuted, and the thing was put behind him. But For his efforts in this regard, he was roundly hated. Here is a depiction from the period of how Zola was surrounded by a mob of angry Frenchmen who were really upset with him for even suggesting that there was corruption in the French military, and he was absolutely correct. In fact, some of the people who were charged by Zola and others of being the actual spies, hung themselves in jail and things like that. There was, a lot of really nasty things afterwards. What is especially important for us and our purposes is that there was a young journalist who was there at many of the proceedings of Dreyfus. This man, Theodor Herzl, the father of modern political Zionism. And at this point, Herzl was essentially an assimilated Austrian Jew. He had very little interest in Jewish things, but he was totally blown away and shocked by the fact that all of these Frenchmen could be shouting "Mort aux Juifs," death to the Jews, over this one captain with all of the irregularities in the trial, that he said, wow, if this happens in France, where they're supposed to be so enlightened, and a full century has passed since Jews were given equal rights, if 100 years after they were given equal rights, the people still feel this way about the Jewish minority, it's obvious to me that living in exile is no longer an option for Jews. In other words, we cannot rely on the goodwill of our non-Jewish co-citizens. We have to have a land of our own, and for Herzl that meant Israel and Zionism, and this really was what the moment that kickstarted him to become the father of this political movement that would ultimately find expression in modern day Israel. Okay, let me pause at this point and see if you have any questions or arguments or discussions.
Professor, did you say that that Dreyfus's his term was commuted in 1955 or 95?
No, in 1995, long after he was dead, he was pardoned by the French Parliament, like posthumously. His sentence was commuted, I think it was something like 1905. Like they said, okay, all right, maybe we shouldn't have gone through all this, and they let him go. But they didn't formally apologize, and they didn't declare him completely innocent. They just said, okay, that's enough. Time served. It was a huge insult. Anyone else? I don't see Mr. What if I say Chabad? Maybe that Mr. Kans will say something. Oh, I think we lost him. Is that possible? So hard teaching. I haven't done this in a while. Okay, let's go on then. If there are no other questions, arguments, there he is. Okay, okay, we're going back to the lecture then. So let's go now back to Eastern Europe and focus a little bit on what's going on in Russia, because Russia still has the largest concentration of Jews in the world at this point. I'll have to remember on Wednesday I'll show you a demographic map to show you just how many Jews were in Eastern Europe at this time. And Eastern Europe is primarily Russia, although there's still a lot of Jews in Austria-Hungary in particular. This is a map that we're going to look at again in probably on Wednesday, maybe next Monday. On the left, you see the way the world looked before World War I, and on the right, you see the way Europe looks after World War I was over. And it's a huge change in East Central Europe. Before World War I, East Central Europe was divided between three big empires: the German, the Austro-Hungarian, it's a dual empire, they joined in the 1860s, and the Russian Empire. And then after World War I, Germany was, shorn of a lot of its territories. Austria-Hungary were reduced to a tiny little rump states where fully 2/3 of their former population were now living outside of the country, right? You had these new countries like Czechoslovakia. Poland, which had been a country before, was reborn again after World War I. You have the Baltic states were created, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and it's a totally different map. And as you can imagine, there were a few winners there. Like if you were a proponent of Czechoslovak nationalism, you would consider yourself a winner. But there are a lot of people who consider themselves losers, and they were really unhappy about it, and they wanted to revise the peace treaty. They wanted to revise this map. So that's going to be really important for us when we get to World War II in particular. But I want to focus for us today on getting to that point, just to give you a sense of this is the cusp of the short 20th century. It goes from World War I to the collapse of communism. Totally different world in so many ways, but really important for Jewish history. So let's start with what happens in Russia. Russia at this time, in the early 20th century, was literally behind the rest of the world. I mean, their calendar was actually 13 days behind the rest of the world. In the Middle Ages, I don't know if I'm going to post this video, I guess I should, but listening to me talk with COVID is not so nice. In the Middle Ages, Western Europe abandoned the old Julian calendar for the Gregorian calendar, which is the one that we use in the West today. This is March 31st on the Gregorian calendar. But the Eastern world, the Orthodox world, meaning Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, and so on, did not make that switch. And so Russia was one of the last places to actually do it. Every century, they lost another day. So that's why they were literally 13 days behind the West. If you look at Russian sources, therefore, they will refer to the February Revolution. Whereas if you look to like German, French, English, American sources, they'll talk about the March Revolution, because in our calendar in the West, it was March. But that's just one sort of symbolic fact of why Russia was still so far behind the rest of the world, both in terms of industrialization, in terms of its governmental structure, in terms of its treatment of Jews for sure. They were still living in the pre-modern era. So they go into World War I in 1914, and they're like hopelessly under-equipped for a battle with a modern state like Germany. They have really poor outfitting. They have unmotivated soldiers. They literally have so few bullets that they tell their soldiers, use your bayonets first, right? You got on one side, you got Germans who are at this point, by the way, using actual tanks. Tanks were developed. They have, Air Force. They're not using it as effectively as later later armies would, but they do have an Air Force. And the Russians are coming in there with like horses and wagons and telling their soldiers, get close enough to the Germans so you don't have to waste bullets. Just use your bayonets. And they're like mowed down. Russia lost very heavily at the beginning of World War I. Later, they would catch up, largely as a result of their greatest soldier, and I'm sure you've heard of him. He's called General Winter, because the Russians have a really brutal winter, and Western European forces often have difficulty adapting to fighting under those conditions. But they went to the war, and 3 years into the war, they were suffering terribly. They lost a lot of territory. Their economy is in tatters. And in Leningrad, which was at the time called Petrograd, or Peter's City, and that was the renaming. Let me start that over again. There was a city in the north called St. Petersburg, which was named after St. Peter, but the word "berg" in the name of a city is a Germanic word. So during World War I, they decided we don't want to have our capital city named with a German name, so they changed it to Petrograd. Grad is Russian for city. And then after the war was over and the communists took over, they named it again Leningrad. Now, if you went to Russia and you wanted to visit the city, you would have to go to St. Petersburg again. It got its original name back. But in St. Petersburg, there is a massive protest over food supply, where on International Women's Day in March of 1917, there's a whole bunch of women protesting the lack of bread in bakeries. And one woman got unusually worked up. She picked up a brick and she threw it through the window of a bakery. That started a small food riot that eventually expanded over the entire city. And by the end of a few days, the entire government had fallen. The Russians had invaded the Tsar's mansion. They took him over. They arrested him. Later, he would be executed, ironically, by a Jewish assassin. But that was the end of the Russian Empire. It fell with remarkably little pressure, largely because, maybe like you've seen in your own times with Assad, Syria, there was very little holding it up. And once enough people simply decided they were going to rise up against it, it collapsed on itself. They appointed a new government called a provisional government. And the idea of the provisional government, which was led by this guy, Alexander Kerensky, not a Jewish guy, was to kind of organize, okay, what kind of government are we going to establish in Russia? And they weren't moving from any kind of bourgeois democracy. They had a very weak parliament called the Duma that was essentially an extension of the Tsar himself. And it's like they didn't have any kind of a democratic tradition to speak of. And so they had to figure out what kind of government are we going to set. Also, don't forget, Russia was not a unified country by any means. There were 15 major nationalities living in the massive Russian Empire that covered, by the way, 1/6 of the world's surface of the earth. Tremendous amount of territory. You've got Orthodox Christians, Catholic Christians, you have Muslims, you have Buddhists, you have Jews, all over the place. And so when they're trying to figure out what we're going to do for all these people that are no longer subject to the Tsar, they took too long to make their decisions. And what ended up happening is the communists were able to mount a sufficient force, and they took over the government forcibly in October of 1917. But before we get to that, it's important to note that Kerensky, although he himself was not Jewish, he was definitely very cognizant of Jewish concerns. And the very first thing he did when he came to power was he abolished the Pale of Settlement, which is shown here in this map. This was something that Jews hated by this point, although at the 18th century, when it was first set up by Catherine, it was actually not such a bad thing. There was lots of room for Jews. They actually had elevated rights as codified by Catherine the Great. But by the time we get to the 20th century, it was like essentially a massive ghetto. There were all kinds of arbitrary anti-Semitic regulations that Jews were not allowed to live so close to the border because they were suspected of smuggling, and Jews were not allowed to engage in this kind of business over here because they would compete with non-Jewish businesses and all kinds of things like that. So it was definitely something hated, and Kerensky got rid of it, as his very first action. This is a map that shows you a little bit of the population concentration of Jews, and you can see that, the Pale had massive numbers of Jews. And also worthy of note, by the way, that what we call Poland today was part of Russia at the time and part of the Pale of Settlement. The October Revolution was led by this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He was a social democrat, which is the technical term for the extreme left-wing parties that would later make up the Bolshevik Party, later known as the Communist Party, but also a few other groups like the Menshevik Party, and technically groups like the Bund were also part of this communist ideology. And his approach was that we have to accelerate Marxism in Russia. As we discussed last week, Russia was not a proper model for Marxist philosophy because it never went from essentially a pre-modern feudal economy through a bourgeois democracy to communism. It threatened to jump straight from the pre-modern feudal era to the communist era. But he said, essentially, we can do it. We can rush around. We can get this done. Very charismatic speaker. Managed to get together these local groups called Soviets, which means councils in English, workers, especially urban workers in factories, but also farm workers and so on, to overthrow the bourgeois model set by the provisional government and bring in this new communist government. Shortly after successfully taking over the region in October, this is a picture that says Comrade Lenin is going to clean up the land from, I don't know, Nechiste means. Mr. Vasilevsky, is your Russian better? Must be, right? You know what this word Nechiste is? Chiste means to be clean. He's going to make this land clean, so that's probably what it means. Anyways, the Lenin was like going to clean up this whole world, but in 1922 he has this stroke, and for 2 years he's bedridden, and his main deputies include a guy named the Jewish leader of the Red Army, Trotsky, who we've seen before, and of course Joseph Stalin. And the three of them engage in a three-way struggle for power. He is firmly in power, and both Bukharin and Trotsky are assassinated. There is a strong anti-Semitic environment around communism, which at this time, partially because of the strong Jewish element in the early communist movement, and let me speak to that in a little bit greater detail, but the anti-communist Russians, of whom there are many, the most important is a group called the Whites. They're openly taking advantage of whatever anti-Semitic charges they can to further malign this new communist movement. This here is a piece of white Russian propaganda that says, on the death of the International, that's referring to an international communist organization, and you can see this is supposed to be some kind of like Aztec ceremony, where on the right you see there's a statue of Karl Marx with the Soviet star. It says International on it, and then there are these, various Aztec people who are sacrificing a victim to the Marx. You can see Lenin there in the center with his red cloak. Red is the Soviet color. And you can see right next to him on his left is none other than Trotsky himself. If you have any difficulty with it, all the names are on the top there, and several of them are Jewish. Here's the thing about Jews and communism. There's no question that communism had a special fascination for Jews at the turn of the 20th century. But we got to bear in mind that the vast majority of Jews were not communists. However, if you looked at communists and you wanted to see how many Jews were in there, Jews were definitely disproportionate, especially in the leadership ranks of communists. That's a scary kind of thing. At some point, you might have, 1/3 of the leadership of the communist organization of Jewish extraction. There's actually a kind of a dark joke about it in Yiddish. They had this organization called the Всероссийский Центральный Комитет, which means the All-Russian Central Committee of the Communist Party, and they would make a Yiddish acronym out of it. VITSIC would stand for Vutsen Ibn Kommandir, where 10 Jews are in charge, where 10 Jews command. And, it was not hard to look at it. Like, if you look at this particular list here, Zinoviev and Trotsky, and I believe Kamenev, that's 3 out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 names, are Jewish. And that's scary. That's quite a number. Now, again, re-emphasizing, the vast majority of Jews were not communists, and communism was very anti-religious, anti-Jewish, but there were still people who were attracted to it. Part of that is related definitely to things that are neutral, like urbanization. Jews were also highly urbanized, and highly urbanized people were far more likely to support communism. But there was definitely a surge of interest for this brand new political philosophy that promised to put a final end to national hatreds. And many Jews were attracted to this idea, thinking that maybe this is the movement that will finally put an end to anti-Semitism and racism and people got enthusiastic about it, especially younger people who are not necessarily so well entrenched in Jewish tradition. By the way, to look at this a little bit more closely, this is also a little bit of Christian propaganda. You can see the Jewish guy here clearly so with the caricature and the payas, but he has the number 30 on his bag, which is an allusion to the 30 pieces of silver that Judas received for betraying Jesus. So the idea here is that Jews are also betrayers. However, the biggest push for Jews into the Communist Party were the pogroms that occurred in the context of the Civil War. Before we get to that, I just want to I'm going to pause for a second, and then we'll talk about the rapprochement. So questions, arguments, discussions? Totally clear as the sun at noonday. I can't believe it. This is like such a complicated period of history. You guys sure you're all good with this?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, David T. Mr. Tillman.
Hi, Jane. How are you? When you're saying that the Jews were such a large part of the communist government, you aren't saying that they necessarily were evil people like Stalin or Lenin. They were just taken by this ideal that sounded wonderful and beautiful and was going to fix the world, right?
Well, actually, I didn't say whether they were evil or not, but I think there were
It
some.
sounded like you were surprised that they were such a large part of the terrible government. Am I wrong?
Well, it is a surprising phenomenon because it's a government that had such a negative impact. And I say that's mildly. I mean, this is a murderous, genocidal movement. It wasn't necessarily like that at the beginning. You couldn't tell for sure. But by the time you get to the 1930s, oh my gosh, you can compare Stalin's communism in the 1930s in many ways to Hitler's Nazism. You know, the totalitarianism, the forced arrests, the tortures, the murders, it's absolutely incredible. So to think of Jews...
The Jews were participating then?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Guys like Lazar Kaganovich, he's a Kohen, and he was one of the main architects of the terror famine of the 1930s. He was in charge of Ukraine at that time. There's some really, really nasty characters here. It is a sad reality that Jewish history also has villains in it.
Professor, I heard that in 37, 36, a lot of Jews turned against the Soviets, realized they weren't great.
Yes.
Like, the Jews who were Soviets, most of them had been purged. The ones left have probably been very Soviet.
That is very true. What I'd like to do, I'm going to walk you through this in the next bubble after the one I'm going to talk about, 2 bubbles, but I'll give you the short answer right now. Basically, at the beginning of the war, you have what are called old Bolsheviks, meaning those are people who actually became communists before the revolution, right? They're old Bolsheviks. And Jews are disproportionately represented there, primarily in the leadership, but not in the rank and file. But those are like the true believers. Those are like the Trotskyists, who really are like all in from the beginning and very anti-Jewish and things like that. Then what's going to happen, and I'll come back to explain this in a little more detail, you have a rush of regular Jews who are uneducated about communism and so on, but they suddenly vote with their feet to join the Red Army, largely because the Red Army is the most reliable force defending Jews against pogroms in the Civil War era. And that's when you have the biggest number of Jews in the Communist Party. And then beginning with the 1920s, 1924, at the end of the NEP period, that's when you have a successive series of purges where the Communist Party says, wait a minute, we grew too fast. We had too many people in here who really don't believe what we believe. And they cull Jews down to a much more proportionate number. And in fact, they now become less proportionate during the worst period. So in other words, when communism was its worst, there were the fewest Jews, but it would be a mistake to say there were no Jews in communism. That's not at all true. And there were some really nasty Jews in it too. So it was complicated. This is the kind of stuff that I just know when I put this on YouTube, I'll get lots of crazy people writing about it. But let's explore the history a little bit more, okay? So back to where we are. Here we are in the ROTHSCHILD. So this I'm sharing largely because it's my own research. This is my dissertation. That there was a really weird thing that happened in Ukraine at this time. The Russian Empire, you recall, it falls apart in February, and then in October the communists take over. But a lot of parts of the Russian Empire said, wait a second, we don't want to be communist. We want to do things our own way, differently. Ukraine was the largest major chunk of the former Russian Empire that says, no, we don't want to do this Russian thing. And they realized that if they were to form any kind of a defense against this communist government, they would have to take advantage of all resources. And they reached out. It was a really unusual moment. These are the Ukrainians who spoke about them in Khmelnytsky and stuff like that. But the Ukrainian intelligentsia in places like Kyiv reached out to the Jewish intelligentsia and said, hey, could we team up, and we need your literacy, we need your urbanization, we need a lot of things that you can do, support from Jewish communities around the world maybe. Let's create our own country that's separate from the Russian Empire. And for 3 years, they had this really bizarre experiment where they took Dubno's theories that we talked about last week, and they said, okay, let's do it in a Dubnovian way. They placed a minister of Jewish affairs in their government. They dedicated tax dollars, at least in theory, to Jewish causes. They made Yiddish an official language of Ukraine, which is totally bizarre. By the way, my book is, believe it or not, in Ukraine I'm somewhat famous. They translated my book there, like that. But it was a crazy experiment that essentially collapsed within 3 years. This is one of the documents I found in the archives, where they're trying so hard to live up to their promises of making Yiddish a formal language. This is an official government document, and as you can see by looking at it closely, it's written in 2 languages. On the left, with a typewriter, it's written in Ukrainian, and on the right, because they didn't have a Yiddish typewriter, they wrote it in Yiddish. And if you look a little more closely, you'll see that even in the Ukrainian, certain letters are handwritten in there, specifically an I or an I with an umlaut on top of it. And the reason for that is that they didn't even have a Ukrainian typewriter. They only had Russian typewriters, and in order to adapt the Russian to Ukrainian, they had to specifically add those letters in, which was hilarious. But that also shows how weak the government was. And in fact, towards the end of this 3-year period, the government was essentially operating out of a train car, and they were running between 3 cities in western Ukraine trying to avoid Red Army troops. That was the extent of their government. So although it was a very noble kind of idea, let's involve the Jews in this, really kind of multicultural government, Ministry of Jewish Affairs, et cetera, it was largely a figment of the imagination of the upper political classes, and it did not, seep into the broader population. This is especially true because right after, there's actually a little, it should say pogroms of 1919 in the slide there, sorry. Because when the communists took over, the entire region just blew up in a horrific civil war, where you had multiple players all arguing over whose territory the Russian Empire, especially European Russia, was going to be. You had the communists, led very effectively by Trotsky and the Red Army. You had the White Russians, who wanted to support either the Tsar, who was kicked out in February, or the provisional government that was kicked out in October, but they didn't want the communists. You had the Ukrainian National Army, it was called the Directory at the time. You had the Polish Army. You had, Poland is also, resuscitating itself at this time. You had the anarchist movement under a guy named Makhno, very active in Ukraine in particular. And then you had dozens and dozens of temporary, ephemeral gangs of pogromists who said on Tuesday we're for the Ukrainians, and on Thursday we're for the communists, and the people who suffered the most were the Jews. Incredible pogroms, way beyond anything that they experienced in 1881 or earlier. And you'll recall we discussed last week that there's this remarkable acceleration of violence that occurs in Eastern Europe after 1881. The scale is phenomenal. If in the 3 years of pogroms between 81 and 84, you have maybe 50 people killed, a really small number compared to later violence. In the great pogroms of Kishinev and Odessa, 1903, 1905, and so on, you'll have maybe 200, 300 Jews killed per pogrom. Still pretty awful in one single pogrom. But by the time you get to the post-World War I era, and especially the bloody year 1919, conservative estimates put it at about 60,000. Wildly liberal estimates go up to 250,000, which is probably way too big. But 100,000 is certainly within the realm of possibility. Talking about a really, really violent period where, places would be attacked over and over and over again. Huge international outcries doing nothing. By the end of it, in 1920, the communists finally control the territory. And here's the point that I want to mention. I see your hand, Mr. Tuman. I'll get to it in a second. Why Jews suddenly become pro-communist at this time is because of all of those multiple forces that are struggling for territory in Ukraine. The Red Army has by far the least incidents of violence against Jews. Trotsky at its head steps up right at the beginning of the war and says, whatever you do, do not harm the local population, not only Jews, also, even to a certain degree, worse off were the Mennonites, which is a German Protestant sect living in eastern Ukraine that are avowed pacifists, meaning they refuse to fight back against the attackers. And so you had, people like a group led by a man named Krikhodiev literally moving into the homes of these people and raping their wives and then having them cook breakfast the next morning, and the men simply doing nothing because it would be a betrayal of their religious principles to fight back. And those Mennonites who did fight back and broke their religious principles, they were later shunned by the rest of the Mennonites, and they had an absolutely horrific kind of experience during this war. So Trotsky was able to shut down violence against civilian populations. Not completely. There's about 3 or 4% of the pogroms were associated with the Russians. But the vast majority of people knew that if the White Russians came into your town, or the Ukrainian Directory came in, or one of these hoodlum gangs, you were going to have violence. And so many Jews immediately said, well, that's it, we've got to join the Red Army. And you have this rush of Jews to the Red Army, so much so that they have stories of guys literally running out of base medrash, payas flying and not speaking a word of Russian, and running to try and find out how to operate a musket or whatever, a rifle at a time. They actually had to establish Yiddish language training facilities for these Jews who wanted so badly to take revenge. That's when you have the big surge in favor of the communists, because the communists looked like they were actually going to live up to their promise to protect the Jews and minorities in their lands. Later, of course, they would be betrayed by the communists big time, but that wouldn't really start to happen until the end of the 1920s. Okay, Mr. Tuman, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Why the pogroms? What exactly were they targeting? They were fighting each other. I understand violence between each other, but why the Jews? What that do then?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's kind of a meta question. Your question was asked to me by Professor John Paul Himka, very important scholar at the University of Edmonton, who read my dissertation and said, well, Abramson, why the Jews? Hang on 1 second, please. I'm just going to go on to mute for 1 second.
My thing is, do you know anyone who's doing shit that doesn't get this type of hate? Do you know anybody? Name one. I can't name one way or another.
Sorry, folks, I'm teaching this from home, and I have some other people here. Oh, okay. My Revitson just brought me the Paxlovid, so I'm going to be like super healthy. All right, where are we? Oh yeah, Mr. Simmons' question, also John Paul Gimpla's question. Why the Jews? So during this period of time, which actually receives a specific name for it, called the Ukrainian, the Peturivshchina, or in French, the Jacquerie, which is based on an earlier model of the medieval period. It seems like the basic motive to attack the Jews is right at the heart of human evil to begin with. People attacked the Jews because they were vulnerable. People attacked the Jews because they wanted whatever they could steal. They wanted to rape women. They wanted to engage in, the dark pleasures of wreaking havoc, of setting fire to things. It was just like it was the worst of society. This is why if you recall the title of my book here, let's just go back for a minute. Shows this title carefully. This one here. Why did I call it a prayer for the government? Recognize that phrase? Come on, LCM, you guys should know this.
We say it by dominating, though.
Yeah, good. Well, Pirkei Avos. Thank you, Mr. Loichi. Very well done. Why do we have to pray for the government, for the peace of the government? Yeah, and in a very pungent phrase, that if it weren't for the fear of the government, people would swallow each other alive. And so my book was really focused on this period of people swallowing each other alive because there was no government whatsoever, right? The government falls in February 1917. It's not restored for 3 years. So if you have no government for 3 years, that's the worst possible thing for Jews. So that's basically the motivation for the pogroms. Now,
even though they were in
it's okay.
Even though they were in the Civil War, they were busy. They were trying to establish control of the region, but still they were more interested in looting and violence.
Yeah. Well, this goes into more detail that I planned for this lecture. You can read my book if you're curious, but two things. We should note that 40% of the recorded pogroms were perpetrated by the Ukrainian government that was also at the same time having a minister of Jewish affairs and stuff like that, which is like a huge irony. So obviously that points to the fact that the Ukrainian government was not able to communicate its ideals to its own population. That, they might be saying one thing in their government missives to the rest of the world, but they're obviously not communicating to the rank and file of people who return with them. Also, we have to understand this is kind of like the dark, unwashed masses. These are the regular people for whom we don't know anything because they don't write anything down. They don't leave records of their opinions of why they do these things. But we do know that in January of 1919, at their height, they had about 100,000 volunteers in their army. And by the time you get to March, they were down to 16,000. In other words, they have this huge support from the peasantry. They say, oh, that's it, let's fight for Ukraine, Slava Ukraine, we'll make this our own country, stuff like that. But as soon as they have to fight against the Red Army, hey, well, that's no good. But fighting against Jews or Mennonites, that's an entirely different proposition that we can do. So we're looking at, this is a period that really exposed the worst dregs of the human psyche and motivation. And it scarred the Jewish world. We would know a lot more about it if it were not for the fact that the Holocaust so overwhelmingly overshadowed this period of history. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? Any other questions, arguments? Okay.
Professor, when you had that book, I guess that you wrote, the prayer for the government, I found that very interesting because every year by by Yom Kippur. My father uses this machzor from like 19 who knows when.
Yeah.
And it has brachos in there that are like a prayer for the government. It's got a bracha for the czar, for like whoever was in charge of Lithuania, I forgot the title, and it has like their names and stuff. It's like kind of the coolest thing.
That is cool. I actually have one of those myself. It is a cool thing, and it's a real deal. We do have to pray for the welfare of the government. America too. We definitely have to do it because there's no. We shouldn't think that America is under us. That we wouldn't be exposed in this country too. Anyways, okay, so legacy. One last detail that's really quite fascinating with regards, a little bit more focused, but still a fascinating story. This is a picture of Simon Petiora. Interesting individual who was, like many of these figures, before the war, he was not a military person. He was actually a poet and a journalist and a playwright. A lot of the really significant right-wing figures of the 20th century did not come from military backgrounds, but came from the humanities. Ooh, scary. Like Mussolini and Hitler as an artist, they were not, generals when they came to power. Petiora came to power in late 1918 in Ukraine, and I mentioned it was under his watch that the worst period of pogroms occurred. And he survived the Civil War. He fled to France, where he lived in exile in Paris, kind of like as the symbolic head of the Ukrainian government that never came to be because the communists took over. And one day he's walking on the Rue Racine, and a Jewish guy named Shalom Schwarzbard walks up to him and says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petiora? Are you Mr. Petiora?" And he says, "Yes." And then Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the street. He is arrested. He doesn't try to run away. He's arrested, and he is put on trial for murdering a man in cold blood, which is precisely what he did. Here's a picture from his trial. You can see Schwarzbard standing up at the left there. However, he had brilliant defense attorneys who managed to turn the trial on its head by saying in 1926, and by the way, this was all covered in the New York Times. It was like the whole world was watching this particular trial. They said that the reason why Schwarzbard murdered Petiora was it was a revenge killing for his own family members who were killed in the pogroms of 1919. And that he tracked Schwarzbard down like a Nazi hunter and shot him dead in the street because Petiora deserved it for his role in the pogroms of Ukraine. In an electrifying decision, undoubtedly thinking of the debacle we began our discussion with today, the Dreyfus affair, a French jury convicted, they acquitted Schwarzbard of the crime of murder, even though there was no question about the facts of the case, and they required him to pay an insulting 1 franc in damages to Petiora's widow. And this was like an earth-shattering decision because, the French jury essentially said that Petiora himself and the Ukrainian movement that he headed were guilty of organizing and directing these pogroms in a kind of an architectural fashion, and Schwarzbard was exacting an appropriate revenge. And you can see why, 30 years earlier, a French jury had convicted Dreyfus of a crime he did not commit. Now they acquitted a Jew of a crime that he did commit. And of course, it was like a huge mess for Ukrainians and a huge victory for Jews. And there's a lot of, scholarship that went on and on after the fact as well. Many people felt, especially on the Ukrainian side, that he was actually a Soviet plant, that it was part of the Soviet desire to undermine the Ukrainian bid for statehood. I've seen the evidence on that. And personally, I think it's not the case, but nevertheless, there are some interesting things to discuss there. But that's kind of a footnote to the end of this story, and certainly contributed to the challenges of Ukrainians and Jews finding a rapprochement after the Schwarzbard trial. Okay, so that basically takes us through the period that I really wanted to cover for today. We could begin the next part, which is really going back to what's happening in the Soviet Union. But I think what I'd rather do is just see if you have any further questions or observations or objections, disputes, supports. Perfectly clear as the sun is new day, correct?
As can be crystal clear.
Thank you. Okay, so let's wrap it up for today then. We'll pick it up. We'll begin with the bizarre Soviet period on Wednesday. I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm pretty confident I'll be in tomorrow Mass. For those of you who maybe wanted to show up for my cheer this morning at 7:29 a.m., that did not happen because I was too sick. We will, God willing, start tomorrow. I'll wear a mask, so don't worry about the COVID germs. But God willing, we'll start tomorrow, okay? Great learning with you, gentlemen. I hope you have an
Thank you, Professor.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Firstly, Professor.
Thank you, Professor.
Big you. Okay.
In 1881, another watershed moment, right? Because that's when you have these massive pogroms in Russia. In terms of the scale, we're talking about well under 100 people killed. So, it was terrifying in the time, but when you look at the rest of the 20th century, it's like a flip. It's strange to see how so little violence could make such a huge change, but it also gives you a sense of, unfortunately, how deeply we have been wounded by the last century. The Kristallnacht, also just before the Holocaust, about 200 people, 260 people killed. So again, the numbers are still tiny compared to what we would see later on in the century and even in our own days. But they had a massive impact because over 3 years of pogroms, Jews eventually said, this is not working, we're going to give up, we've got to do something different. And now here are the 5 basic strategies that Jews devised. The first one that we talked about last Monday was emigration, right? The most traditional of the strategies of dealing with this kind of, anarchy. If the government cannot protect the Jews, so we won't go into that more detail. The second one is socialism, which is the idea that no, we're not going to simply pick up and leave and go someplace else and start this cycle all over again. We're going to change the society that we live in now. We're fundamentally going to alter society by raising to the ground the economic principles upon which this society was based. And so they adopted in particular this one philosophy called socialism. Again, if we had lots more time, I would probably talk at length. I got my graduate degree, my doctorate, before the Soviet Union fell, and just as it was falling, I was writing my dissertation. So I had to study a ridiculous amount of socialism. Wrecked, actually. It was terrible. Because they figured that would be important for us to know these things, and all these different theorists, and all these different people, and it's like all garbage. Yeah. A big chunk of it was made by Jews, as we shall see. But for our purposes, thumbnail definition of socialism is the idea that rather than the landed classes and go to the highest levels in society, and then using their positions, their perches high atop this economic tile to dominate lower classes and keep them in servitude, socialism says, no, let's give it all back to society. Hence the word socialism. Let's take the factories away from the oligarchs and let's give it to the people. The people will run everything themselves. It's like saying to someone like Elon Musk,
We're going to say you've done really great. Thank you for building these rockets and these electric cars and stuff like that. We're now going to take away all of your properties, and we are going to divide them amongst the wealth of all the people of America. That's called nationalizing a resource, an economic resource, meaning it belongs to the entire nation. And obviously Elon Musk and people at that class do not feel good about it, but it's actually very popular with the masses who say, well, yeah, I can't even afford one share of Tesla stock, and now I got a whole factory with, and I have 2 Teslas in my driveway because we just took it over. Mr. Silver, you want to say something?
In terms of that to start after being visited.
Many times, yeah, Jews have had experienced that in different continents. Cuba is perhaps the best example of it in most recent time. Yes, Mr. Well, if you read Marx, which I wouldn't recommend reading lots of Marx, because it's like crazy, but there's a short book called The Communist Manifesto, which he wrote with Friedrich Engels, maybe 80 pages long, and he basically describes it as a historical process. And the key element of it is the rich get richer. If you have wealth, you can use wealth to make more wealth. That's the title of his book that's capital, right? Capital, money. That's what it's all about. If you don't have money, it's impossible to make money. So therefore, it's like a self-perpetuating kind of social structure that inherently dispossesses lower classes. The idea of socialism is you create, quote, a dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat means the working classes. You have them rise up and en masse take over the entire economy, distribute it equitably, at least in theory, and this will create a workers' paradise. You'll have this phenomenon called družba narodov, the friendship of people, because everyone will love each other. You have the end of a class struggle between upper and lower classes, and especially because Marx himself was such an inveterate anti-Semite. It's true, he was born Jewish, he was baptized by his parents, like many Jews of the 19th century, but he had a phenomenal hatred of the Jewish people, an unusual degree of hatred. He hated religion in general, and he called it the opiate of the masses. This will be very relevant as we get to the Soviet period a little later. What does that phrase mean? Religion is the opiate of the masses. Opiates are drugs. Opiates are drugs. So what are the drugs they do? Right. What kind of drugs are opiates? Highly addictive. Excellent. What else do they do? I know you guys have asking for a friend.
They numb the senses.
They numb it. They make you stupid, right? They make you slow. Have you ever seen like these 19th century opium dens? And by the way, well, we have a pretty sordid history with opium. I'm not Jewish. I'm talking about America and England in particular, where we were pushing this product on the societies because it was actually very good at keeping populations docile. People who take opium, they tend to get very lethargic, and they just want to lay down, and they just want to do nothing unless the opium just works through their system. And it's a sedative. It makes you forget your problems, but it also makes you stop doing anything. So when he says religion is the opiate of the masses, what Marx is trying to say is that religion is as addictive as an opiate, and it makes you stupid. It makes you lethargic, makes you check out, and not try to change the system. And what he's saying this for, he's really pointing at Christianity more than Judaism, but he says, if you're like an impoverished coal miner, you've been a poor coal miner, and let's say, Northern England, since you were 7, 8 years old, you've been going down to the mines, and you've got all this coal dust in your lungs, and you're going to die early in a painful death, and you're going to be miserable, and you feel terrible about everything, but you go to church, and the minister says, don't worry, the meek will inherit the earth. And in this world, you may be downtrodden and so on, but in the next world, it's going to be fantastic. You'll have palm trees, it'll be like bokehs, it'll be so nice. And so that keeps you stupid. That keeps you saying, oh no, I'm gonna follow this path, and I'm gonna understand that God has given lots of money to these people and not to me, and that's the way it's supposed to be. My goal is to accept the system so that in the next world I will receive my heavenly reward. And that's what Marx was trying to criticize, saying that religion is a tool of the upper classes to try and keep people in check, keep them addicted to the opiate of religion so they don't rebel, right? This will become very relevant when socialism actually becomes a reality as the governing principle of the Soviet Union and totally attacks any religious society, including Jews, in a very big way. Anywhere, so that's any questions about socialism for our thumbnail definitions? Good question. So socialism was the original term that was used in the 1860s when Marx started developing this. By the time you get to the revolution in 1917, there's a whole panoply of different flavors of socialism. So in 1918, a movement called the Bolsheviks, which is really the larger portion of the Social Democratic Party, they decided to rename themselves communists from the term commune, that we're all together in a community. But communism is, simply put, one of the more extreme interpretations of socialism. But it's more correct to speak about socialism in general because there are many different varieties of it. Now, can you think of any? Can you think of any successful experiments of socialism? Israel. What do you think by Israel? Is the whole state, is the whole country socialist?
Capitalist environment for industry, for economy, but
okay, so that's very good. We should talk later in the semester maybe about Israel's political system, but I think it would be more fair to say that Israel adopted certain socialist ideas. Like almost every country adopted some things, including this country. Like, for example, the concept of welfare, that if you're really poor, the government will give you money to stay alive. That's a socialist idea. If we were pure capitalists, like total monopoly man capitalists, we would say you don't work, you don't eat, die. Right? But we don't want to say that. We don't want our society to be so rigid. So we have adopted a socialist concept of, that the society will protect its weakest members by providing treatment. Canada, our wonderful neighbors of the north, some would say, I'm not even going to utter it, but Canada went a step further, like most civilized countries, and said health should be a right and not a privilege. So in Canada, they have a single-payer health system where you will pay more taxes, but that means everybody has health insurance. In this country, that's been a huge struggle, and they still have not completely solved the health care issue. But health care is a socialist idea. Universal health care. And yes, there are problems with it, they need rationing and stuff like that, but the fact is they do have universal health care, and we don't. And that is yeah, so there are crazy things like that. Israel also has universal health care. Dr. Rosinski would love to talk to you about this at great length. So these are socialist ideas. So we do exactly. But when you say Israel, there's one specific aspect of Israel which actually is pure socialism. The kibbutz movement. What is the kibbutz, Mr. Loiki? Yeah. Exactly. And how long have kibbutzim been in existence? Slowly. Yeah, about a century. And it actually worked. Like they have kibbutzim. I worked on a kibbutz as a volunteer. One of my sons worked volunteer at kibbutz. They're actually really nice. The idea is that everybody piles in and you share the wealth with kibbutz. It's usually agricultural. Sometimes they make things, like for example, the shtenders and things that we have in our base measures are made by kibbutz Rabbi, where one of my other sons also worked. But the profits are shared equally by everybody in the kibbutz. And amazingly, the kibbutz actually it's stable at work. There aren't questions about is it viable for another generation, and having those discussions for about 10 generations now, maybe not 10, probably about 5 generations. But it still works. And the reason why it's a form of socialism that works is because it's really small scale. Talking about 1,000 people, maybe 3,000 people. That group of people can get together and say, we all believe in this and we cooperate. But in the Soviet Union, with millions of people, it's crazy. It does not work out.
The biggest flaw with communist social Marxism is, okay, you took over the country. There's no, how do you be communist after you take over the country? Once you take over the country, it's like, oh, okay, there's still a form of what's going to be dictated. There's no actual, like, how do you communist?
That's an excellent observation. It's something that the communists in Russia found out immediately because Marx, who was dead by that time, he envisioned that societies would go through a progression, that they would start like kind of like clans and tribal, they would go to a feudal society like we talked about in the medieval period, then they would get with industrialization to where we are as a bourgeois democracy, and then after that went on for a few hundred years, then we would mature to become a communist society. But Russia skipped a step because they were still basically feudal in 1917. They did not have a big industrial base. And so when they ended up taking over the country, they said, uh-oh, Marx didn't tell us what we're supposed to do if we leapfrog this. Anyways, you're seeing how much crazy stuff I read about this. We want to get back to our topic. So here we go. There's socialism. Jews got very excited about socialism for reasons that we'll explore in future classes. The third, I think this is behaving weird.
The thing was right there on the board.
This object?
Yes, no.
Really? Brilliant. No, it's good. How did you do that?
The exact spot where it was, something touching right there.
That must be it. Okay, great. Third option, fine, right? Third is Zionism. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, the idea of Chivat Zion, of desires to go back there to Israel, is almost as old as the Jewish people, right? We've had this since the Babylonian exile. We've had it for hundreds and hundreds of years. As you're also, I'm sure, there were theological approaches to it that suggested that while it is an admirable thing to go back to live in the land, especially to die and be buried in the land, those are wonderful things. But the concept of creating a modern state with a flag and an army and passports, stuff like that, that may have contradicted a particular Gemara in Shavuos, and so there was no support for centuries for any kind of idea of a political return to power. We should also remember that most people didn't think of in terms of creating political states until the 18th century. So when the Jews started thinking about it, they were already, a good 50, 60 years behind most of Europe. So they're like, yes, I need like and Subas. It's the Shavua. It's took it all. Look at how brilliant these students are. You're watching this. Okay, that's good. Thank you. We'll have to look at that later. So the idea was that Zionism was like an ideal that they lived to, but no one really thought about actually trying to organize a Jewish state there until the 1880s. And this was a rather different response because essentially the Zionist movement here, of course, there's a famous moment. This, Mr. Krantz, gotta read that Pirkei Avos where it says don't interrupt, right? So this is actually Ben Gurion. Herzl is in the picture in the background. He's the founder of the Zionist movement. We'll come back and talk about his life. But this idea of Zionism is like, wait, we're not going to do the first option of just emigrating to some other land in dollars. Because we've done that before. We're just repeating a problem. And this whole idea of socialism is the sugar. We're not going to recreate Russia into some brand new economy. It's crazy. And in fact, it didn't will come out work out. What we will do, however, is we will stop history by moving back to Eretz Yisrael. But end this 2,000-year-old cycle of Galus by going back to land of Israel, establishing ourselves there as a state, and that will ultimately be the end of Jewish history because we will have gone full circle back to Israel. Obviously, we're going to talk a lot more about this because amazingly, they succeeded. 1948, you have the creation of a state which is absolutely unprecedented in world history. There's no one who comes even close to the idea of re-establishing a state even 300 years after it disappears. Closest thing maybe is Poland, and Poland had a lot of help. So we'll come back to that. That's the third option. A lot of Jews chose this. It was very popular. Fourth option, this one is a little weird. I think we're losing the battle here. But we need the other one. This one here. This move. Okay. Fourth, this is a little weird. It was not one of the most popular, but it did have some lasting resonance, and we still feel it in the way we're organized here in America. This is called diaspora nationalism. Diaspora, of course, is a Greek word that means scattering, that Jews are scattered around the world. They live in small minority communities all over the world, but they are going to engage in nationalism, meaning they're going to organize themselves, and they're going to try and create communal structures in the countries where they live. Where this became especially relevant is in the Russian Empire, because you had a massive population of Jews, the largest single concentration of Jews in the world at the time, and the government had just fallen apart in 1917 with the collapse of the Romanov dynasty. So they had this opportunity, maybe we can actually do it here. The basic working model of diaspora nationalism, which was articulated by the great historian Shimon Dubnov, was this idea that you get all the Jews living in a country to join a single voting bloc called a cadaster, and every Jew registers for that bloc, and then you get a minister that represents you in the government. You get tax dollars from the government to pay for your schools, to pay for your mikvah, to pay for your Asian restaurants, all that stuff. And inside the cadaster, you create your own Jewish parliament. And here in America, Canada, Europe, they have something called the federation system, which is a model on the diaspora nationalist idea. The big difference, though, is that this is entirely voluntary. Whereas in the way that Dubnov imagined it, every Jew, like the Kehillah system, he modeled it on the Council of Lands, every Jew is automatically locked in. You cannot leave. You are part of the community, you pay taxes to the community, you get benefits from the community, but you can't sort of opt in, opt out, affiliate, don't affiliate. So it does not nearly have as much strength as the way Dubnov imagined it. Had a fairly small popularity, but nevertheless a very powerful idea. And here's the last idea, what I call renewed traditionalism. This is essentially the right-wing Orthodox. Because up until this point, and really we're saying the turn of the 20th century, you could point to, let's say, 1912, when the Guinness was founded, at the actual moment when it was articulated. Traditional Orthodox Jews were not interested in any of these other, except maybe emigration. And the emigration part was definitely not to America, because America was considered, you recall, such a treif Medina. People would throw their children overboard when they came to Ellis Island, things like that. So the religious Jews largely didn't want to have anything to do with any of these things, but they realized by the turn of the 20th century that if they didn't get organized and they didn't prepare themselves to participate in mass politics, they would lose the opportunity to have a voice. And then a lot of things they cared about, like, protecting the Shabbos, like protecting Shmita, like maybe getting government grants to pay for yeshiva education and stuff like that, they wouldn't have a chance unless they organized. So ironically, the organization of these political parties, like the Buddhist Israel is the first of them, was designed to protect essentially pre-modern values, using the modern devices of political mobilization. In some countries, democratic votes, like in Poland, for example, they use those tools to try and keep a pre-modern society in place. Those are the 5 basic strategies. Jews fell into one or a combination of various versions of those after 1881. Okay, any questions, arguments? It is about to get very complicated now. Are you ready? This is the part where you will now begin to understand your crazy Uncle Joe and why he has such weird political ideas. Because I'm now going to show you how this was translated into Jewish politics. Okay, hold on to your yarmulkes. So, first of all, we have this concept called a political spectrum. Right? And we use it in American politics, we use it in Jewish politics, although it's not precise. The basic idea is you have a left to right axis, right, an x-axis, and on this x-axis you have on the left socialism, right, that's what we call people left-wing. It actually has to do, the reason why we say left is because of the way the French Parliament was set up, and those people sit on the left side of the room, but left wing is called socialism, they're pro-socialist. Right wing is called anyone? Capitalist, thank you, Mr. Rubin, political science major. Right, so this is when we say people on the left, people on the right, we mean they lean towards socialism if they're left wing, or they lean towards capitalism if they're right wing. They lean towards, put in an American context, people who are more socialist are in favor of the government having a larger caretaker role in our society. People who are more capitalist think the government should be smaller, should be less involved with our lives, and should certainly cost less in our society. Socialism is expensive because you have to pay taxes to manage all the programs. Capitalism is cheaper, but if you are on the lower end of the economy yourself, you will get far less services, and you might be better off support. That's why the poorer people tend to vote more towards socialists, because they can see that they'll actually benefit from having those policies in place, whereas the rich people will have to pay for them, so they tend to vote capitalist. There's a long-standing quip about Jews. I'm not sure it's entirely true right now, but they used to say, what was his name? He wrote for commentary. I think it was named later. But he said that Jews earn like Presbyterians, Jews in America. Jews earn like Presbyterians. That's like white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, like wealthy Republican types. They earn like Presbyterians, but they vote like Puerto Ricans. They vote like, from immigrant families with less income, things like that. And that was basically true for much of American Jewish history. It has been shifting since the Reagan era. Orthodox Jews are generally flipped. The Orthodox Jews may earn like Puerto Ricans, but they tend to vote more like Presbyterians. Mr. Kranz.
After the fact that you know more about these social media arsenals than I might,
You gotta repeat that slower for an old man.
it's going to have to do with the fact that even though teenage Jews and Donald was succeeded and he figured out refining everything, we still think of ourselves as a minority.
Well, so first of all, we are still a minority. We should think of ourselves a minority because we are. But the reasons for it are complex. The reasons probably have a lot to do with the social values that are, really deeply embedded in Judaism. For example, the idea of caring for the poor is like, we virtually invented that. That's like hugely in our tradition. We have Peah, Orla, we have Peah, we have Shukah, we have Leket. It's like deep in our tradition that we should share our wealth and give tzedakah. That's really central to Judaism. Why it changed since Reagan is, in my humble opinion, has a lot to do with some of the other aspects of the progressive movement that are antithetical to Jewish values. LGBTQ is one issue, abortion issues. There are a lot of areas where, traditional Jews don't feel comfortable. And so the shift happened that way. You add to that the fact that, in the last 40, 50 years, Jews have really succeeded financially and making them emulate their Presbyterian neighbors. So I've always said. But anyway, this is our American political structure, right? It's pretty simple, easy. Judaism, Jewish population politics is not going to be that simple. We have another axis. We have a y-axis. What's on the y-axis? You have on the bottom, you have something called fairness, known in Yiddish as Dorokites. Meaning, do we believe that our political lives should be exercised here in the Gullus, in the exile, in the diaspora, or should it be there in Eretz Yisrael, Zionism? It's a long way. I gotta be careful about this. It's like so sensitive, right? Especially with this particular lecture, it's gonna be really hard. Okay. Keep your hands off the door. There we go. We have Israel politics. It's a separate axis altogether. And in these four quadrants, you can place virtually all Jewish political opinion. Okay, let's go and let's see who does where. Over here, in the quadrant that is bounded by socialism and diaspora nationalism. And diaspora, meaning we want to do something here, and we want it to be socialist. You have this group called the Bund. This is the short form for the General Jewish Workers' Party. Bund means essentially group in German. And this was a Jewish offshoot of what would later become the Communist Party. Extremely popular. They were formed in 1897. By the time the Russian Empire fell, there were 30,000 card-carrying members in Eastern Europe. Very, very large party. Concentrated in Lithuania, where you had a lot of Jewish proletariat working in the industries there, very, actual factory work. And they emphasized all the kind of things we talked about with socialism. What made them Jewish was that they recognized that Jews constituted a distinct part of the proletariat, and they should use Jewish messaging to get to them, using the Yiddish language, using Jewish culture whenever possible. This is the way they would convince Jews to become socialists. Here in America, there was a version of this that was kind of toned down called the Arbeiter Ring, the Workman's Circle, or Workers' Circle. That's essentially the Bund in America.
It's not the news much, but a few years ago they made news because they still exist,
Yeah.
and they left the common president. So because the protests there were blind spot pressure, they say.
Interesting. So this is the party that lives in the quadrant and the both socialist and diaspora, right? They want to do this in Russia. They do not want to go to Israel to do this. Then we have over in this quadrant that we want to do what we want to do here, not in Israel, but we want to be capitalists. We don't want to get into all this crazy socialist stuff. This is Shimon Dubno, the historian who developed that idea of diaspora nationalism as essentially what became the federation movement, right? That we will organize ourselves in the diaspora, and we will collect donations from ourselves, and we will support ourselves, things like that. That's politics. Now, when you go to the top of the line, then you have Zionism. All the times that we can measure what Jews actually believe in Eastern Europe, Zionism comes out as the largest single movement. Rarely the outright majority, like if you have 100 Jews, you might have 40 of them say they want to be Zionists, and then you have 20 or 30 who want to be Bundists, and the remainder would be scattered across the other parties. Zionism was consistently the strongest single party, even if it didn't constitute 50% of Jewish political opinion. We only have a few examples of elections where we can actually look at results and see what Jews said, and they're scattered in different places at different times. But we know that the idea of Zionism was hugely popular among Jews. Then over here in our last quarter, so they believe in the traditional Zionists, and the major party was Theodor Herzl, who essentially said he wanted to create Europe in Israel. If you've been to Haifa, that's kind of the perfect place for Herzl. It's sedate, it's calm, it's relatively, coexistence oriented. They have a large Arab population. Incidentally, one of my sons is planning to go there for graduate school next year. He wants to study marine science at a master's level. We don't have a very good marine science major here at Touro, so he's going to go to Haifa and study the Touro in Elash. But anyway, that's kind of his model. Not the kibbutz socialist model, but the Israel capitalist model. There were people who disagreed with Herzl in Zionism, and I could fill this part up with 40 other groups. It's crazy, but I will really pull out one of them that's really important. This is Vladimir Jabotinsky. He was the founder of what would later grow into the Likud and later grow into Netanyahu's party today. They have different names, but he agreed that Jewish society had to transplant itself to Israel, and he felt that it should not be communist, but he differed with Herzl on a very, very fundamental idea. Herzl thought the best way to get a Jewish state is let's go talk to the leaders of all the countries in the region, the great powers in Europe. Let's schmooze them. Let's use our medieval skills as shadchanim, as like intercessors, and we'll negotiate our way to create the state of Israel. Herzl had, Jabotinsky had this idea that you're never going to get it done that way because non-Jews hate Jews. This anti-Semitism is just a given, and you can talk till you're blue in the face, but what really is going to make Israel exist is a machine gun. That you have to take it, you have to be militaristic about it, you have to be forceful about it. Now, if you're looking at Israeli politics today, you'll probably see Herzl's legacy and another group that I'm going to tell you in a minute that is like more moderate, more like kind of like amenable to American sensibilities generally. No, all this, meeting in Qatar and let's, talk with the creative Palestinian states, stuff like that, two states. So there are people who say that's ridiculous, it's out of the question. They are Jabotinsky's descendants intellectually. I mean, very, very alive in Israel today. But I'm going to put one more group in to make it a little more sensible. That's, of course, this back quadrant. Who lives over here? This is a group called the Polei Zion, the workers of Zion. Whenever you see the word workers in the title of a party, it really means communist. So these are, this is one of the most important organizations that helped build the kibbutzim, and they believe in, coexistence with neighbors. They lived in they believed in communal share of wealth in the state and things like that. They're also prepared to defend the state, like their kind of ideal model was a Jew who had a shovel in one hand and a rifle in the other hand, prepared to protect his kibbutz, but on the other hand, constantly working on the agriculture. And they disagreed bitterly with people like Jabotinsky. They said to Jabotinsky, you're just gonna fight with all of our friends, you're gonna make the British hate us, you're gonna make the Arabs hate us, it's gonna be terrible, we have to work on building bridges, we have to work on peace and stuff like that, and they were at each other's throats all the time. So this is the basic picture, almost, of what it looked like politically for Jews around the year 1910. Mr. Parente. Mr. Parente, you have adequately anticipated the next part of this lecture.
Good morning, Mr. Burris. How are you?
You can manage this, right?
You're good? You ready to take on the day, girl?
Yeah, I'm ready to.
Absolutely. Hey, I don't know if you get these messages, but do you see that you rank up in here when you spend the night? Not just that, but when you spend time in here?
Where is it?
Go to your notifications.
Where is that?
Are you on your phone or your computer?
My iPad.
Okay, so do you see the very bottom bar? It says notifications. It has a bell.
Oh, yeah.
Click it. So it gives you a rank in here.
Really?
Yeah, so you're ranked 116, which tells you how long. You're the number 5 person in here who's ever spent time in here, which is good. Okay, so when you click your notifications, when's the last notification you got?
It says, notify me, you mentioned you and Rabbi Rothschild had a place for work. He's announced to everyone. Rabbi Rothschild is live.
Oh no, okay. Hold on. Scroll down about 4 hours ago.
4 hours ago. Oh, yeah. And celebrate meeting you and Rabbi Rothschild have a place for you for peace at Rainbows.
That's right. So you're doing really well.
That's good.
And then,
Let me see. Oh, I see it. Okay. 116. Nice.
yeah. So even though I installed this thing recently, it takes all the time that you've been in the server, and so that's just the thought. I mean, I'm not very popular now, but when I do get popular, you're gonna be like at the very top of that. You already are at the top of the list, but I have one person in here who lived in here for like 6 months alongside me, so they are the number one. Actually, the number one person are the ones that I have in here right now. The number two one is the one on with the camera. Number three is my friend who was in here for like 6 months. Number four, you might be at number four right now or pretty close to it. So the more time so you can probably become the number one person. I mean, not that it matters to you, but if you just do whatever you want, but the more nights in here that you spend, the faster and faster you catch up to my friend. Yeah, and then you'll get announcements of the rank ups, and then if you would just let's check and see if this works. All right, so below this section of the Discord where it says 24/7 live stream, you'll see 24/7 radio stations, and then below that, so like scroll down, and that. No. Okay, so look in the server, like in this Discord, on the exactly on the left side, like right below this call, you see Rabbi Rothschild's arena, and then join to create a voice channel. You see those?
Yeah.
Okay, then below there is a section called 24/7 radio stations. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, below that, you see a section that has like a red heart and a cowboy and a red heart emoji, and it says Rabbi Rothschild. And then you see the first thing says moderator only. The second says rank ups. Do you see rank ups?
Wait a minute. I don't even know where you're at no more now.
Okay. So do you see a red heart emoji, a cowboy emoji, and a red heart emoji, and it says Rabbi Rothschild, and then another red. Okay, below that, rank ups. So if you press that, does anything show up?
That's level up. You are 322.
Exactly. So right before them, you're 116.
I don't see that.
You should. Okay, so you see 323 is where I am, and then scroll up to the one.
Okay, it's at 322.
Oh.
Wait, let me go back up. Okay, I can go up. I gotta go get him together.
That's okay.
We'll talk about this in a minute, Rabbi. I gotta go finish getting Papa.
You do what you need to do.
I'll be right back.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, be right back.
Excellent.
It is more complicated than the American political system. We only have one spectrum. Jews have two, the left and the up and down. But of course, as Mr. Parenti correctly anticipated, we also have a religious spectrum. Almost everybody in this map is either non or anti-religious. Right? This side of the spectrum, capitalists, they tend to be neutral on religion. Like, there's no reason to stop it. I may not be particularly interested. I'll put on a kippah to go visit Yad Vashem or something, but I'm not really gonna I'm not gonna, keep Shabbos, L'Patchila, hit Al-Qasra. I'm not gonna do that. But, I'll be okay with it. There are definitely some religious figures here, like Menachem Begin, who is an inheritor of Jabotinsky as well, is definitely a very religious person. But on this side, they're generally anti-religious. The kibbutzim, the socialists for sure, anti-religious. There are some minority groups that are religious, but the majority of them are definitely anti-religious. I'll tell you a quick joke. It's actually a story that happened to me. I was once at a funeral, a sad occasion, that I happened to be at a funeral, and I was standing next to the Consul General of Israel. And I'm talking with him, and he says to me that when he was a young man, he grew up on a Hashomer Hatzair kibbutz. Hashomer Hatzair is a young guard, very, very communist, very, very anti-religious, feasts on Yom Kippur and things like that. That's where they were. They were like buying into the Marxist idea of like religion is the opiate of the masses. And he said to me, seems like I'm a firm guy, and he says, when I grew up, we had everything on our Pesach table. We had bread, we had pasta, we had beer, everything on our Pesach table. Nowadays, the young people, they just don't keep the traditions like they used to. The joke, because the young people are kind of thank you, Mr. Blaschka, for nodding. You should have seen his face here. It's going, okay. Anyways, so where are the religious groups? So this side basically anti-religious, this side neutral, some may be positive to religion. That's right, guys.
What's the difference between the kibbutz one and the socialist group?
Because it's whether they support doing it in Israel. The socialists said, what a stupid idea to go back over there and to get involved with the local people there, taking away Palestinian land, stuff like that. It's going to be done here in Russia. And these people are saying, no. We've had our experiences in Gulf. We're going back to our ancestral land. We'll be socialists. We'll be socialists in Israel.
So even the not religious then spoke Yiddish?
Oh, absolutely. The vast majority. The 1897 census recorded 98% of Jews in Russia spoke Yiddish as their first language. Overwhelming. It's amazing how fast it changed. Just over a century and it's almost a dead language. Okay, now let's go to Mr. Parenti's observation. What about the religious axis? So we've got a z-axis, right? We've got, this is representation of the third axis, the z-axis. So over here, you have this interesting group led by Rav Kook, who was not the first chief rabbi of Israel, but he was a really prominent Israel rabbi who moved from Lithuania to Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read that Gemara and Ketsubas a little differently. Maybe Hashem wants us to actively engage in Zionist activity, because maybe that's the way that the Geula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? Like we say in the Birkat HaMedina, you say it in Yeshua, I don't know if they say it on Shabbos here, Reishit Tzmichat Geulatenu, that Israel is the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. Meaning that once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the first step in Hashem saying, okay, time to bring out Mashiach. So, Adarabah, even in the face of dominant rabbinic opinion of the 20th century, saying we should be moving towards creating a state in Israel. This is essentially where in Israel the Kippa Suruga who essentially derives from. They are Dati Leumi. They're religious nationalists, right? As opposed to the other group here, also on the religious axis, like this. This would be the Haredi. Here's a picture of the Siyam Shas. I'm sitting right over here. You sort of see me. The top here, so much numbers on. This is the most recent one.
No, which section, I mean?
Oh, I don't know. I just wrote it out here at the thing. But I'm looking forward. I'm going to be making my own CM on Shas, God willing, in a few months. And I don't know if you guys follow my podcast. Here's a shameless plug. I do a definitely podcast, right? Oh, yeah. 100,000 people watch it every day. Jewish history in Daf Yomi.
Yeah, what's that? That's great.
In 9th grade. Yeah, that was 20 years ago. I haven't done it 20 years. 10th grade. Oh, 10th grade. Okay. Yeah. Well, I really enjoy it. It's just short. It's an audacious thing. I can't believe I almost finished it. But I record a short history video on every single Daf Gemara. 2,711 videos. It's Meshuggah. But some of them are really fun. Anyways, the Agudas Israel and that constellation of religious parties, which we'll call Haredim, meaning we call it in English ultra-Orthodox, but you know what I'm talking about. They said, oh my gosh, you're serious? You're going to take this idea of Zionism, which is so trade, which is like you're working with all these secular Jews, you're working with all these Jews who are like antithetical to Judaism. How can you possibly get involved in something like that? It would actually anger God to create a state. He would say, you are, contravening that oath. You're trying to force my hand and give you Mashiach before it's time. It'll end in disaster. So they were actually in this quadrant on a religious perspective, and until the middle of the 20th century, they were staunchly anti-Zionist. And this basically gives the picture up until the middle of the century. What happened after the Holocaust? Okay, so the state of Israel was established. Yes, for sure. What happened to these parties? Jews unified. Oh, right. Not lucky. Let's go through them one at a time. What happened to the Bund? Yeah, basically gone. In Russia, Stalin got rid of it. Stalin wiped them out in the 1930s, no more Bund. Sort of like echoes of the Bund survived outside of Russia, like our Better Ring, the workman's circle, but only as a pale shadow of this socialist thing. If you're going to meet a Bundist, you probably meet them in New York, probably in Lower East Side, because that's like where the last of them would live. But they tend to be like very pro-socialist, still, celebrating Yiddish stuff and things like that, but secular. Mr. Rubin?
No, there's two other things I can think of where you can run this to New York.
Yeah.
One is Union Square. Did you go archives?
Yes, I actually worked with a lot of them.
Right, and yeah, I don't know if you understand, man. That was
okay, that's it.
They're staying only under circumstances sometimes.
So but basically this used to be the most popular single party in the late 19th century, but it's gone. What about the diaspora nationalists? They were about 4% of whenever we see Jews voting, 4% at the most. So they basically disappeared. But we take it for granted because we still believe in the echoes of it, which Federation stuff like that. Poale Zion, the socialist Zionists, what happened to that? They're still there, absolutely. Yeah, they went through different parties. They were the largest, and they were in power in Israel until 1977. Until Menachem Begin took over, and he represents the right. But this is a very, very strong, dominant trend in Israel. They have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. Netanyahu has been in power for 19 years, I think, so really a long time. But before him, this was all the founders of Israel were in here. Ben Gurion, Weizmann, all these kind of people were close to this. Herzl and his moderate Zionism, the middle has basically dropped out of Israeli politics. There's very little kind of like moderate Zionists who are there anymore. I think if they're moderate, they probably just do Miami or something. The Jabotinsky's party, so we saw Likud, but we also see a few other parties. One very important one was organized by Meir Kahane, called Tach, which was a very, very extreme party in the 1980s. And, actually, it is ironic in looking at today's politics, because a lot of the policies that he argued for are now kind of like being gradually accepted in Israeli policies. Like, for example, the idea of quote-unquote population transfer. Like, the way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move them someplace else. And this, after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, Kach, was the name of it, he was actually assassinated. His party was made illegal, like the Nazi party. And his inheritors intellectually are people like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from Kahane's playbook, but they're still not operating as Kahanists. But one of the debates that seems going on right now in Israel is suggesting that their activity is illegal because they're borrowing intellectually from behind. It's a strange thing, but there it is. We talked about Cook's influence has created the Dati Leomi group, which is actually more closely related, I think, to a lot of you and a lot of Hashkafa in our college, at least in terms of the student body. There are a lot of Jews who fall into that way of thinking about politics. And what about Agudas Yisrael down here, though? If you left here, you're not. There's a lot of them, but what happened to it? The party still exists, yeah. But what about it? Is it different in character at all? I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Yeah. So we take it as a general idea of how maybe what happened to them after the Holocaust. Exactly. Israel existed because their population base was overwhelmingly in Poland. And
excellent. Okay, so if you go to rank ups and then scroll all the way to the bottom, you scroll all the way to the bottom, you should see 323. I have 323.
Yeah.
Right above that, you should see you with 116.
Mm-hmm.
And so whenever you get a rank up, you'll get a notification like that in here and then on your phone, and it just tells you where you're at. And if you want, yeah, that's really good.
To be higher?
Absolutely. So just for a moment, I'm going to see if I can get for the whole server. So we'll see what. So just a moment. Let's see if I can find how to do this. Okay, so if I go top. Oh, very cool. So you just have to get 8 more rank ups, and you'll have you'll be number 3.
Yeah, never stay here. I might as well just stay in here then.
There you go, Miss Aquarius.
Go around.
Absolutely. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, I just got 56. Okay, Ross is at 59. Brandon's at 48. Somebody's at 40. Okay.
Now, Audie actually, she's got 2 accounts in here. So she's got Audie Dusky and her one at number 10. So technically, if we combine them, she would have 56 plus 86, which is 142. So she would actually be, yeah, she'd actually, so you want to beat 142 to have like the individual mark.
Right. Okay. What she got 2 accounts?
I think she lost one of her phones.
Yeah, I would have been past me. That's neat.
It is neat.
The levels. Okay, got levels up in here. Look at it.
Thank you.
Okay, now what is there? Something changed.
Yeah. So I just wanted to see the other pages. So it has like a button. It has like everybody in here who's ever been in here and what their rank is. So I just changed the pages in there.
Unless you change it.
That's correct.
Well, do it again.
All right, so it should be on page 2, then page 3, page 4,
Ooh.
page 5, page
Ooh.
6. Now, if you want to know how much time it is, you'll see now. I just changed it, so I think we're looking at hours now. So
Yeah.
we've got you've been in here 778 hours. I don't know if that's correct. It says voice time all time. Let me
778.9.
Yeah, let me see if that would be correct. I mean, I believe it, but
All time?
so that's 32 days. Yeah, I believe it. You've spent a lot of nights in here, and so that all adds up. So you've spent a total of like a month of your life in this channel. There you go, Miss Aquarius. There you go. That's wonderful. I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, you go take on the day, and if you need me, I'm here for you, okay?
Okay, I'll be back. I'll come back later, Rabbi.
All right.
Stick my phone in here later.
Absolutely. Do whatever makes you happy.
Okay. See you later.
Excellent. Have a wonderful day, God willing.
God's will. That's right.
Shout out to Miss Aquarius. What a wonderful attitude. Hashem bless her with a wonderful, wonderful soul. Love her spirit.
Houston, Salt Lake City, Boise. You're coming to Texas, Christopher? Yeah, Houston. Still surviving. Texas is so big. LA people. Actually, on the 27th, I'm doing my show at Flapper. Oh, nice. Yeah. Hey, man, I got you on it. You down. When? 27th. I don't know. Go down. Go down. 27th. That was good. Looks like I'll be in Pensacola, Florida. No, it's I'm talking about in a week. You said September 27th. I meant August 27th. You're here. Fuck. You can write something in. This is Nick writes in Dumbtown. Oh, I'm gonna be in Dumbtown. All right. All right. You know how much food you're gonna eat? That's not more. Now that you're done with this, go watch After Hour. Yeah. Good idea. Hell yeah. And you guys are going to be staying soon. Yeah. Nice. No more. Let's see you guys. Logic category centuries of the state defined the forecast rules. Safety sheet on the kind of the for development continuing with the compromise. Exemption cases e.g. from certain retrieval return obligations to cash deductor. Maxing the added sheet. No need to not bear and data feature where we can acquire a benefit for a person in his absence. Equal maximum agency benefit. High payment low element to not know liabilities in his absence. Activity more areas of the core commerce. Invoke in prayer. Logic very distinct from general mechanisms. Second audience and actions on the for a remembrance of the accident. Many experts and therapies conducted season such as are performed as a remembrance of the accident. Second outline navigation for a remembrance of the temple. Customs mirroring temple practice e.g. taking Salah all 7 days outside the light navigation according to some. Second number of all that people pronunciation variants when reading remembered all that. Then you read the verse twice to satisfy both conditions. Citron and Citronos Hebrew for remembrances. One of the 3 Rosh Hashanah Citron very often refer to remembrance of the shofar blast. Biblical title for Rosh Hashanah desk. When shofar is Hebrew on Shabbat. Zechariah Hebrew for this is the rule. Formula that introduces a logic generalization in Mishnah Talmud. Zebedee Zebor for this and that will cause the result. Principle for mixed causation and effect of permissibility. Zedina, these are low chaser Hebrew for this one benefits while that one must be lose. Principle in monetary law about uncompensated benefit. That is a fact of it limits Hebrew for the zealous basin to be mixed up. Guides to be mixed up at the earliest proper time, e.g. early red willow. Willow mixed species, Zera, honey produce, and purity laws. Zera love all Hebrew for ways of logic discussion honesty, Kedusha. Zera in order to agricultural laws and blessings. Distinct and rate of generic D, etc. Zera no Hagan Hebrew for sprinkling of the blood. Essential temples are necessary for offerings. Only by authority. Image Hebrew for sacrifice. Peasants image shalom in peace offering. Image for the thanksgiving offering. Image in Hebrew plural sacrifices. Also the Talmud of tractate containing sacrificial laws. Image Hebrew for invitation. We call to birthday Thomas on like 3 or 10 meet together. Intended is Timothy Shem God's name included. Timothy Hebrew for women thanksgiving. The logic discussion whether when women form their own diamond. Timothy economic Hebrew. Zina equals sexual intimacy. Zina equals harlotry forming relations. Zana equals category of woman forming into authority. Dated meet of our Hebrew date 7th of the bar. Traditional part of the shed. They marked by Checkry County customs. Please dated Hebrew for weapons. The logic issues of carrying on Shabbat and ordinance versus burden safety concerns. Social Shabbat Hebrew for Hebrew Shabbat. Rabbi is concerned to avoid redundant while technically permitted produces Shabbat honor. SHR Hebrew for forgery of the document. It validates legal instruments e.g. get, contracts. Substance of Talmud appointed as a senator. Used in Ketula, damages and transaction values. Cosmology is autonomous Hebrew for this is Hanukkah. Name for eating steak. Many cited as an auspicious time for prayers. Top average Hebrew for this is the blessing. Final 4 and 4 statute of the Torah. In Rome's Paradigma reason. The new Hebrew for olive. Basis for volume movements case and equality. As well with cross many things back. For time window for reciting Shema. Halachic theme and milestones for morning evening Shema. Theme and Tekula Hebrew for time window for prayer. Deadlines for Shacher and Ninja Armenia. Theme and meeting at Chavez Hebrew for time of checking Chavez. Night of 14 nights in by candlelight with blessings and bedtime. Theme and by Chavez Hebrew for time of learning Chavez. Late morning on day and Pesach. Includes for time of candle lighting. The three sunset times like Shabbat Yasam Segnet. Team and cheddar with Hebrew for Kedush Tefillah. Team and making Torah for Hebrew for the time of the Duke of our Torah. Liturgical title for Shabbat. Team and Simon for Hebrew for the time for it. Zohar Chach Hebrew Era Day for the Zohar. Supplementary focusing for common signing for customs with halachic impact. Alternative liberation Hebrew for made their members of blessing. Said when speaking of multiple deceased people, often abbreviated as Lel. Citronal liberation Hebrew for made his memory of blessing. Said after the name of a deceased man, abbreviated as Lel. Citronal liberation Hebrew for made her memory of blessing. Said after the name of a deceased woman, abbreviated as Lel. Liberties adding liberation root for the memory of the righteous shall see of blessing. From Proverbs 10. 7. Said after naming a righteous person. Abbreviated as BTL Zetro Yakin of the Hebrew for made his marriage shield. Said when mentioned a righteous man or sin. Zetro Yakin of the Hebrew for made their marriage shield. Plural version referring to multiple righteous figures. Zikradol Lachem Hebrew for made his memory before life. Used in some Sephardic communities instead of literature. Zikradol Lachem Hebrew for made their memory before life. Plural Sephardic version. Acronym for our master, our teacher, and our rabbi. Used for Hasidic ranks. The loud national Hebrew for peace be upon him. Said after a deceased man as name. The Lessons national Hebrew for peace be upon her. Said after a deceased woman as name. Allah be helpful to the national Hebrew for peace upon him and all Israel. Blessing. Let that Hebrew for son of honor of sinful Hebrew names and on memorials. Hebrew for member or scholar. Historian and operating for all Jews. Dated Hebrew for judge. Normal title for a rabbinic court judge. Dated Hebrew for genius. Title of Supreme Foreign Scholars E.G. Mildegates. Prophet of genius. Normal title before a great rabbi as name. Torah Hebrew for the rabbi. Torah Amisberahi, the genius. Devil honorific for major scholars. Prophetic Hebrew for the righteous one. Said the saintly rabbi. Prophetic Hebrew for the Torah Hebrew for honorable rabbi. A respectful address. Quran era native for house. Quran Hebrew for for our teachers. Honorific title for rabbis. Extended rabbinic title. Nominated Hebrew for leader or chief. Genasi Hebrew for premier president. Title of the head of the Sanhedrin. Parnas Hebrew for provider or leader. For lay leaders of Jewish communities. Rimon higher honorific than rabbi. Rabbi Hebrew for our rabbi. Rab Hebrew for rabbi. Standard term for a teacher of Torah. Rab Bear Hebrew for raw Yiddish pronunciation of rabbi. Common in Ashkenazi communities. Red Yiddish respectful title for men, similar to Mr. but also used for plurality layman. Greek Yiddish for rabbi or spiritual master, especially in Hasidic tradition. Rosh Yeshiva Hebrew for head of the yeshiva. Formal academic rabbinic roles. Shekhinah acronym for Shekhinah or Akyami Tova Amen. May we live a long and good life, Amen. Said after living rabbis' names. Shalom Alav Hebrew for peace upon men. For deceased men. Tzadik Hebrew for righteous one. General title for safety men. Tzadik Hebrew for righteous woman. Feminine Yesisian. Tzadik Yesalam Hebrew for the righteous one is the foundation of the world. Applied to especially holy men. Tzadik Star Hebrew for the righteous one. Says mystically great feminine individuals. Tzadik Fator Hebrew for the righteous of the generation. Highest praise for a saintly rabbi. Well, baby, separated for life. Said with men living person, while also speaking of deceased. The Palestine squirrel. May they be separated for life. Same existing squirrel. Which compassions Hebrew for made on protected from no liberties Hebrew for made his memory be a blessing. Said after of his maker memory be a blessing. Said after a deceased on the last day. Literate and liberty Hebrew for made their memory be a blessing. Plural version. Liberty Zadik liberty Hebrew for the memory of the righteous shall be a blessing. Said after a righteous person's name. That you told Yaginal to Kayat Hebrew for made his parent shieldless. Said was mentioning the righteous men. That you have Yaginal to Hebrew for made their parent shieldless. Plural version. Synchronal James Sephardic version. Made his memory be for life. Synchronal James Sephardic plural version. Made their memory be for life. Liberty Zadik liberty Hebrew for the memory of the righteous shall be a blessing. Said after a righteous person last name. That you told Yaginol Uzziah Hebrew for made his parent shieldless. Same when mentioning the righteous men. That you have Yaginol Hebrew for made their parent shieldless. Plural version. Synchronal Lachain Hebrew for made his memory be for life. Sephardic phrasing. Synchronal Lachain Hebrew for made their memory be for life. Plural Sephardic phrasing. After acronym for Adam, for each, our master, our teacher, and our rabbi. Used as the formal title for Shabbat ranks. After Monday in the Elder Readers. Refers specifically to Rabbi S.A. Resolved in the Body 1745. 1812, the founder of Shabbat and author of the Tanya. Admiring plural of Adver, referring to Shabbat rights across the generations. Such as Hebrew for one. In Shabbat, now evening prayer, used in Eucharistic meditation. In chastity, prayer and its observance.
love of the Torah. In Shabbat God, connected with speaking to God as wisdom through study. How having a long memory for everlasting love. Day without blushing in prayer. In Shabbat, seen as reflecting God as eternal love for Israel. A possible God of Hebrew, for there is nothing besides Him. A principal stress is Shabbat chastity, blessing divine unity and the multiplication of evil. Acronym Hebrew for vows. Subtilistic concept referenced in Shabbat teachings, describing the first stage of creation where all divine lights are bound in one vessel. Alpha is in Hebrew for on the miracles, cited in Shabbat for its emphasis on divine providence. Al-Qadr of Syria, both Baptist forces and teachings interpreting foreign mystical depth. The Hebrew for saying refers both to being called up to the Torah and to spiritual elevation, a central theme in Shabbat thought. The Mala typical nation symbolizes doubt and closeness toward holiness. In Shabbat philosophy, the Mala is the inner force of spiritual apathy, one must overcome. The central standing prayer. Shabbat emphasizes doubt and a deep intent, and meditation during it, especially on God as unity. Aramaic for me and your service. Some phrase used in Shabbat is melodies to express self-nullification before God. Ani Massachusetts Hobby Hebrew for believes. A declaration of faith, often sung in Shabbat, are references tied to Jewish perseverance. Ani Yusuf Hebrew for he and Joseph. Famous for a phrase. In Shabbat, chastisement symbolizes revelation of hidden truth and unity. Absolute better for education. In Mala and Shabbat chastisement. One of the four spiritual worlds, representing divine closeness. Axis Hebrew for essence. In Shabbat, refers to God as ultimate essence. Hebrew for honor. Also the name of the Hebrew Mononadash and Shab and Shumper, Shabbat and Johnson. Afar Johnny Hebrew for father of mercies. A prayer with deep devotional resonance, explained in Shabbat texts as God as passionate nature. Hebrew for service. In Shabbat, it means serving God with the heart, mind, and soul, particularly through prayer and inner work. The mononym is meant for inner service. In Shabbat teachings, refers to the inward spiritual work on character and awareness of God. The mononym also Hebrew for service of the heart. Prayer, which in Shabbat is central to transforming emotions into a being of God. The most Hebrew for patriarchs. In Shabbat, often studied in connection with verbatim ethics of stepfathers, explained with Chassidic depth. I beg of Hebrew for where are you? God has called to Adam. In Shabbat, God interpreted as an ongoing divine question to each Jew about their spiritual state. There is only Yashir Hebrew for then we say. The Psalm that see Exodus 15. In Shabbat liturgy, its recitation involves meditating on God as power and redemption. All a content for Rabbi, SH3rd, Solomon of Leon, third of Shabbat. Repetitive the central Shabbat text. Baal Shem Tov that Hebrew for master of the good name. First Rabbi Yisrael Baal Shem Tov, founder of the Chassidic movement and spiritual predecessor of Shabbat. Baal Teshuvah Hebrew for master of the earth. A Jew currently as part of Outreach Cairo. In Shabbat services, it is emphasized with strong intention as connecting to higher spiritual levels. Or if that should be a Hebrew for blessed be God. A common Shabbat expression of gratitude in daily speech. Misargi Shalom Hebrew for meat and milk. Refers to kosher dietary laws of separating meat and dairy. In that homes, strict separation is observed. Best Arabic for heavenly voice. In Shabbat law symbolizes the indicated step continues even after prophecy ceases. That is the Hebrew for daughter of commandments. When a Jewish girl turns 12, Shabbat encourages a celebration that emphasizes learning Torah and doing mitzvah. The Amiduri letter for Yukim is praise. Refers to the 3 weeks of mourning Yukim 17 couples and 9 halves. In Shabbat, explained as a time of divine compassion. Shina in Hebrew for intermediate one. Central concept in Konya. A Jew struggles with inner conflicts yet controls thought, speech, and action. These change Hebrew for house of our life. Refers to 770 Eastern Parkway Shabbat headquarters, considered the heart of Shabbat worldwide. These in Hebrew for house of judgment. A rabbinical court. In Shabbat communities, these influences are often tied to militia and community leadership. These topic dash letter for Holy Temple. In Shabbat philosophy, it represents both the historical temple in Jerusalem and the inner sanctuary of Qatar. These Midrash Hebrew for house of studies. Shabbat yeshivas and study halls are often called this. These Riva Hebrew for house of the Riva. Classic Shabbat biography of the first rabbis, chronicling their lives and teachings. Fourth figure in Konya, described as the ideal spiritual model accessible to all Jews. That should be as true or with God as help. Common phrase in Shabbat correspondence and speech. The virtual never for visiting the sick. In Shabbat practice, consider the vital act of kindness and outreach. Bible Hebrew for platform. The raised stand in the synagogue where the Torah is read. In Shabbat Shultz, central to communal Torah reading. Working on Hebrew for grace after meals. Shabbat custom emphasizes reciting it with Shabbatical intention. Ira and Hebrew for refinements. A few Shabbat holistic concepts. The task of elevating sparks of holiness trapped in the material world. Attach on Hebrew for trust and thought. In Shabbat, it means complete reliance on divine providence, taught extensively by the Rabbi. Middle Hebrew for self-glorification. Central Shabbat idea. Amplifying ego to allow godliness to shine through. Lead inner Hebrew for without a mouth. Common Shabbat phrase when committing to become instant, so void, making an unintended oath. Offer Yiddish for young men. Refers to unmarried yeshiva students in Tibet, especially those learning in 770 or other Shabbat institutions. Rashi Hebrew for blessing. In Shabbat, a Rashi channels divine energy into the world. Rashi acronym Hebrew for after blessing. Blessing recited after eating. Shabbat emphasizes proper halachic observance and awareness of divine flow. Rashi recited Hebrew for first blessing. Shabbat teaches stress mindfulness before partaking in physical pleasures. Regular Hebrew pops up in the circumcision. In Shabbat, viewed as a joyous spiritual milestone, connecting the child to the eternal covenant with God. Human Yiddish for grandmother. Often used affectionately in Shabbat families. Rabbi Yiddish variant for grandmother. Confectionate term in Shabbat homes. Balls made Konya Hebrew for honor of the Konya. Rabbi S.H. Herzl Imamliadi, the founder of Shabbat, wrote the Konya. Baal Shem Tov Ben Hebrew for master of Peggy name. Founder of the Hasidic Cretan, spiritual forerunner of Shabbat. Baal Yeshiva Hebrew for master of return. describes someone who acts defiant, responsible, or put-getter. Balaam is Swedish for homeowner, head of household. In Shabbat often means a respectable narration, not a cliche author. Balaam is Yiddish for faithful maker. A compliment for a Shabbat wife or mother who runs her home with care and Jewish form. Art Hebrew for blessed. The call to communal prayer. In Shabbat services, recited with strong concentration and spiritual intention. Or passion behaves Hebrew for blessed women. Constant Shabbat expression for gratitude or simply answering how are you. Misarti Shalom never for meat and fill. Kosher dietary laws of separating meat and dairy. Shabbat wants follow this very strictly. Vegetable Aramaic for heavenly voice. In Shabbat law symbolizes divine inspiration still echoing in the world. That's its Hebrew for daughter of commandment. When a girl verse 12. In Shabbat, art with for learning and mitzvah. Vocabulary Hebrew for between the strings. The 3 weeks of mourning between 17 couples and 9 halves. In Shabbat law, that time of hidden divine compassion. China is Hebrew for intermediate one. A simple concept. One who has inner struggles, but never sits in thought, speech, or action. These change Hebrew for house of our life. Refers to 770 Eastern Parkway Shabbat HQ, considered the heart of the movement. These in Hebrew for house of judgment. Rabbinical court. In Shabbat communities, handles halachic rulings. These helping acts Hebrew for holy temples. In Shabbat law also symbolizes the inner sanctuary of the soul. These Midrash Hebrew for house of study. The study hall in a Shabbat Yeshiva Moshel. These Riva Hebrew for house of the Riva. Classic Shabbat text strong in the lives of the early Shabbat leaders. When you see the irony. Be as bad as Hebrew for with God as help. Common Shabbat praise in speech and writing. Spiritual Hebrew for visiting the sick. Cultural Shabbat act of kindness. Bible Hebrew for platform. The raised place in a shul where the Torah is read. Versus on Hebrew for grace after meals. In Shabbat, recited with strong intention. Iris Hebrew for refinement. Shabbat mystical concept of elevating sparks of holiness hidden in the physical world. Attach on Hebrew for trust in God. Shabbat emphasizes complete reliance on divine providence. Middle Hebrew for self-nullification. Central to Shabbat chastities. Nullifying ego so divine light can shine through. Leave inner Hebrew for without the mouth. Used when promising to do something, so it is not a no. Offer Yiddish story then. Refers to unmarried yeshiva students in Shabbat. Often shorthand for a Shabbat yeshiva guide. Offer Yiddish diminutive. Little offer. Used affectionately for younger yeshiva students. Gratitude Hebrew for blessing. Shabbat tested blessings draw down divine energy. Rasha acronym Hebrew for after blessings. Blessing said after eating. Rasha Risonim Hebrew for first blessing. Blessing before eating. Risonim Hebrew for coupling of circumcision. In Shabbat, a joyous event, binding the child to the Jewish people. Loving the Yiddish for grandmother. From affectionate term in Shabbat home. Red Yiddish for fire, passion. In Shabbat, time describes fiery enthusiasm in prayer, heart-wrench for instead of servants. Loving time must get affectionate Shabbat techniques for older women named after their dress and common in brown eyes. TH that just action acronym for with the kindness of God. Interchangeably regard passion in Shabbat letters. signs for walking. Often used to strive, sometimes humorously. Chapter Hebrew for wise one. In supporting and general usage means rabbi, but in Shabbat, more often used in study context. Shalom Yisrael Hebrew for Jewish supervised bill. Shabbat requires strict adherence to this kosher standard. Shalom Hebrew for portion of dough human anniversary. Also refers to the braided bread eaten on Shabbos and Yom Tov. In Shabbat, often homemade and shared. Shabbat Hebrew for distribution. Refers to charity funds distributed in all Shabbat tradition, especially in Israel. Shabbat's Hebrew for leavened grain. Portion on Pesach. In Shabbat, evening sold very strictly before Passover. Hanukkah Hebrew for dedication. Festival of lights celebrating the rededication of the temple. In Shabbat, central focus on public menorah lighting. Shadows Hebrew for midnight. Both mystical and halachic significance. Shabbat emphasizes late night for learning at this time. Chezon Hebrew for tender. Needs prayer. In Shabbat, often done by Aboker or Baal Tesla rather than a professional singer. Ches Hebrew for kindness. In Shabbat teachings, represents the love and outreach. Chinese acronym for Chumash, Tedley, Tomya. Daily learning cycle established by the previous brand. Chinonity is Hebrew for externality. In Shabbat thought, refers to superficial service of God, contrasted with luminous, inner devotion. Chok Velo Yaver Hebrew for a law that cannot be transgressed. Expression for something fixed. In Shabbat slang, used about set routines like Davini or Pargreni. Joel Nemo Hebrew for intermediate days. The middle days of Pesach and Sukkot, hardly festive, hardly weekday. Shalom Stam regular bill. Not accepted in Shabbat practice, since only Shalom Yisrael is observed. Too many Hebrews for 5 books of Torah. That also shorthand for the daily Jewish Konfarashi study. Checks in Yiddish for audacity, boldness. In Shabbat time, can be negative or positive, e.g. only checks but in outreach. Chamber and Hebrew for friends. In Shabbat, sometimes refers to groups of activists or yeshiva peers. Chassid Hebrew for Kais 1. In Shabbat, refers to a devoted follower of Haran. Chassid Nisher Yiddish for Chassidic style. In Shabbat slang, means someone who acts with warmth, piety, and attachment to Chassidus. Chassid Nisher Fargret an informal gathering with meaning, Quran insights, and inspiration. Central Shabbat line. Chassidus Hebrew for Chassidic teachings. In Shabbat, usually refers specifically to Shabbat Chassidus. China's Arctic slang for someone devoted to daily Chinese learning. Chocolate Yiddish for festival with Shabbos stew. Shabbat style, often spicy and oily. And unstable as hard regions. Chocolate Hebrew for the infinity. In Shabbat weddings, often held outdoors under the sky, symbolizing boundless blessings. German Hebrew for destruction. Refers to destruction of the temple. Shabbat teachings stress spiritual rebuilding. Checks Louisiana are at September outside the land. Refers to Jews living outside Israel. Shabbat and Jews everywhere in Checks. Shabbat Arabic for study partner. In Shabbat Yeshivas, learning each of the central. Shabbat slang for life of Shabbat. Refers to intense back and forth debating Torah ideas. Shabbat acronym for Chakra, Bina, Gnosticism, understanding knowledge. Refers to the Chassidic philosophy of the Alter Rebbe, the movement goodness. Chassid Yiddish for follower or Kais 1. In Shabbat, a devoted disciple of the Rebbe, someone living by Chassidus. Chassidus Hebrew for Baal Shem Tov developed in Shabbat as deep intellectual current philosophy. Chassis T-shirt Margaret and Yiddish slang. Chassidic gathering. Informal get-together with singing, stories, Quranic signs, and Balchain to inspire service of fashion. Chassis T-shirt loyal Yiddish slang. The Chassidic crowd refers to the Shabbat community or atmosphere. Chassis T-shirt on Yiddish. Chassidic melody. Some and part legends, often wordless, carrying deep spiritual intent. Chassis T-shirt or Yiddish. Chassidic saying inside. A short teaching with inspiration for women. Chassis T-shirt say Yiddish. Chassidic story. Often about friends or Chassidic, told to inspire. Cheshbon Yiddish never soul of thinking. Spiritual self-evaluation, especially before Rosh Hashanah or at bedtime. China's acronym for Jewish, technique, Fungia. Daily study cycle central to Shabbat life. China's big slang. Someone diligent about doing business daily. Shimon is Hebrew for outer external. In Shabbat terms, superficial action or external motivation as opposed to India's inner. Chuck Yiddish slang. Grab or catch. In Shabbat Rizal, chuck the word grab, and idea or chakari, grab, opportunity. Chakari Yiddish slang. Activity. Famous Shabbat catchphrase. Grab every instant or opportune time for Mashiach comes. Children Yiddish for slow food stew. Classic shadows food. Children presser Yiddish slang. Children Kudara. Easy term for someone who piles up or overeats and hard wrenches shadows Kiddush. Children Sahara native for study partner. In Shabbat Yeshiv life, your learning buddy. Shabbat's for Yiddish slang. A Shabbatic, often said with more for Jewish films. Shabbat House Outreach Center run by Jewish Shabbat emissaries. A home for Torah, Tefillah, and community. Shabbat House Trasher slang. Person who always goes up at the Shabbat House for free food events, without much commitment. Shabbat life slang. Someone connected to Shabbat budget through the universe. Friendly nickname sometimes used tongue in cheek. Chamber music for friend. In Shabbat, it also means someone close to the movement. China's club slang. Kids will use groups organized around reciting Chinese. Chakinashi Yiddish Shabbat slang. To drop in and catch up class without being a regular. Chassis T-shirt off Yiddish slang. A Chassidic flavor taste. Refers to the special joy in living a Chassidic life. Chamber and people call friends. Also used as a name of volunteer organizations in some communities. Chick on the people for outsiders. In Shabbat, refers to external negative spiritual forces or influences. David Yiddish for praying. Refers to Jewish prayer in general, especially the structured daily services. David of the storm slang. To pray with fiery intensity or with a lot of energy. David Yiddish English slang. The act of praying. In Shabbat often implies a long meditative prayer. David the Arish's Hebrew plus Aramaic phrase. Extended prayer. In Shabbat, spending much time in prayer with deep meditation on Chassidic ideas. All Indian Hebrew for species. Refers to Shulchan, Ezra, Hadassi, and Targos used on Sukkos. All famous Hebrew for repentance. Budgeting personal space around a person. Many laws like carrying on shadows are measured by this. All Vedas Hebrew for forgives. Nickname for part of the Talmud gravitates Raga, Raga Metzia, Raga Basra. All Josos Hebrew for cups. For cups of wine and the message sayer. Shekali, Zachar, Era, Tasodish. All Bosch was used for acronyms. In Johnson wording, breaking down the phrase into its initial letter per line. Sometimes used in logic or mystical contexts. All Yemeni of the Hebrew word for the sequel Bosch all the Lucy word for worlds. In all the Tacitus. Axilus, Eri, Yemsura, position. All Bosch was Chilshimati. Four individuals of Shema. Used in Chassidic meditation on session of prayer. Davidic Chassidic slang. Chassidic style of Davidic. Slow, meditative, heartfelt. Yiddish slang. To grasp, to internalize. In Shabbat. Getting the depth of an idea. Yiddish slang. To inner grasp. Compliment for someone who really gets passages. Magazine Shabbat publication slang among schools. Did you see the new bird? There are eight contributions for believers of lower worlds. Central bad concept. Making the physical world at home for passions. Here are Hebrew for dwelling. In Shabbat shorthand for the above concept. Dollars slang. This Sunday custom was the Reba distributed dollar bills for charity 2000s. Did you get a dollar from the Reba? Dollar line slang. Wait for the long lines on Theobal waiting to receive a dollar from the Reba. Russian Yiddish Hebrew for searching. In Shabbat, often used for a word given by a Mishpia or Rabbi. Bridal Yiddish for spinning top. Commonly full with Hebrew letters symbolizing a great miracle happened there. Bridal in Yiddish plural for bridals. Common Shabbat for kids programs. Bridal dresser slide joke. Someone obsessed with bridal game or collecting bridals. Rabbi Hebrew for exposition. Refers to the homiletical level of Torah interpretation. Russian dresser Yiddish slang joke. Person who always sings through sermons and loves them. Red Yiddish slang. Nonsense, garbage. Sometimes used in yeshiva. Das pizza your head with bread. It is used for passionate or singing. Shabbat music. The spiritual connection to passion achieved through prayer and chastity. It is begun through Yiddish. Soulful Hasidic melody for meditation or prayer. Because night technical Hebrew Yiddish. Prayer done in a state of intense attachment or passion. Irish Yiddish for the Most High. A common Shabbat Yiddish way of referring to TV. I'm softly for without end. It's all the justice. GBS is the essence. I also always true for there is nothing to find. He just praise recognition and passion to one. I'm not very big for that. Not the sound of praise. I want to be your heart warrior. Also a title of praise for a righteous moment. Here in Hebrew for mixture. Rabbinic structure allowing carrying on shadows within the defined boundary. Here in Chazah arrows Hebrew for courtyard joining. Subspecific collecting for coherent. Elicus Hebrew for deep linus. In Chassidus, refers to divine energy as it is revealed in the world. Elul Hebrew month before Rosh Hashanah. In Shabbat under the separation, Teshuvah, and spiritual stock-taking. Nouns Hebrew Yiddish for truth. A strong Shabbat with living. And nouns Hebrew Chassid. Nouns Hebrew for faith. Slave. The long-awaited end of exile with Moshiach. Then the times time chastity. Refers to the era just before Moshiach's arrival. Staying at Hebrew 40. Used before holidays. E.g. Staying at Shadows Friday, Arab Sticker. Staying at Shadows Rush Slave. Practice activity to Shabbat household Friday afternoon getting ready for Shabbos. Staying at Shabbat Hebrew. Mixture of food. Shalashing rituals to allow cooking on Yom Tov for Shabbos. Ezra Hebrew for secret. One of the four species for Sukkot. In Shabbat, emphasis is placed on unusual, linear Ezra. Ezra Hebrew around for Sikron. Often discussed with great care among Shabbat Chassidim. Ezra Doctor Slave. Protected case. Often silvered or ornate for Ezra during Sukkot. Ezra Check. Slave. The obsession of bonding and respecting Ezra under nice quiet lasted for Sukkot. Ezra activists. Sheila Sheep. Immediate repeat. And sleeping. Refers talk hospitality and caring for them. Around daylight special. Alcohol has been musical reference used in chastity teaching to be conscious and conscious. Special 707. These lines some place for him to call him rock and maybe run outside. Outside even Shabbat context. Defense before he calls. And passion for serving the TV. Chastity ideal of dedication and humility. And Nebraska is for faithful service. Title of high praise, often implied Shera. And Henry for to slave. For a category of servant bound by law. In chastity symbolizes discipline. And person Hebrew for slave. This symbolizes attachment to worldly desires. And to the Hebrew for service. Exile must satisfy that expression. Living reality rather than humanity. Extra chastity slave. Over their top display of chastity behavior, holy affectionate meaning. Meaning the volcanic exclamation. No. Wow. Immortal years. Combination that circles and colorful flame. Resonated forever. No Shabbat event where Chassidim sit together to see England, share Nike Torah, inspire each other, and breathe Almighty. Abraham's night attraction of Harvard category. There was a Abraham last night. Abraham, your one who leaves a Harvard, you believe in all your chocolate inspiring that road. Abraham is my bird. Meaning that the Harvard will make you feel like one. Harvard needed for people. Commonly found in justice and faith. Harvard needed for shows up with devotion. Shabbat when inspired or overwhelmed. Harvard needed for to rejoice in someone else as success. Upgrade, great in chastity. Harvard needed for growth in inclusive. Security for smooth thinking. Harvard needed time for strain, uptime. Used for overcomplicating things. Harvard stay right way. A Harvard where everyone got over the emotional or green law. Harvard needed for grad. Like in yeshiva. Meaning grad, mushy, or event. Harvard needed time for someone, always tagging along or lagging behind. Harvard needed for total. Slave. Something overcooked, or wasted time. Harvard
It's over. It's over. It's over, baby. It's over. It's game over. We're famous. Bitch, this bitch is over. This bitch is over. Bitch, this bitch is over. What up, baby? How you living, pimp? What's good? What's good? What up, Pascal? I'm living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? What's new, baby? You playing some football?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Are you doing well?
Yeah, I'm doing it. Just want to check on you.
I'm here, baby, and I'm lovely. I'm fucking better than lovely. I'm the sickest motherfucker on earth. Right now, there isn't another fucking person on earth who's happier than I am. I'm so fucking happy.
Wow. Good. Good to know.
Word, dog. So what's on your agenda for today?
Hope to be eating some.
Oh, baby. I've been eating so much pussy, my mouth is gonna be raw.
Okay.
Jewish history lectures. Word, dog.
So, how's the day going? Did you go anywhere today?
It just started. No, I haven't been anywhere. It's still early morning.
Oh, okay. Another time.
Did you have a good day?
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's what I like to hear, big dog. Yeah, here, you can watch it too.
3 million Jews were killed in. Ironically, a lot of them moved to Israel, where they turned out to be extremely powerful. This organization, which was anti-Zionist, ironically found itself in a position where it was actually living in Israel. And so they're like, technically, either against the state or at the very most neutral to the state, but they live in the state. And it is really the source of major friction in contemporary Israel because, the Haredim in general will not serve in the army, and yet will take advantage of state support for the yeshivas. And especially since we are in Israel's longest war right now, a lot of non-Haredi Israelis are deeply resentful of this fact. And you can understand why it's a major scene in Israeli society.
Actually, I read the biography when I couldn't find doing I started reading it before them.
Yes.
But then they were against fighting, but he actually like met with the head of the board and from them.
Oh, definitely. No, there was definitely
kind of a different approach, and they attacked this political guy and disbanded them. So what wasn't on the end, I don't know about why.
I think that would be fair to say. Remember that I'm giving you here like a 30, 40-minute version of Israeli politics. And in reality, we could easily take the entire semester and talk about the tiny little fractions that is separated into it. But you're right, there are Haredim who, of course, do serve in the army. They have a new battalion, which is apparently very successful, named Hashmonaim. And there's a study that came out just today in the Times of Israel about how Haredim feel, and there is an increasing amount of enthusiasm and support for serving in the army, but it's still in the 20s. I mean, the percentages are small. Most Haredim are against participating in the army. And then Mr. Parente.
So actually, I just want to clarify. I'm not asking about the American version of the same name. I'm asking about the Israeli version, and not its leaders, just that running over to kiss Arab leaders.
Yeah.
So how far past have they fall on the list?
Well, Neturei Karta, I think, is for those of you who maybe aren't familiar. Neturei Karta, the guardians of the city. They are an extreme offshoot of Satmar that are the picture of the anti-Zionist Haredi. Here in America, as Mr. Rubin correctly points out, and actually they have some in Israel too, but they are, usually they go to the pro-Palestinian protests. If you ever see pictures of guys with face and stuff, they're holding their signs. This is a terrible thing, I think. It's like the ultimate tokenism. Like, oh look, there are religious Jews who support this, and it's like they're the most extreme bizarre. But they are definitely solidly in this camp.
Right. I'm just differentiating the American leaders from their sympathizers in the HR who aren't necessarily leaders, but
yeah,
it's just like they think Zionists are heretics, but they won't necessarily say they are any better.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think we also have to understand that the Agudas Yisrael in America has a whole different spectrum of policies because America is different from Israel. So I'm speaking primarily about the Haredi politics, like Degel Torah, and I haven't even gotten into the ethnic, the Z-axis, or I guess it was either the Z prime axis. The Sephardim come into their own in the 1970s, and they have a whole different, series of concerns. This is all basically Ashkenazi, but when the Sephardim get involved and the Mizrahi, then it changes everything as well. Oh man, it's complicated. Let's hope Shem Yazor. All right, I think at this point, this is when I would like to take to conclude for today. I mentioned I have a difficult appointment I got to get to in time, so and it's a good spot for stuff. Any last questions about the way he does, where he is? Okay, let me end with a joke. Joke goes like this. Knight wants to send his son back to the Heims so that he can get a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn in yeshiva in Europe. So he sends him back to Poland, and he spends his mom there, and he comes back to Detroit, and they're sitting down at the Pesach table, and the father says, "So, son, what was it like?" He says, "Oh, Dad, you wouldn't believe it. While I was there, I met this Jew who was a socialist. I met this Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a socialist Zionist. I met this Jew who was," he says, "Yeah, well, what did you expect? I told you there's a, great amount of variation in political views in Eastern Europe." He says, "No." Today's class, and we'll probably bleed into Wednesday, is hugely modern Jewish national movements. One of the things we've really got to understand is that Jews went through such a huge change with the watershed of the French Revolution in 1789. We talked about what a watershed is a while ago, right? The thing is that before 1789, we largely existed or associated with pre-modernism in the world, and we still have not totally figured out what it means for Jewish concepts that we first encountered over 200 years ago. These are really deep-seated issues. And then probably not today, but probably get to one when a wave of pogroms in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russia, we have been relating to the outside world in a very basic way. We come up with 5. We are still essentially living those 5 strategies today. So through how the major Jewish political orientations were formed and how they were somewhat transformed after the Holocaust with the State of Israel, understand why arguments we have today are the arguments that were born in the Napoleonic period and refined in the post-pogrom period of Russia. Really crucial classes. Glad you're all here. Those of you who are not feel guilty, but you'll watch the recording. Okay, shall we get to it then? Okay, here we go. So let's talk about the decline of corporate society. Here's an interesting piece of art from Isaac Ashkenazi that sort of depicts the traditional way we think of pre-modern Judaism. Now let's just understand what that term means. Well, basically means before the modern era. What is the modern era? Modernity really begins in the 17th century and then continues into the 18th with the Enlightenment. And the kinds of things that go along with modernity, it's not necessarily technology, although it is definitely very related to technology. The scientific revolution and then the industrial revolution gives us so many of our modern gadgets that accelerate what modernism means. But basically, modernism is a change in ideas, a change in the way people think about the universe. We discussed last week how the kinds of ideas that were associated with modernity included, for example, humanism. Anyone want to define humanism? What is humanism? Mr. Rubin, give it a shot. What is humanism?
The study of human thought as thinkers think about it.
You're not too far off. It definitely has the word human in it. So it's not just human thought. We've been thinking for a long time. But humanism is the greater emphasis on the value of human thought or meaning. Mr. Eberstein?
Or the value of learning and humanity without freedom.
Very good. You're decidedly putting aside, for example, let's say Godism. Right? One of the things that happens in modernity is religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished yet. We're still on a downward slope as people move away from religion as the source of truth and more to, we can think of truth ourselves. We don't need a God or a revealed text to tell us what truth is. We can think of it ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I and especially with World War II. Because World War II is in many ways also an expression of humanism. If we are so great and we can invest ourselves as the locus of all meaning, then we're free to create things like the Holocaust. Obviously, humanity has a visceral response to horrific acts such as the Holocaust. Say, wait, maybe humanism can go too far. And hopefully we'll explore that a little bit in this course later on. But that's one aspect of modernism. It's much more, you know what? I know that's what the priest thinks. I know that's what the rabbi or the imam thinks. But you know, what do I think? What I think matters. What we think is regular people matters. That's an aspect of modernism. Globalism is also really important. Globalism, because again, modernity is connected with the discovery of the new world, the expansion of trade networks, the expansion of the tremendous amount of material wealth that is afforded by the new products coming from the new world. Discovery of potatoes, for example, creates a whole new population explosion because people have, a reliable food to eat until it's not reliable with the potato of life. But nevertheless, globalism, the idea that there are like other cultures that have existed for thousands of years that have nothing to do with the Western tradition. There's like so many aspects of modernism that are relevant in the larger scope. But if we focus on Jews specifically, we want to say two things. The first is to bear in mind that modernism for Jews, we kind of like catch up to it later. And when we absorb it, the rest, its principal effect on Jews is political. Meaning we say, hey, wait a second. Up until now, we have accepted a second-class status in our European homes, largely because, that's imposed on us, but also because it's intrinsically part of our belief structure, right? The whole idea of gullus, of exile, as a punishment for our sins, means that, the way we're treated by the non-Jewish world, we don't like it, it's awful, but we have to accept it, because that is, ultimately, because of our many sins. That's the way we are. Jews, wait a second. Against this, and ultimately they were successful, although often at a big cost. It's also important to note that related to these changes that are happening in politics is the end of the corporate nature of Jewish society. You remember when we talked about the Kehillah, and we talked about the relationship of Jews as that only worked because the king and the government dealt with us as a solid block. We were citizens of a given country. We were part of enforcing our communal identity and our in-group adhesion. But if that begins to erode, which it eventually did and fell apart with the French Revolution, then all of a sudden Jews say, well, wait a second, I don't have to affiliate with you. I can call myself a Jew, but not affiliate with Jews. I don't have to go to shul. I don't have to keep kosher. I don't have to do all these things. And so this begins a massive phenomenon of assimilation that is the dominant one in America today. More than half of all marriages that take place involving a Jew in North America also involve a non-Jew. And amazingly, it is mind-boggling after so many thousands of years, but we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined. So we are dealing with some serious challenges that are derived from this period. Now, corporate society did give us some serious kicked out of our homes at any time. Who we were married to was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed these awful laws called familiance laws, in which only the oldest male child could get married. I shouldn't say it like that. The oldest male would be allowed to marry. Obviously, he could marry only one wife. The rules were not applied to women because they were not considered legal agents for the most part. But the state, the non-Jewish state, in an attempt, a rather crude and cruel attempt to control Jewish population growth, said only one male of any Jewish family is allowed to marry and obviously have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. That's why you have, for example, a huge onrush of German Jews who immigrated to America in the 1840s because they weren't allowed to have families, according to state law. Education, of course, was limited. Jews couldn't go to higher education, things like that, universities and so on. Really tight restrictions. There's only a couple of universities in Europe that are allowing Jews to study at a higher level, and they're primarily training doctors. Some humiliating things like oaths, like if Jews were brought to court, they were required to take this really invasive and humiliating promise. They do things like stand on a pigskin with their chest bare, holding onto a sacred Torah, and saying that they promise not to lie in court because Jews will be assumed not to tell the truth. So therefore, this oath called the Mora Judaica, the Jewish oath, would be important. These are the kinds of things that would go with pre-modern society because, again, the state dealt with this as a group and would make laws for the entire group. Frequently discriminatory laws that were increasingly difficult for Jews to bear as modernism was marching forward and a lot more opportunities were there. Mr. Silver, do you have a question? No? Okay, good. So Jews began to fret with this because, again, Jews are illiterate. Jews are beginning to read the ideas that are circulating. Most of them are not reading German, French, English, where these ideas are circulating. But it just takes one Jew to read it and then translate it into Yiddish or even into Hebrew. And these ideas begin to circulate among Jews, and they balk these. So we see big changes happening in the Enlightenment, which is the late 1700s. That's when you see the beginning of the Haskalah. We spoke about Moses Mendelssohn last week. Let's see how those play out politically. So, of course, in the United States, here's the typical United States kind of image to look at. It happens fairly abruptly, right? Jews were considered, when we talk about religion in America, which religion was really, Catholics, right? We're running away from the papists, right? The papists were considered like the awful groups. The Puritans tend to be really intense Protestants. And let's just recall, for those of you who may not be that familiar with Christian history, the church has a major split in the 1300s under Martin Luther, where in Western Europe it was all basically one church, Catholic Church, ruled by the Pope in Rome. There were over the centuries a few dissenting movements, but basically there's a huge break in the 1450s when Martin Luther says, I protest, essentially, and his protest created what ultimately became tens of smaller churches called Protestant. Protestant comes from that original protest. And the kinds of things they protest is, of course, against the power and the supposed infallibility of the Pope in Rome. There's protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry, right? Because Catholic clergy were celibate from the 13th century on. And so I don't think,
so like Martin Luther famously said that how can we trust the Catholic Church when the Pope and his advisors, and meaning like the cardinals, can't even agree with each other on various things, like how can we take that as the word of God if the men who are supposed to be giving over the word of God are even parting agreeing with each other. And wasn't the main concern that we shouldn't be trusting again for what the word of God is, we should just focus on what the Testament said?
Right, it's an interesting thing. I suppose you're asking this question because you're still concentrating on this idea of humanism. Yes, you're absolutely right. Because one of the things that was characteristic of Luther's movement was a push for greater control of the laity
of the actual text. Meaning, hey, like one of his big projects, let's translate the Bible into German so regular people can read it. If everybody can read it, then everybody can interpret it. We're not dependent on priests to tell us what it means. So ironically, his movement was related to this overall trend of humanism that emerges from the Renaissance. It's a very good point. So, but to say where we are now with Jews, the Jews were like, they're not Protestants, but we were nearly white. Right? Let's also bear in mind that in America, without a doubt, the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Originally, there definitely was more religious content to it, but it was the post-Civil War era issues of what do we do with the former African-American slaves, what do we do with them. That is, of course, an issue that resonates even to the present day. Even in the Trump presidency, it's a very big deal with how do we deal with issues like affirmative action, DEI, and so on. So the Jews were like almost white. What does that mean, almost white? White supremacists won't consider them white. Okay, white supremacists would not consider us white, right? Okay, they would consider us like fake whites, right? Like pretending to be white to get ahead. Yes, Mr. Blashko. It's the same way in Europe, where Jews have like almost all the rights to Christians, but like wasn't like that. Very good. So there's still kind of like a social degradation associated with Jews, and it's like quasi-racial in nature. But it's hard to deny the fact that most Ashkenazi Jews have the same external exterior appearance, especially if they're not visibly Jewish in their dress. They look like white people, so therefore we can like sort of like grandfather them. If our main problem is with black people, then the Jews are kind of like just a minor feature. Yes.
I mean, but if I remember, the first people to like discover the New World was Columbus and like Spanish. Yeah, those were I guess like Spanish Jews are like Spartans, so wouldn't they be generally darker than us?
You are absolutely right, Mr. Vasilevsky. The point is that race is not really about color. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, complexion to a degree, but not enough to make a real difference. In my own family, I have a daughter who could easily, when people see her, they say, and she has the same skin tone as my mother, my grandmother, and people say to her, "Are you Hispanic? Are you, you get that too, Mr. Gans, right? Like, yeah, it's like, it's a silly thing. But if you identify one way, you can often, quote unquote, pass for other colors. So we're not talking about like, blue-black Nigerians or something, where they're really obviously a different race, whatever that means exactly. But Jews could sort of like squeak under the wire. And also, we weren't like part of a really powerful group like the Catholic Church to push a different agenda, so we were less threatened to Americans. And why that means is that when they actually made rules, Jews tend to go, Mr. Krantz, so I did the NB ask me for one of the Mexican person for your translator. Yeah, so I said, no Yiddish, please, right? It's funny. Okay, so what happened in America? There are limited pre-revolutionary disabilities, meaning most of the early colonies didn't have time or energy to push anti-Jewish discriminatory measures. They were too worried about like homesteading, fending off the Indians, and whatever else they had to deal with creating a new culture. It was just too far from the center for any issues to really be carried over to the Americas. There were small issues. Some of the states preserved the Mora Judaeco, the Jewish oath, things like that, but really quite minor. In the Constitution of 1787, and clearly in the Bill of Rights of 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? Because it says, we the people, right? We believe what is the right word? Inalienable, right? Thank you so much, Mr. Lewis. I just got myself to a few months ago, and I already forgot, right? It's an inalienable human right to, right, that people want life, liberty, and happiness, pursuit of happiness. Right? That's terrible. I should rewind this, because I'll go. God forbid I'll take away my citizenship. I already have my passport.
Call this bitch.
All men are created equal.
It's over.
Maybe
it's over.
It's true they didn't actually name
this bitch is done.
because they didn't mean African
Baby, this
American
bitch
men
is
design, but Jews sort of
It's over.
squeezed in under there. So we didn't have such a big deal in America.
I
So
got it.
it's not like we were formally emancipated.
I got
They just
it.
never got around to discriminating against us. And by the time they put stuff into law, it was already
It's over.
too late. In
It
some
is
places,
over.
you still have issues like
This
in New
shit is
Hampshire
done.
in 1877. There was
It's
still a ban on the Jewish oath. There
Wu-Tang.
are some issues in Pennsylvania, but different
Wu-Tang
nature. But
Clan,
basically, in
baby.
America,
This
you know,
bitch is
this
done.
is an unusual, kind of unusual experiment, and Jews benefited from it. Where we're going to focus today,
Baby, it's
really
over.
important, is in France.
It's
England, I
never
will
been
mention
more
very
over.
quickly, though, you had an unusual
I got it.
situation
Now I
because
fucking know I'm going on.
Jews really
Now I
made
fucking
huge
know.
progress in England, which was a
For
Protestant
sure.
country.
This bitch
Remember,
is done.
King Henry
This
VIII
bitch is
was
done.
unhappy with the status of
Baby.
British Catholic divorce law, and so therefore he
This
essentially said,
bitch
we're going
is
to
done.
create a new religion here. We're going to call it the Anglican Church, right, the English Church, and it will be basically the same as Catholicism, except with divorce, right? And that was useful for him.
Is it
Developing
over?
Catholics do not recognize divorce. They do recognize something called annulment, where you can, which in the Gemara would be the, for the basing to mean
This bitch is over.
for example. I don't want to say it's the
Is
same thing because I don't really know anything about Catholicism, but
Never been
there is
more
such a
over.
concept of annulling
This
a
bitch
marriage
is
from
done.
the beginning, ab
It's
initio.
done.
So
We're
that's what the
fucking
English Church did.
famous.
And that
Now
meant
that we
that
so
it was
many
not
fucking
nearly
mouths
as
gonna
rigid
so
as the Catholic
get
Church
locked.
vis-a-vis Jews.
Kids,
However, Jews were
this
technically
bitch is
recalled,
over.
not even
It's over.
formally admitted into England.
Baby,
They
baby,
sort of
baby.
slipped in
This
under the line when
bitch
Oliver
is
Cromwell
over.
basically declined to
This bitch is done.
continue banning Jews from England
Absolutely
and simply
fucking
ignored
done.
their presence there, and their
Dead
population
fucking
grew
nuts.
infected.
It's over.
So there you have a
It's
situation
over.
where
You fucking call it. If
Jews
it's for
are
a fight,
advancing
they'd be going
in
like
terms
this.
of their wealth, their social status,
Why?
and so on,
Because this
even
bitch
though they
is
don't
done.
have full
This shit
legal
is
authority. So,
over.
for example, David
It's
Solomon
over.
elected the sheriff of
fucking
London
famous,
in
baby.
1835, and there were several
Is it
figures
over?
like him. He
It's
was
done.
denied
It's fucking
his
done. It's
potential
fucking
because
done.
he would not take the oath as a true Christian, which was a required oath. So you have until eventually Rothschild came to the parliament. They
This
eventually
shit is
changed the
over.
law, but you don't have
It's never
the
been
same
more
kind
over.
of rigid
This shit
change
is
or
done.
rapid change that you'll have in
It's over.
France. So social
can
change in
fucking
this
call it.
case, the Jews already basically finding their place, that creates the
This
legal
shit
change.
is done.
But we got to focus on France because France is so important. Here's
It's never
France.
been up more over.
Unlike England, which sort
This
of,
shit is
unlike
over.
America, which sort of like, was so far away, peripheral to the center of what was happening in society and culture, and unlike England, where Jews sort of like grew into an emancipatory condition, in France it happened as a dramatic break. Right? France, right in the center of Europe, goes from being an absolute monarchy, which is a technical term, meaning the king of France can control everything on a totalitarian level, theoretically. You'll recall what
This bitch is done.
one of the kings, I think it was the Roi Soleil, the Sun King, once said, "Après moi, le déluge." After me, the flood. Meaning like, nothing will be applicable after me. I'm the entire universe. In fact, he once said, "L'état c'est moi." The state, that's me, meaning what I want. If I wake up in the morning and I want everyone to wear purple, I could pass a decree, everyone has to wear purple on pain of death. Because it's kind of like that absolute monarchy kind of model, which did not necessarily function so well, but nevertheless, this is the way they set it up. Huge break in 1799, massive overturn of society. They end up passing this particular document, Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizen. In French, these phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Gouge said, wait a minute, this also includes women and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. And they said, no. We really mean it. Just men and male citizens. Later on, they'd have to deal with that. But this is, and they kind of like influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why France and the United States had a very close relationship. The Statue of Liberty is a gift from France, things like that. They essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in tone, that all French men are equal. So the Jews said, that's us too, right? And they said, wait, hang on. That's not necessarily what we had in mind. It's true, you are living here in France and you are a man, but we're not quite ready to say you are equal to the rest of us. So here you had a case where the law was changed before society was ready for it. They made a rule, all French people are equal, and then for Jews too, wait a second, what are we going to do about it? What ends up happening is they make a distinction between Sephardim and Ashkenazim. In the Sephardi class, we talked about this at much more length than we will today. But basically, when you look at the map of France, there's two very, very different populations, and they're hugely different in size too. Up here in the northeast is our homeland, right? The Ashkenaz, our meaning essentially, our class. We come from here, this class. We're all living up here in the region near Alsace-Lorraine, in the old German territory. These are the regions where toast was very active, things like that. These are Yiddish-speaking, high concentration, dressed differently, religiously much more to the right, populated way up here. These are the Jews that the French were not prepared to accept because they were so totally different from everybody else. On the other hand, way down here on the border with Spain, you have all of these descendants of Spanish and Portuguese, especially Jews, who fled to Spain as Christians. You remember they were forcibly converted to be Christian until they settled here in the 1500s and the 1600s. And by the time you get to the early 1700s, they're beginning to become much more wealthy, much more powerful, and they start asserting their original Jewish identity, and they come back to their Jewish identity. It's an amazing story, really. 200 years after living submerged in the south of France, and they start saying, "Hey, us too, for sure. We should be, recognized as citizens." What ends up happening in France is kind of interesting in that the Sephardic Jews, bit of a controversy. They're prepared to cut loose those Ashkenazic Jews, and they start arguing, you should give us equal rights because we're really French. We speak French. Listen to how we speak. We dress like Frenchmen. We're not so insistent on Katras and Shabbos and stuff like that compared to those crazy Ashkenazim. You should give us citizenship. Forget about this Ashkenazim. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. In 1790, they gave the Sephardic Jews equal rights. And then a year later, they say, okay, the Ashkenazim too. They couldn't figure out a way around it, so the Ashkenazim also became equal citizens. Now, that's not the end of the story, but let me pause and see if anyone has any questions, because I went through a lot of history real fast. Mr. Lurphy.
So I'm missing. What's the primary difference between a citizen, an equal citizen, and a non?
Excellent. So the primary difference between a citizen and I don't want to say a non-citizen, a free modern corporate member of the society is whether the state would interact with you as an individual or as part of a group. So in pre-modern society, before the people were citizens of a country, you would fit into a larger caste, either the caste of the Jews, and so you were subject to all the restrictions and had all the privileges where they were of being Jewish, as distinct from the peasants. The peasants had different rights, different restrictions, different privileges, different responsibilities, or the clergy or the nobility. You had no freedom to kind of break out of that group unless you were able to join another caste, like, for example, by converting to Christianity and becoming a member of the clergy. Excellent question, Mr. Lurphy. Emancipation has its positives and negatives, right? And even the term emancipation, we should try to understand it. It's a term we borrowed from American history. It was used, of course, with the Emancipation Proclamation, which refers to the freeing of the slaves. That's not exactly what's going on here. The Jews were not enslaved. They were restricted by their communal identity, however, because that's the way the state dealt with them. You had to belong to the Kehillah. You had to pay taxes to the Kehillah. You had to do what the Kehillah told you to do. If the Beis Din said, show up for mincha every day, or you'll get, flogged, you had to do that. That was the way you had to deal with society. There was no sort of, I refuse to affiliate. I'm going to hang out like a Christian. You can't do that. So the term emancipation is somewhat incorrect. But what are the upsides? The upsides are if Jews are emancipated, they're citizens. They can change their residence anywhere they want. And once they buy a property, they can't lose it. They're protected by the rights of every other citizen. They can enter higher education. They can pursue any kind of occupation they want. They're not bound by whatever rules apply to the group that the society sets for them. So those are big pluses. The negatives are the Beit Din in particular loses, because the Beit Din no longer has the power to enforce group conformity. The Beit Din no longer has the power to keep Jews together, and we further away, we become assimilated. That's the danger. Yes, Mr. Ariente? Correct.
How long does it take for, obviously legally, that's Jews? How long does it take for society to fully integrate the Jews?
Mr. Parente, you're asking a brilliant question. How long did it take for society to fully integrate the Jews? So let's assume we're talking about France. How long do you think it took? Mr. Rubin, you're smiling. You must have an answer. What do you think? It didn't. Yeah, maybe it didn't happen. Right? Case in point, Dreyfus. Excellent. Another case in point. Oh, yes, right? The anti-Semitism of France today is terrifying. There are people who are fleeing France left and right. Okay, the Holocaust? It's true. If you visit France, every single French person you meet will tell you their parents were part of the resistance. It's remarkable that the Germans were able to hold such a large territory when every single French person was a member of the resistance. But no, there is a good argument to say it never fit. It never worked. You could even say it didn't work in America. Even though we have benefited phenomenally, one might say that, this problem never ended. We're still dealing with the same problem. Because social acceptance is a much higher bar than legal acceptance. And I think in America, African Americans are still very much struggling with these challenges. And they've got lots of laws, civil rights movement, all kinds of things that have supported them and still insufficient. So these are the end of the lecture, we're still feeling those problems. Let me finish the story though, because it's kind of a bizarre, interesting story. So fast forward about 25 years, Napoleon is now in charge. This revolution in France did not go smoothly. You had pendulums shifting between radicalism and back to conservatism as they try to work through this massive change from the king to a democratic system. And a lot of non-Jews from the Northeast go complain to Napoleon, saying, Napoleon, you have got to roll this emancipation thing back. The Jews are just taking over. They are creating monopolies. They are undercutting non-Jewish businesses. They're finding all kinds of ways that they're succeeding and we're not. Jews were obviously able to take advantage of the opportunities that emancipation afforded them, and they just shot ahead like a spring that's wound really tightly. When they suddenly have the opportunity, they just explode with creativity and innovation and things like that. And they're also used to taking advantage of their organizational closeness to be able to collaborate and to benefit themselves, not necessarily to the benefit of society as a whole, but certainly to their own benefit. So they complain to Napoleon, we're being run out of business because the Jews are just doing things so much cheaper, faster than we can. They're like the Walmart of Alsace-Lorraine. We can't compete with them. So Napoleon says, well, maybe we should rethink this. How can we ask the Jews how they feel about being French? Who do we ask? Who's in charge of the Jews? And they say, well, they don't actually have a central body, but they used to have this thing called the Sanhedrin, right, which was way back in ancient times. And this was a court of 70 judges, and they would decide all important things. So this is no problem. Let us bring back the Sanhedrin. And in a typically Napoleonic kind of move, he gathers together representatives from all over the Napoleonic Empire, which would include not only France this time, but a big chunk of Austria, pieces of Italy, and so on. He brings them all into Paris to say, guys, I have some really important questions for you that will have a lot to say about how you relate to France. The Sanhedrin comes together in 1806. This was its head. He was actually a very well-known Talmud Chacham, Rabbi David Sintai. As you can see, he has this amazing hat, which I would love to have a hat like this. It was apparently crafted for him to honor the Sanhedrin itself. And the dromedary humps there are supposed to represent the 2 tablets of the law, maybe both are free. But anyway, it is definitely a very cool book. But he heads up this presidium made up of Jews who are definitely all across the spectrum. A lot of them are masculine, a lot of them are not shomer Torah mitzvos, but they're very, very invested in this kind of emancipation. And Napoleon speaks to them and he says, I got 12 questions for you. This was not actually the Sanhedrin. Typically, it was its predecessor, which was called the Assembly of Notables. But here are the 12 questions that he asks. By looking at the questions, you can probably imagine the answers. Here you go. Question number 1. Are Jews allowed to practice polygamy? Are Jews allowed to have more than one wife? Thank you, Mr. Blatter. You're correct. They're not. But only since the ban of rabbinic Gershon, right? But still, why would Napoleon care about polygamy of all this? Why is that his first question? It's grueling.
At the time, they were very interested in signing up that were very into polygamy, and therefore worried that they'd be like that for the Mormons in America.
Okay, good question. There are other groups and so on. But is that really, is this his big deal? I'm worried about Mormons invading France.
On American Education Forum, they asked your polygamists also, you can say it.
Okay, but they're an American, it's more of a reasonable thing. Silver, what do you think? Guys, you're too loud in the back there. Wait till after class. Okay, go ahead.
This is just to keep track of, like, if you're married to multiple wives, you got multiple kids at the same time.
Right, good. So population growth is an important question for him. Like, how big is this problem going to get anyways? All right, if you guys, and by the way, Napoleon, of course, he's read the Bible, like all educated people, not only the 18th century, but today. But he says, I see you, Abraham, Isaac, well, not Isaac, but Jacob, they have like multiple wives. So you Jews, are you guys doing that now? So I'm a little concerned about population growth. I'm also concerned about how you would just generally fit with our society, because it's hard to sort of render polygamous society and monogamous society together. How far apart are you from us? Secondly, related to this divorce. It also has implications for population growth. Also has a relationship to one of the big deals in French Catholicism, which Napoleon is struggling with, because technically it's a secular movement. Are Jews able to honor divorce law? And of course, we're good at that. We invented divorce. Here's an important. Can you guys marry non-Jews? No, you guys marry non-Jews. Why does he want to know this?
More for him.
More for him? What do you mean by that, Mr. Asileski?
If Napoleon the man, if all the Jewish men are married French women,
then what's going to happen to the Jewish people?
Totally.
Exactly. Very good. He wants to see how big is this problem, how long is this problem going to exist. If you guys can intermarry, then okay, I assume that over a few generations, French Jews will disappear because they'll just marry, so many more French women who could marry non-Jewish men, and eventually the problem will go away. How do you think the Sanhedrin answered this?
Depends.
Mr. Blash, what do you think? What do you mean, yes? Yes, we can? Okay, did you see the picture of David Sintai here? Did you see his hat?
Looks like a big rabbit, but
why would he say yeah?
Probably likes his head.
Well, he probably likes his head. It's a good argument. Actually, he did actually survive an attack by the revolutionaries later. But they answered in the most smarmy kind of prevaricating way, essentially saying, well, technically, we don't encourage it, but, if it happens, it's not like we somehow break it up, which is essentially the same answer that you could say today about a lot of rabbis, right? They don't want to say outright to Napoleon, verboten, forbidden. They don't want to say that to Napoleon because they know it's not the answer he wants to hear. But they say to him that, look at the time, gee, and they kind of like sort of hope to distract him with it. They don't want to say an outright sheker, an outright lie, that Jews are not allowed to intermarry. But they want to say that, there's only so much that we can do, and things happen, and they got it passed. He went on. What's question 4? Right. This is now where it gets important. Do you guys consider yourselves to be truly French, or do you consider yourselves to be foreigners in French society? What's the implications of this question? This is really the money question. It's really what he wants to know. Mr. Blackwood.
Are you going to rebel against us?
Ah, very good. Are you going to rebel against us? Especially because France had a war with Germany just about once every 30 years. We're a little overdue right now, President, but you guys who speak Yiddish and you sound and look a lot like those Jews on the other side of the German border, are you going to join those guys and fight against us? Or are you going to defend France? So that's really the money question. Everything else kind of like flows from it. Do you consider this your country? Will you defend France? They apparently shouted, we have the minutes of this meeting, they said, jusqu'à la mort. We will defend France to the very death, right? This is also really important, though. Who appoints the rabbis, and do rabbis have, sorry for the Zoom is in the way here, do rabbis have police? Why does Napoleon want to know that?
And you want to make your own army?
Yeah, because you want to make our own army. Or even less than an army, what if we constitute a state within the state? Right? What happens if, how much power do you guys have to regulate yourself? If you are a completely voluntary movement, where if you want to affiliate with the community, it's just like joining a knitting club, right? Everybody in this club likes to knit. You get together, you agree on what colors you're going to knit, what patterns you're going to knit, who's going to be the lead knitter, who's going to be the secondary knitter. That's all fine. I don't care. You can do whatever you want. But if you can force people to knit certain things and not other things, and you can say, you need to do this, you're out of the club, then Napoleon is worried. He doesn't want to have a rival for his force. Do we have to obey the rabbis? The answer from Rabbi, they want to say there is no double standard for Frenchmen. And again, halakhically, they're definitely on a good ground for this. And it is, it's forbidden to steal from a non-Jew. It's forbidden to lie to non-Jews. There are exceptions for saving a life and things like that. But, this is not a hard one to answer. They know what Napoleon wants to hear. He does not want a learned public discussion of the crazy exceptions to the rule. But the basic bottom line is you have to be a mensch all the time. You have to tell the truth, things like that. Good question. Can you guys pursue any occupation? Because I'm really concerned, says Napoleon, that so many of you are in finance. I'd love to see more of you, let's say, become winemakers or beekeepers or things like that. And usury in particular, because Jews are in money lending, right? They're still in money lending, especially with small time money lending. Can you please explain that to us? Are you prohibited to charge interest to non-Jews? Basically, the Sanhedrin answered all of these questions exactly the way Napoleon wanted to hear. And so Napoleon says, fine, you guys are for sure emancipated. I confirm everything that was decided back in 1790 and 1791. Jews are equal French citizens. Now I'm going to impose a few small anti-Semitic rules just for you guys, just to keep you in place so you actually move towards the direction I want, but essentially that confirms it. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from what they've done in America and elsewhere, not that unrelated to what they did in England, is he said, okay, I want to take over your synagogues the same way we run the Catholic Church and then the Protestant churches here in France, where all synagogues have to belong to a single organization called the Consistoire, and there's a chief rabbi, and all their salaries come from tax dollars from the state. Unlike in America, where they try to have a complete separation of church and state, in France they regulate Judaism along with other religions, that every religion that is considered legitimate, and you have to have a certain number of people to support the religion and so on, then the state will give a certain number of tax dollars to keep it running. But that also means the state has a say in who gets to be the rabbi, and that also has an impact on Jewish authority. But this is eventually the end of corporate existence for Jews in France, and it will just spread throughout the rest of Europe over the next century.
Over, get those fucking black gloves out.
This is a coin I think I showed you a few weeks ago. Right? This is a medallion coined by Jews in gratitude for the establishment of the Great Sanhedrin. You can see on the left it says Napoleon, Emperor, and
This
King.
bitch is
Right?
over.
Everybody loves Napoleon. And over here,
This bitch is
amazing,
over.
incredibly obsequious image that shows Napoleon here in all his finery, giving the Ten Commandments to a genuflecting Moses, as if to say, "Oh, great King, thank you so much for giving us this equal rights, which is equal in our minds to receiving the Ten Commandments." Obviously not a full image here, but it shows just how enthusiastic the emancipatory Jews were in France to see this happen. Okay. I forgot your name in the back. Please remind me. Mr. Sperling.
Was this produced by Jews?
Yes.
Right. So this is the constitute and form like. I mean, it's a kind of and I'm sure you can take the hour. It's the ballpark.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. What else can you say about it? Right. Like, if this is supposed to be Moses, who is this?
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Make it put a golden golden cap. Why not?
This emancipation was a golden cap for Jews at the time. They thought it would be so great that, yeah, I mean, guys, don't, Rabbi Beryl Wine likes to say, you should never confuse Jews with Judaism. Right? This is what Jews did, not what Judaism told them to do. Mr. Grant.
I was about to say, isn't that going to shake open before?
I would think so. Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to say. It's real, that's why I showed it to you, right? But I want you guys to appreciate, oh my gosh, so many people were so desperate for emancipation that they could do things like this. Just shows how far gone they live. But we're still leaving them. Mr. Leggett, do you have a question? No. Okay, so let's go Viger now. Now, it went crazy after that. Let's also remember that that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that happened during this time that we're not going to cover here, but I will just point out to you that it was an era when France was, it took them really about 50 years before the revolution finally sort of calmed down. You had this pendulum effect between conservatism, reaction, and radicalism. And you had things like, went so far, like here, for example, you have a clock, but in the revolution era, they actually tried to change time itself. You see anything unusual about this particular clock face from the revolution era? No, it's right side up.
Just French flag it for 10 hours.
Thank you, Mr. Parenti. It has only 10 hours in it. Right? They said, why do we have this crazy Sumerian
Dog, I
system
just want everybody to know it's over.
12
It's
hours,
going to be famous.
60 minutes, right?
We're going to help you.
Ridiculous. Let's make every hour 100 minutes, right? Good metric system. Let's make every day 20 hours, right? 10 hours of daylight, 10 hours of darkness. Let's do everything like this. And they actually switched to a 10-month year, which meant that they had to have also a 10-day week, which was hugely problematic for Jews because all of a sudden Shabbos would fall on like day 4. And the regime actually attempted to force Jews to only observe on day 10, which could be Thursday. And this, Jews would evolve all kinds of like sneaky ways to try and keep Shabbos when it was not the 10th day. Luckily, this did not last very long,
And
but it was an absolutely crazy day,
this is
period
all
of time,
normal
and eventually calmed down.
What's the 24th?
operates internally.
But 24.
Alright, so why is so yeah, you in the back, Rabbi, in the back. Go ahead. So Rabbi, why is it over?
So I think this particular clock has a 12 hours plus another 12 hours. Oops, I think there's
Can't use it.
two 12-hour, I think it's like on top of it to help you keep the old time with the new time. I believe. Okay, I'm not going to do the modern things on the side there because I want to take you to 1881 first.
Draft
With your permission,
teams. We have like 8 hours per.
let's talk about this period here. And now we want to go to another hugely important.
Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk about my team from last year.
Building.
And everybody out there. Fantasy's amazing.
I want to move a little bit east. So far, we've been talking about France because France was sort of the leading edge of emancipation. But now we got to go to Russia, which, unlike France, had by far the largest chunk of Jewish population in the world.
Michael
The
Jordan,
bulk
Magic
of
Johnson,
world Jewry, probably about
Larry Bird.
3/5 of world
That's how
Jewry
good this
was
team was.
located in Eastern Europe by the time
I
we get
mean,
to
it was
1900.
so good.
And they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi. Sephardi Jews are
I really
a
think
much
that
smaller proportion of world
certainly the
Jewry
history of
at
fantasy
that
football,
time.
but most likely
We talked in
the
previous
sport,
classes about how Jews
not
got
just
there,
fantasy,
and
but
I
sport
passed
in
all
general.
this stuff.
No one's
They
put
used this
together a
lecture in a
squad the
different
way that I did.
context.
And
And we're going to jump ahead to, here we go.
DFL.
So, big thing happens in the 1880s. There is, I think I have some
We
slides on
can't even
that.
get
Yes.
fucking last.
In 1881,
Nevertheless, this squad,
the ruler of Russia, which has not gone through
I'm
any of
going to
this
draft, and
emancipation
I don't
stuff.
think I'm going to be able
There
to
were
draft.
some changes in the
I
rule of how Jews were treated under Catherine the Great in the 1760s, but especially when she took over Poland in the 1770s.
11 baby
But
mamas. I mean,
basically,
it's
Jews were
just.
still living in a pre-modern existence in Russia right up until
But
1917.
this motherfucker
So
was in
this idea of
handcuffs
Jews dealt with as a group
hours before
is something that reserved well into the 20th century
Just
with
kind of
people far
fortunate
east
I
as
have.
Russia. And
Anyway,
then this man, Tsar Alexander
I
II,
had the Super Bowl
was
winning quarterback.
assassinated in a bomb-throwing attack on his
This is
carriage,
I
and
had
that
the NFL's
represented a
best
massive
kicker,
political
not just for that
upheaval
year,
in
history.
Russia. From the Jewish perspective, what
And
happened was between 1881 and
he had his worst season in
1884,
history.
there was a
He had
wave
some kind of
of small-scale
massage parlor
attacks on little
my
Jewish
specialty.
villages throughout
Anyway.
the region where Jews were allowed to live, the Pale of Settlement.
The team was
And
just
these
so
attacks, you already heard the years, right? 3 years of these attacks.
X.
Many of these communities attacked multiple times.
I mean, I had everybody. I don't want to go
Essentially
through
said to
everybody.
the Jewish population there that
By the end of the year, I
Russia
drafted
is
Tom
not
Brady. He hasn't played
able
in
or
the league.
interested in protecting its Jewish groups.
Anyway,
And this is like a
it's enough
cloud,
about
a
last
very
year.
important
Let's talk this
principle
year.
of Jewish history. You know, you worry about anti-Semitism from the right, you worry about
We're drafting
anti-Semitism from
less
the
than an
left,
hour.
but our worst
I
enemy
don't know who I'm
is
going to draft.
anarchy.
Last year, I did number
Jews
2 overall
fear
pick.
anarchy more
This
than
year,
anything
number
else
11.
because
So
anarchy
there's a lot more
represents the
randomness
breakdown
that
of the
goes
law. And since
Thinking
we are a
about
minority,
drafting
we are the most defenseless when there is no strong
like a
government.
bunch of running backs.
Even if the government is mildly anti-Semitic, mildly discriminatory, that's actually way better
I really don't know.
than
It
a
depends on
government
who's
that has
on
no
the
power
board.
at all.
And then from there,
So
it's basically
that's what's
draft
essentially
sheets
happening
and who
in
doesn't
Russia
get
at this time. You wake up and say,
This
oh
shit
my
is
gosh, this country
This shit is
cannot
over.
protect us as members of
It's
society.
working.
And so they're going to turn to
I'm
5
gonna be famous.
new ideas
I'm gonna
for
be
how they're
famous.
going
And
to
I'm gonna
deal
go
with the
famous
situation.
because
So I'll take you through very quickly. But I want to show you
I
these
was gonna be
interesting
kicked.
charts. This is
I
a
was gonna
great
leave
study
those guys.
by these people here.
I was
They're
gonna be
in
kicked out.
Russia.
I was gonna be.
They want Autokanskaya, Radovskaya. I love this kind of research.
Facebook,
This is a study of the
Instagram.
pogrom waves of Eastern Europe, particularly the Russian Empire. You see this. This is just the number of pogroms, not necessarily their violence, but they actually got far more violent in the revolutionary period. Like the
Discord's how
number
they
of
get to me.
people killed per pogroms is
Where
much
the
larger.
fascinating motherfucker
But
remember
the
that.
huge number in 1881, a huge number here in 1903, 1905, and then a smaller absolute number, but actually, again, it's accepted
Bet on
because
it.
the brutality was much worse this time
Like the plug
in
in
the the Revolutionary era of
It's gonna be
1917, 1921.
reserve
I will
currency.
point out, by the way, that these numbers
What else?
compared to the Holocaust are tiny. Like the scale of these attacks, we have 200 pogroms here, right? But we have 6 million dead in the Holocaust. It's so, these used to be, people thought it was like the end of the world the way Jews were treated in 1919, but that's only because we didn't know what 1939 was going to be like. Okay, so when you look at the number of pogroms, and what these scholars did was they correlated them with crop failures, the years when there were bad crops. And as you can see, there is a correlation, but it's not a necessary cause. There are many years when you had crop failures, but no pogroms. Then they do the same thing with
do you see how much
political turmoil.
time on my face?
Same thing.
There's
no question there was political turmoil when the pogroms happened, but there are lots of times when there's political turmoil and no pogroms happen.
Sure.
But if you combine both of those, what are the years when you have crop failures plus political turmoil, and that correlates on a 1-to-1 ratio with pogroms. In other words, it's really bad for Jews when there is political turmoil combined with an economic downturn, which is scary, right? So let's hope that politics in Washington stabilize, and let's hope that we do not go into a recession, because those are bad things for Jews when they're combined. One or the other,
what's your strategy?
But combined is terrible.
It's really bad for Jews, but it's really bad for everyone.
Yeah, that's right. They say about African Americans that when the American economy has a cold, African Americans get the flu or pneumonia. Right?
What's your
strategy?
strategy?
Say the same thing about this year too. That if it's bad for Americans because of political turmoil and
last year,
economic
I
downturn,
picked the best
much worse for Jews.
team
Mr. Burrington.
in the history of sport. It was amazing. This year,
was basically 6 years before.
this year,
That's what
I don't know who.
Well, Germany had a
It all
lot of political
depends. I
turmoil,
think
and they did have economic
Then I think
downturn
I've got
because it ended up so much
14
worse
tickets.
for the Jews in Germany.
Snake draft.
Put a pin in that particular question because we're going to talk in much more detail about the Holocaust soon. Let's look at the 5 national strategies. This is the important part I really want you guys to get. Okay, here we go. This is part 2 of the part that you really have to show off the first video.
I've already drafted 25 teams.
So once Jews realized that Russia would not or could not protect them, Jews decided en masse, we need to do something different. And they decided in a very big way on one of 5 basic strategies to deal with the challenge. Those strategies that I mentioned at the beginning of the hour are things we're still figuring out today. Most of the people you know will fit into the political movements that grew out of these 5 strategies. Okay, let's see what they are. First one, emigration. This is the oldest strategy, the tried and true Jewish strategy. As we discussed before, the flee or flee strategy. This is the flee part. And Jews left the Russian Empire in droves. This map shows you how many Jews left the Pale of Settlement here in red between 1881 and 1917 when the Tsarist government fell. 1.75 million Jews came to the United States, constituting about 7 out of 10 American Jews today. Chances are, just for fun, how many of your ancestors, how many of you have ancestors who were included in this big migration to the United States?
Fantasy football team in which you came dead fucking
last
year.
Yeah, we're looking at about 6 out of 10 in this group here. I myself am part of this enlightened group because all my ancestors went to Canada because they had much better health insurance. But
I always have breakthroughs, and it's like, I'm gonna go famous.
There was actually, you can't, microphone's not picking up, but it's like thunderous laughter at this point.
Are you sure?
But Jews said, okay, Russia's not working out, let's leave. Right? Jews have been doing this for centuries upon centuries. If the environment is negative, they will actually transport themselves. what is different about this particular migration is that unlike previous migrations, it's huge in scope, and perhaps more significant, it was flying in the face of a lot of rabbinic opinion. Many great rabbis said, do not go to America. It's not the Golden Medina, it is the Trade Medina. It's a non-kosher land. You're not going to be able to find day schools, you're not going to be able to find any kosher Chinese restaurants. You cannot go to America, but Jews left nevertheless. Interesting studies of the age of immigrants, whether they're married, not married, things like that, indicate that many of the Jews who came here in this way of movement were actually rebels. That they were like, refusing to go along with it in many cases. Mr. Vasilevsky.
They kind of get all the way. It's like Bush, like pretty, I guess, centered. Not like that's Asia, but it's not really.
And it depends if one of the big time quarterbacks is available.
Basically, there are a few places where
they're not going to go with
call
another running back.
Borders were very different.
I don't want to let it snake.
At the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, borders were far more permeable than they are even today. And this was a time when America was actually openly inviting people to come to its shores, labor shortages. The Industrial Revolution in America was just booming, and you needed people to work the plants and to plow the fields and to lay down the railroad tracks. And so all Jews had to do was basically save up enough money for a passage, one-way passage from Hamburg or from England, and they made their way across. You know, and they came and just said, here I am, ready to be a citizen. And it worked. You follow that question?
Well, yeah, how come I noticed they kind of just like went all the way down to Africa and they just skipped like Asia entirely?
No,
these random areas.
Well, excellent question. I mean, they're not exactly random. There are reasons for a lot of these concentrations. In the case of South Africa, the reason is because of ladder migration. That is very common phenomenon in many migrators, where people tend to go to a place where there's someone from that place has already gone. So you say, well, I know there's a guy named Moshe Chaim that, you know, his brother, I worked with him in a sawmill, so I'm going to go where Moshe, I never met him, but you know, he comes from my town, so I'm going to go set up with him. And this is where a lot of the South African Jews, there are reasons for South African Jews coming there in the first place, gold mines, things like that. But, Lithuanian Jews. So a lot of Litvaks and immigrated specifically to South Africa.
Either
running back or running back.
There's not a lot, like, there's no ladder migration to Asia. There would be a huge amount in World War II when Jews had their way out to Bukhara and their way to Uzbekistan, things like that. But that's because they're fleeing Nazis. But choosing to emigrate, which is very different from being a refugee, is something that attracts a lot of self. Mr. Rubin.
I'm not sure that there's a theory that the reason the Jews who came after the Holocaust are much more religious are because they're the ones who stayed back.
There's a lot of value to that. It's not a theory, really. It's more of an observation. Regardless the differences, right? The Jews who came at this time, they were choosing to immigrate. They were frequently disobeying their rabbis, frequently disobeying their parents, and they're saying, you know, I don't care. I'm going to set off my own. I'm going to go to America, and I will remake myself. And you know what? I am open to everything that is American. I am going to learn English, and I'm not going to speak Yiddish even with my children. I'm going to become totally Americanized, right? It's very the phenomenon associated with this immigrant period. On the other hand, after World War II, these are Jews who want to stay in Poland.
I think I'm going to do that. I have no plans to draft a kicker. I had the best kicker in NFL history last year.
Why would they change I can understand you guys might be doing social media on your laptop, but play a video with sound would be like over the top. All right, sorry, Mr. Grant. I was able to go back to this place. Exactly. That's why they're post World War II, right? Yeah, post World War II. I mean, they come back to their towns in Poland. It's devastating. There's nobody there they know. They're engendering active. So it's really going to be. They're encountering active hostility from Wall Street, Seattle, and elsewhere. And they're saying, "That's it. I'm leaving." So when they come to America, those post-war Jews, they're refugees.
don't
They're
draft
angry
the way
about how
good
they
people
come.
do.
They're not choosing
And that's-
America. America's forced one. So they come here and they say, you know what?
I'm gonna
I'm not
like
going
if
to
they
make
draft the way
myself
real
into
people
America.
do.
I'm
I
going to
don't
make
think the
America
quarterbacks
into
will be
myself.
available.
I'm going to recreate
I don't
what
think
I
it's a smart move.
imagine the Sheffield should have
You
been
take a running
here
back
in
or
Muncie
some
or in
amazing
Lakewood,
receiver.
places like that. And they had a huge impact.
Now the
So
running backs that are
the
going to
one
be
follow-up
available around
question
when I
is what about the
drafted.
enlightened Jews of the time who stayed in Europe because they thought it would be so great for them no matter what?
Injuries,
But those people came to America after not much choice either.
Yeah, I think
rookie, but
it's a tiny proportion of those Enlightenment Jews.
Largely,
Largely, most of them were killed.
running back can always
And those that did make it, I think, they had a much harder time perpetrating their Jewish identity. We live in an orphan generation. I mean, I myself, my parents are Holocaust era, born and raised in Canada, so they weren't survivors directly, but we're cut off from a massive number of Jews in their civilization. It's amazing that we can do anything.
So you ready?
It's amazing that we have any kind of possibility. Mr.
Strategy.
So kind of touching on the enlightenment point.
What
I know that one of the
strategy?
two
Last
main
year,
reports
every
that
big name
Jews
fucking guy
immigrated,
won. Like I finished this draft. That was like,
immigrated to,
they should just frame this and not play the game. The NFL
other
should
than
just
New
show
York,
this
where El Toro was
for
actually
8
Galveston, Texas.
hours every Sunday.
And
Just show my fucking team.
I know that
Just the names
many
and
of
I'll
the
get a
Jews who
draft.
did immigrate through
Anyway.
Galveston
Any other questions?
did settle there and make communities in Texas. And they were, by and large, like Reformed communities, so traditional, which definitely is much more of like towards the enlightened than the Shepsbach that we saw on the East Coast.
Right.
So there definitely were Ashkenazi Jews who came to America and did set down and continue the enlightened movement.
Oh, absolutely. We're not talking about America today. We're talking about leaving Russia. But we're talking about America post-war. Post-war, you're right. Right. That's a good point. Okay, let's go on. Now, strategy number 1, right? Emigration. This is probably the biggest strategy.
mean, it's just. I've been trying to attend. I don't know. But this motherfucker was in handcuffs hours before my kickoff. Just kind of fortunate I have. Anyway, I had the Super Bowl winning quarterback. I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for that year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage parlor scandal in one of his special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. Taylor Swift's ex. So, I mean, I had everybody. I don't know for everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted Tom Brady. He hasn't played the league in years. It was just right. Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, I'm drafting in less than an hour. I don't know what I'm going to draft. Last year I had the number 2 overall pick. This year I'm going number 11. So there's a lot more randomness that can go. I'm thinking about drafting like a bunch of really good teams. I really don't know. It depends on who's got the board. And your best baseline coach doesn't get hurt. This shit is over. This shit is over. Dog, I see this much working. It's over. I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna be famous, and I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch. There's gonna be cable. There's gonna be my guys. There's gonna be TikTok. There's gonna be Twitter. There's gonna be Facebook, Instagram. There's gonna be Discord. Discord's how I get to me. Really fascinating with whoever the red financial advice. I like to play very well alongside Teddy. It's gonna be the what else you want to say? You're this confident in your little fucking boss. So, I mean, I'm either going to be dead held somewhere against my will. Same shit that I do. Just grinding it out. Got that dog in me. Went off. Not really fast, but it's not next year. Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out. Pretty sure. We're taking these programs on everything. I can pass. All minds. Each choose just in time. What's your strategy?
Anna, how'd you find out about me?
Uh-huh.
How'd you find out about me, Anna?
Oh, go get that.
Make it limited reach.
Central prayer sent by orders and services, sanctifying God as King. Capital vigilant for assembly, congregation.
Anna, you gotta be 18 years old to be in here.
First elementary God or a stop. Also part of the Deborah X design. Categories Hebrew for fitness, sovereignty. Used to describe food that meets kosher standards. Category for life. Inkwala refers to the divine line of life, drawn into creation. Category for peace established. Used about grace or times. Here I
Is the most traditional strategy. Another one, socialism. Now, we don't have the research to really delve into what is socialism, but it's basically this political economic movement, largely heralded by a baptized Jew named Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels, that argued for a complete change to the way that we organize society now. They're very much against capitalism, which is the market economy that is the American economy. They wanted to have the control of the means of production handed over to the people writ large. So I'm not going to go into the details of what it is, but what it does mean is a fundamental reversal of basic economic structures in society. Rather than leaving Russia, they said, let's change Russia to be more friendly to its minorities. So among the most important of those is this man, Leon Bronstein, known by his pen name Leon Trotsky, and he was a major radical revolutionary, hugely influential in the early communist period. This is a picture from his 1905 arrest before the revolution itself. One of the lesser known things about the late Russian Empire is it was almost impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere from the entire Russian Empire. He's got a hard one. Yeah, but he ended up becoming an incredible general. He was the leader of the Red Army. Amazing that a Jew could reach such heights in time. But again, not identifying as a Jew. Many of the communists at that time said, not only will we change the world, the economy, we're also going to change ourselves to fit with the larger Marxist idea, which was very much anti-religious. Anti-clericalism was a principal idea of the communist movement, and so many of the Jews would say things like, Rosa Luxemburg would say, I am not a Jew, I am a social democrat. When they say social democrat, it's another word for like a communist. And so this is the second major strategy, is let's not just leave Russia, let us change Russia from within. So at this point, I'm just going to show you the last three, and we'll come back to them on Wednesday. But just to keep you, just to not give you a cliffhanger, the third one is Zionism, right? The idea of we're going to change everything, but we're going to change it in Israel. The fourth one is something called diaspora nationalism. which is essentially that had a very big impact in America. The idea of creating a Jewish society in the diaspora. And the fifth one is renewed traditionalism, a term I invented, which is basically like the GUINNESS and the Haredi movement. Really depends very heavily on this particular strategy. These are the 5 strategies. And as I said at the beginning of the lecture, if you have a Jewish friend who is politically active, he is probably borrowing from these 5 strategies to define himself or herself. Okay, folks, Wednesday we'll return, we'll finish up this discussion. Thank you for learning. All right, we have some great things. Like this is, gentlemen, this is the material that's going to change your life. Because when you understand this, you'll know everything that is important about life and Judaism and all that stuff.
We learn about the Enlightenment?
Yeah, from me. No, I say it had to be from it. It has to be about reality, about how do we get to the. History. One of the things about history is like it's really about how did we get here in the first place. Like you're driving along some kind of country road, and all of a sudden you look up and say, "What is this place?" But if you had, a map is like a very large piece of paper that sort of geographically represents what's on your screen and GPS. You say, "Oh, now I know how I got here," and it explains why I messed up in this way or that way and things like that. So we're going to start with a discussion about Haskalah. And I hope today we'll start the political emancipation as well, because the 2 issues are distinctly related. The term Haskalah is from the Hebrew word haskel, which means like to grow intelligent, right? From all my teachers I gained the wisdom. That's the Haskalah. And it's a translation of a very important European term, a German term, Aufklärung, which means enlightenment. Enlightenment is a good translation of Aufklärung, to make things clearer because they now have light in them. The Aufklärung as a movement predated the Haskalah by about 100 years. This is like an intellectual wave of ideas that washed over Europe, and it caught up with the Jews eventually, and the Jews started really loving it. The kinds of ideas that are in the Aufklärung include popular sovereignty, like why does the king get to be in charge of all of us? We should be in charge of us, right? So America, for example, is one of the great Enlightenment experiments in popular sovereignty. The shift of the locus of veracity from revealed text to scientific inquiry. Really important sentence. I said it so well, just off the top of my shoulder like that. What do I mean by that? If you wanted to know what was true in the year 1600, you would go ask your priest, your imam, your rabbi. They would tell you what was true, because that's the address for truth. I would go to my rabbi for what is true. I might still go to my rabbi for what is true. The Enlightenment, the Aufklärung, the Haskalah, shifted that away from, maybe the rabbi, the imam, the priest is not so accurate all the time, but these science guys, Newton, people like that, all of a sudden they're demonstrating things with, hypotheses and experiments. Maybe that's where truth is. So it builds on the earlier scientific revolution in a very big way. So you've got changes in politics, changes in the idea of where it is true, how to find out if something is true. And that obviously, the latter in particular, leads to a decline in overall religiosity. That, of course, we are still on that slope downward. There will be occasional revivals, Europe-wide, North America-wide, of like new religious energy from time to time for various reasons. We may explore some of them. But basically, since the Enlightenment, the Western world has been a downward slope when it comes to religious faith.
Do we know why, for the first time in history, people actually started thinking themselves, or not the first time in history, the first time in, 1,800 years?
We have been thinking for ourselves for a very long time. It's just that we've decided, speaking on behalf of the human race, we've decided to sort of use a different set of variables to determine the truth.
To start questioning things, and start trying to determine things for yourself.
No question. Those things happened a long time ago. Those go certainly all the way back in our tradition to, at the very least, the Mishnah. It goes all the way back in the Greek tradition to the pre-sophists, meaning guys and like later Plato, Aristotle, guys like that, because they're all about questioning. The question is, which data sets do you use to question things? We use data sets. We say we've got this amazing source of truth. The Torah, here it is. It was revealed to us. That's its Mila, that God gave us this document. So, of course, that's where we're going to go for our truth. If, however, like in the Enlightenment, people begin to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they start saying maybe we should look a little bit
Why does that process start happening? Why people start questioning that?
Ooh, it's a good question. That's more like a base question. It definitely is a snowball effect. Like when one person gets an idea and spreads it around, that picks up energy and steam and it goes on to another person and another person. And even if the first person who had the idea had an idea very close to pre-modern values, it nevertheless has a huge totzahot. Like, I'll give you one example. René Descartes, famously associated with Cartesian graphs, which you're probably familiar with, right, from your math classes. René Descartes, religious thinker, Catholic, he says, I'm having trouble with all of these ideas circulating, and I'm having trouble with reconciling them. So he sits down and he conducts the first of what he calls 6 meditations. 6 deep meditations. What is the world all about? The first one says, how do I know that anything exists? How do I know it? How? Maybe I am dreaming this world. Right? You ever have that solipsistic thought where you think, how do I know that I exist? Maybe I am actually dreaming that I exist. I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek, which is one of the great cultural achievements of the 20th century. But there's a great episode where they have these brains floating in glass beakers, and they imagine entire worlds in their brains. Anyway, I shouldn't do this in class. I'm on recording too. He says, how do I know the world exists? How do I know I'm not dreaming this? How do I know that some evil being is not making me think I exist? He says, well, I do know this, that either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I am dreaming the world exists, or an evil genius is making me think the world exists, right? All inference. But in each one of those, one thing is common. Anybody know Mr. Silver? He's doing, right? And that's the famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, right? I think, it's I perceive, therefore I am. And he says, wow, that's it. I have now figured out my first truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shift the universe, because I know this is true. I don't know if this table is real. I don't know if I'm dreaming this, but I do know I exist, because it's logically impossible for me not to exist. And from there he went on to say, well, how do I know that the world exists? How do I know that God exists? How do I know that? And all those things, he solved them one after another. And the challenge is, and this is to answer your question directly, just asking the question is corrosive. Just suggesting maybe the world doesn't exist. Maybe other things that we cherish do not exist. It's like you're in a loving marriage, you say, well, I don't really love my wife. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. As soon as you start asking that question, you are already in trouble. Don't ask that question. You either do or you don't. You either feel it or you don't. But don't start questioning it, because you poke at it, you might find out it's not quite as solid as you think it is. Oh my gosh, marital advice too. Unsolicited marital advice to a bunch of single guys. Okay, let's go to the last guy. Mr. Abrams, then we gotta go.
Is it better to be naive?
That's a good question. You should ask Mishlei that question, right? Shlomo HaMelech, as with much knowledge comes much sorrow, right? Much pain. Better sometimes not to know. Like, what do they say in English? You don't want to know how the sausage is made. Expression?
Yeah, but I'd say that anyone else that's the like savior.
Yeah, okay, that's true. Guys, you're getting me off topic. You don't want to get me off topic. That's so much history coming. Okay, this is so cool. This is Ferrara, I believe 1577, 1570. Earthquake in Ferrara. This is like a period woodcut demonstrating the earthquake. Ferrara is a town in northern Italy, big Jewish population. It was the Ramchal visited Ferrara many times. Interesting history. At any rate, earthquake in 1570 flattens the town. Everybody runs out. They cross a river. They live for 6 weeks in the fields. The whole population of the town, including among them is a guy named Azaria Del Rossi, Jewish guy. He's sort of like an unprofessional academic. He makes his living as a proofreader. Right? This is in the early years of printing, so he's reading lots of books because he's comparing manuscripts to the printed page and stuff like that. But he's not like a professor or anything. He's a curious guy, and he's read a lot of books. He goes out into the fields with the rest of the town of Ferrara, and everybody is out there. And he finds that his encampment, his tent, happens to be really close to a whole bunch of Christian monks, where their monastery fell down, and so they're hanging out there. Nothing to do all day except wait for the aftershocks to subside. So they start talking and learning, so to speak. And he discovers all kinds of cool things about Christianity, and he tells them all kinds of things about Judaism that he never heard of. Like, for example, the whole letter of Aristeas, which is a document that discusses the writing of the Targum Shittim, the Septuagint, that he learns all about it. And he says, hey, we got that whole thing too. And it's like, there's a real market. So after this is all over, he sort of has this brilliant insight. He says, you know what? Those monks are pretty cool. I actually really enjoyed conversation with them. I do not want to be a monk. I understand, for example, if they are celibate, that's really not for me. But I loved all this stuff that they had to say about, reality and truth, and we had great conversations. So he leans into the Rambam's famous statement that you should accept truth from anyone who says it.
Yo, what up, Cam? What up, Splangly? How you living, baby?
And he ends up writing a really important book called Meor.
Yo, dog, can you hear me? Yo, hello. Splangly, how you living? How's your day? Splangly, can you hear me? Splangly. Splangly, how's your day going? Splangly. Splangly. Yo, dog, how are you? Well, we're just watching Jewish history lectures.
Don't be confused, because that title has been used by many other authors as well for very different books. But it's kind of like the first real book of the Haskalah. Or maybe I should say it this way. The Haskalah, I already told you, is basically like something that appears in Judaism in the late 18th century. But the Meor Einayim is kind of like a foundational work that eventually fed into the Haskalah. It's like many controversial books. Who's writing on? Well, I think Mr. Lipschitz, who is actually taking this course remotely, is writing on a book that received lots of Haskamos, and then the Haskamos were later yanked because people felt that it might have Apicorsis in it. Controversial books like that. The Meor Einayim at first received lots of Haskamos, including from Rabbi Yosef Karo, author of the Shulchan Aruch, and then it got pulled afterwards, saying, no, I didn't mean that, because I
obviously didn't read the book very carefully. So there was a lot of nasty stuff that went around the history of earthquakes. And that's cool because there are earthquakes in Tanakh. We don't know a lot about them. That's what affected him in Ferrara. But then the Autostorf started writing about other things that sort of went further afield. It was too much for people. But it's the idea, the Haskalah idea of maybe we can learn stuff from non-Torah approved sources. That's a controversial idea. You guys should realize that you're in a college, right? You are also the inheritors of some level.
Splaining, can you hear me, dog?
It's not a college.
Can you hear me? Yo, you know who Wappy Flanker is? Splaining, how's your day going? Did you find out about me from Twitch? Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Is your microphone working? I can hear you just have like white noise coming out.
Unless there's some really good ones. I've done the mock draft so many different times. Basically. You're going to take any players from last year. Well, maybe. Unless they were just so then running back. So that gets us 6th round. Probably go on. Running backs and wide receivers, 5th and 6th, 7th and 8th. Quarterbacks and running backs. Running back, wide receiver, all the way. I think of the late tight end. I have to think about it. Then I think it's called Flag on the out of the 5. Basically, when you switch it, kicker, every week. I think I'm going to do that. I'm biased to draft a kicker. I had the best kicker out of this because this guy lost facilities. Your kicker should not be so I'm not gonna draft a kicker. Defense, I'll just draft defense. I'll switch with what's that? Street. So it's really going to be running back, quarterback, probably. See, but I think it's with these mock drafts, they don't draft the way real people do. And like if they draft the way real people do, I don't think the quarterbacks will be good. I don't think it's smart. Running backs that are going to be available around there. So you ready? You have your draft. Last year I didn't have a big like I finished this draft. I was like, they should just frame this and have it in the game. NFL should just show this. Every Sunday, just show my fucking team, just the names and how good I drafted these guys. Anyway, any other questions? Rabbi, I love you. You watch my box. I just want everybody to know it's over. I'm going to be famous. He's taking me. What'd you do, Rabbi? like interview myself generally. But I'm here alone, so here, questions. I feel it's entertaining. I wouldn't do it if I didn't feel it's entertaining. If you watch this, you know, I can not really, I'm just letting you know what's going on in my head because I feel it's entertaining. Alright, so why is it? So, yeah, we'll go in the back. So, Rabbi, why is it over? Maybe. I can't abuse it. One reason why I'm doing this video is we're gonna drive through fantasy teams. We're gonna 8 hours apart, which is different than last year. Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk about my team from last year and everybody out there. Fantasy's amazing. I picked the most amazing fantasy team in the history of sport. It's the best. I think the team that would have been like Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. That's how good this team was.
Yo, dog.
I mean, it was so
Splangy. Can you hear me, dog? Splangy. Hello. Can you hear me?
Not just fantasy, but sport in general. No one's put together a squad the way that I did.
Splangy, I want to talk with you. I want to know what's going on in your world, how your life is. Can you hear me, dog? Yo. Yeah, I can hear myself with the other one, so it's not on my end.
This guy's got 11 babies. I mean, it's just. By the time you get to, I don't know. I was born to anyway, I had the Super Bowl winning quarterback. I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for that year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage for their skin, special teams. Anyway, the team is just so good. Taylor Swift's next. I mean, I had everybody. I don't want to go through everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted Tom Brady. He hasn't played in the league in years. It was just really trouble. Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, we're drafting less than an hour. I don't know what I'm going to draft. Last year I had the number 2 overall pick. This year number 11. So there's a lot more randomness that can go. We're thinking about drafting. I can watch our running backs in the beginning. Every reaction doesn't. This shit is over. I see this bitch working. Motherfucker's over. I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna be famous. And I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch. Who's gonna be kicked? Who's gonna be those guys? Who's gonna be TikTok? Who's gonna be Twitter? Who's gonna be Facebook? Instagram.
They abundantly said commonweal phrase used in prayer. They are his song from Exodus 14 and cited after the splitting of the sea. They intently without using scriptural and Midrashic context. They are Yiddish. To go further or move on. They tell Yiddish slang. Shaka Isai would grow. They tell Yiddish. Probably had hard records. They ignore a portion children of music being sold. They had my foreign portion of Haka's reading in the letter. Not including my portion of the unsigned just on Friday night. Management and Twitter often use ignored and liturgy. It's hurting to remember that years ignored texts and prayers. They are looking the ignored God said that their life foundational praise and creation. They are about perfecting the second respect focusing on many divine commands. They and they said, Lord praise often quoted in the graph. They are continuing Israel. Keep it going. Basic Yiddish slang for a person always completing. He got me. In terms of mission, he got me checking to your shroud by flashing fires when they want me to explain something. So that prayer phrase. I just had to say, running back and quarterback. I don't think they're going to do quarterback strategy. What quarterback strategy? Really probably has to be top two. If that's not available, then quarterback, third round, wide receiver, fourth round, one of the really good tight ends. Unless there's some really good guys. I've done the mock draft so many different times. They're just like, basically, the guys that he's taking players from last year. Well, maybe. Running back, quarterback, fifth and sixth round, I'm probably going running backs and wide receivers, fifth and sixth, seventh and eighth, quarterbacks and running backs, ninth and tenth. I think there's 16 running back, wide receiver, all the way. I might take like a late tight end, I'll take somebody. And then I think it's called playing on the, it's not on the fly, but basically like where you switch your kicker and defense every week. And I think I'm going to do that. I have no plans to draft a kicker. I had the best kicker ever for this year because this guy couldn't figure shit out. He lost his spurts. And your kicker should not lose your points. So I'm not going defense, just kick it out to any defense. I'll switch over. Straight.
running back, quarterback. See, but the thing is with these mock drafts, they don't draft the way big people do. And that's, like if they draft the way no people do, I don't think the quarterbacks are big enough. I don't think that's smart. You take more of some amazing stuff. Now, running backs that are going to be available now,
Justin Jefferson.
running back can always get Is there any way you take a tight end? How about maybe one guy? Maybe So you ready? Every draft strategy. What do you think about your strategy? Last year, every good fucking guy. Like I finished this draft and I was like, they should just frame this after the game. The NFL should just show this for 8 hours every Sunday. Just show my fucking team, just the names and how good I drafted these guys. Anyway, any other questions? Bring us to the back. Everybody, I love you. Will you watch my box? Go fuck yourself. Dog, I just want everybody to know it's over. I'm going to be famous. We're going to help people in peace. We're going to bring God love into the world. Please take it. What'd you do, Rabbi? See, I feel like interviewing myself in generalists. When I'm here alone, so it's here. Gotta get the questions out. I feel it's entertaining. I wouldn't do it if I didn't feel it's entertaining. If you ever watch this, you know, you can tell me or something. I'm just letting you know what's going on right now because I feel it's entertaining. And this is Alright, so why is that? So, yeah, you know the back. So, Rabbi, why is it over? Maybe. I can't abuse it. I'm dirty and I can't live Well, the reason why I'm doing this video is draft fantasy teams like 8 hours per day, which is different than last year. Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk about my team from last year and everybody out there. Fantasy's amazing. And I picked the most amazing fantasy team in the history of sport. It's the best. I think the team that would have been like Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. That's how good this team was. I mean, it was so good. I think it was really good. I really think that certainly the history of fantasy football, most likely the history of sport, not just fantasy, but sport in general. You know, it's put together a squad the way that I did. And the DFL did. We came in head fucking last. Nevertheless, the squad, I'm going to draft, and I don't think I'm going to be able to draft as many. I know I'm going to draft as well as I did last year. But they're another good fit. It's the fastest motherfucker in the league. This guy's got 11 baby mamas. I mean, it's just, I
by the time we had to, I don't know. But this motherfucker was in handcuffs hours before we came up. Just the kind of fortune I have. Anyway, I had the Super Bowl winning quarterback. I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for that year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage for their skin and special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. I had Taylor Swift's ex. I mean, I had everybody. I don't know if everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted Tom Brady. He hasn't played for 80 years. It was just. Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, we're drafting less than average. I don't know what we're going to draft. Last year I did number 2 overall pick. This year I did number 11. So there's a lot more random this that can go. I'm thinking about drafting like a bunch of running backs at the beginning. I really don't know. It depends on who's on the board. And from there, it's basically production. This shit is over. This shit is over. Dog, I see this bitch working. Motherfuckers all around. I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna be famous. And I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch. I'm just gonna be king. I'm just gonna be those guys. I'm just gonna be TikTok. I'm just gonna be Twitter. I'm just gonna be Facebook, Instagram. It's gonna be Discord time that we have to financial bet on it. Like the plug here, I don't know what size 10 you do. It's gonna be the currency of the world. What else should we say? You're this confident, you're little fucking lots. So fucking wrong. For sure. I mean, I'm either gonna be dead somewhere against my will. Fucking civilization that I use right now. Got that cocky. But, not really fans about this that much. Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out. Really? Pretty sure. These bitches. I'm taking these are worried about everything. I can pass it. Genius. Bitches are over. Teach something how much you need to long lines. Teach Jews how much you need. Just in time. This bitch is over. Alright, you want to talk about fantasy anymore? Well, what's your strategy? Yeah, Rabbi, what's your strategy? What's your strategy for your fantasy team this year? I don't have one, frankly. Last year, I think I picked the best team in the history of sport. It was amazing. They shared it. This year, I don't know. I mean, it all depends on every level of thing. Then I think I've got the 14th thing as well. Snake trip. Anyway, so I think I'm gonna take just have to ask right now. I've done like dozens of mock drafts. I've already drafted 21 teams. I should see my NBA best teams. This NFL and this specifically this Chuck to be immune. Chuck out to be immune. Chuck this fucking it's over. I'm telling you right now. The shit is over. You can have the fucking referee like this. It's like that's close. It's over. Done isn't the word. Are you done? This is like the first fucking video. At least the other one you were singing songs. That was nice. This one, what is this one? It's about some fucking self and fantasy football team, which came dead fucking last year and this year you think you're gonna do better. Well, I can't do any worse. I guess. But whenever I do this, I always think, oh, like I always have breakthroughs, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna go famous because of this or this or this or this. This one's the one. This one. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm fucking sure. I didn't know how to pull out all identified this guy. Can't just actually make it definitely. It was such a good fucking team. Can't let it pass, man. What's the future? Anything else you want to say about your fantasy strategy? Yeah, okay, so if you really want to know it, I don't know. So running backs are the rarest. Running backs are the rarest position. They're going to go really quickly. I try to get a running back in the first round. Really want to know. And it depends on one of the big time quarterbacks is available in the second. If they are, take one of them. If they're not, go with another running back. I'm going to let it snake. That means I've got the. They're not picking one out. First round, second round, of course, they're going to win a lot. They're not a fourth round. So then third round, so you go, if I just had to say running back, quarterback, I don't think they're going to do the quarterback's going to be better. Really probably is going to be top two. If that's not available, then we'll do running back. Third round, wide receiver, fourth round, one of the really good tight ends is available. I might take him, but doubtful. So probably
Unless there's some really good friend. I've done the mock draft so many different times that I'm just like, you're basically the guys in the areas. You're going to take any players from last year. Well, maybe. They didn't leave. So, either it was a running back, quarterback, or running back. Then I just looked at wide receiver, or running back. I would want to do right back. Unless they're just amazing. Running back, quarterback. Wide receiver. So that one gets us in the first round. Fifth and sixth round, I'm probably going running backs and wide receivers. Fifth and sixth, seventh and eighth, quarterbacks and running backs, wide receivers. I think there's 16 running back, wide receiver, all the way. I might take like a late tight end. I have to think about it. Then I think it's called on the, not on the fly, but basically like where you switch your kicker and defense every week. And I think I'm really good at it. I have no plans to draft a kicker. I think the best kicker in NFL history because this guy could ship out 6 players. I mean, he lost his but your kicker should not lose your so I'm not just give it that switch one. What's that called? Streaming. So it's really going to be running back, quarterback. See, but the thing is with these mock drafts, they don't draft the way people used to do. And thus, like if they draft the way Bill used to do, I don't think the quarterbacks. I don't think that's smart. You take or someone. Now the running backs that are going to be available around the night. Injuries. Prospect. Running back can always get hurt. Is there any way to take a tight end? So I'm ready. Strategy. Last year I had every big thing fucking guy. Like I finished this draft, I was like, they should just frame this and not play the game. The NFL should just show this 8 hours every Sunday, just show my fucking team. Just the names and how good I did. Anyway, any other questions? Bring it to the back. I love you. Pretty much my boss. Fuck yourself. I just want everybody to know it's over. I'm going to be famous. He's worked on he's taking me. What'd you do, Rabbi? It seems like interview myself to your relations. So, here, I would get ready to be entertaining. If you ever watch this, you talk to yourself. I really am just letting you know what's going on in my head because I feel tempted. And this is how I'm very tempted. Unfortunately, watching baby. Alright, so why is it? So, yeah, you're the bad. So, Rabbi, why is it? Maybe. Can't abuse it. I can't believe it's taking me this long. Well, the reason why I'm doing this video is draft fantasy teams. Like 8 hours per, which is different than last year. Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk about my team from last year and to everybody on the team. Fantasy's amazing. I picked the most amazing fantasy team in the history of the sport. The best. I think the team that would have been like Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. That's how good this team was. I mean, it was so good. I had nicknames for the guys. I really think that certainly the history of fantasy football, but most likely in the history of sport, not just fantasy, but sport in general. No one put together a squad the way that I did. And the PFL did. What's a PFL? We came in dead for last. I left the squad. I'm gonna draft, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to draft this week. I know I can't draft as well as I did last year. But I know they're good then. Pick the fastest motherfucker in the league. This guy's got 11 baby mamas. I mean, it's just. By the time that we had 10, I don't know. But this motherfucker was in ahead of us. I wish the 4th kickoff. Just the kind of fortune I have. Anyway, I have the Super Bowl winning quarterback. But I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for that year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage from our scandal in special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. Taylor Swift's next. I mean, I had everybody. I don't want to go through everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted top 90. Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, we're drafting in less than an hour. I don't know what I'm going to draft. Last year, I did not have a 2 overall pick. This year, I'm number 11. So there's a lot more randomness that can go. I'm thinking about drafting. Like I watch our running backs in the beginning. I really don't know. It depends on who's going to be on the board. There's basically this shit is over. This shit is over. Okay, so it's working. I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna be famous, and I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch. Who's gonna be kicked? Who's gonna be this guy? Who's gonna be kicked out? Who's gonna be Twitter? Who's gonna be Facebook? Instagram?
it's going to be this. Well, Discord's how they get to do it. Right, well, fascinating. Financial management. I like to plug everybody on the side. It's going to be the. What else? This confident. I mean, I'm either gonna be dead somewhere against my will. Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out. I'm taking these programs on everything. Genius. Just in time. This bitch is over. It's game over. Well, what's your strategy? What's your strategy? What's your strategy? Fantasy team this year? I don't have one, frankly. Last year, I think I picked the best team in the history of sport. It was amazing. This year, I don't know what. I mean, it all depends on your 11th pick. Then I think I got the 14th pick as well. So, I think I'm going to take just had to ask right now. I've done like dozens of mock drafts. I've already drafted 25. You guys should see my WNBA tests. I'm telling you right now, the shit is over. You can have the fucking referee going into this fucking latex gloves. It's over. Well, are you done? This is like the worst fucking video. At least the other one you were singing songs. That was nice. This one, what is this one? It's about some fucking self fantasy football team in which you came dead fucking last year, and then this year you think you're gonna do better. I can't do it worse. I guess. But whenever I do this, I always think, oh, Like I always have breakthroughs, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna go back because this, and this, and this, and this. This is this someone, this one. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm fucking sure. I didn't know how it was gonna go viral. I thought this guy can't actually such a good fucking team. Can't let them pass, man. Towards the future. Anything else you want to say about your fantasy strategy? Yeah, okay, so if you really want to know it, I don't know. So really make sure that prayers are not bad. They're going to go really quickly.
Live meeting from interferences for refusing idolatry manual 3. She might be good for my case. Relative of Saul confirms David during his flight from Absalom to Samuel 16. She wrote Hebrew for beautiful for hair. One of the midwives who defeat Pharaoh next order to kill Hebrew since Exodus 1. She was like Hebrew female figure in Song of Songs. Possibly meaning peaceful from Shalom. Symbol of love and beauty. Simeon she was Hebrew for birth. Second son of Jacob and Leah, ancestor of tribe of Simeon, Genesis 29. 33. Solomon Shlomo Hebrew for peaceful. Son of David, third king of Israel. Still first temple, same for wisdom, 1 Kings 1. 11. Tamar Hebrew for made calm. Daughter-in-law of Judah who secured her rights state, gold action Genesis 38. Also daughter of David to Samuel 13. Carol Hebrew for delayed or station. Father of Abraham, Never, and Mary. Migrated from her support Canaan Genesis 11. She got from the third Akkadian day, thrust into some Asherah temple. Assyrian kings exiled Israelites in 8 CBG to Kings 15. Uriah Hebrew for WH is my life. Seated warrior David as Harvey, husband of Bathsheba. Betrayed and killed by David to Samuel 11. I am Azariah, never for my strength is WH. King of Judah, Kings 15. Zechariah Hebrew for WH remembers. Prophet, author of book of Zechariah 6 CBG. Also name of several kings and priests. Zebulun Hebrew for Holly for honor. Son of Jacob and Leah, founder of tribe of Zebulun Genesis 30. 20. Zedekiah Jesus Hebrew for WH is my righteousness. Last king of Judah before Babylonian exile, Kings 24. 25. Zephaniah Hebrew for WH message. Prophet, author of book of Zephaniah 7, CBG. Zerubbabel Hebrew for so in Babylon. Leader of Jewish returnees from exile, rebuilds temple foundations Ezra 3. Haggai 1. Ushbite Hebrew for bird. Midianite wife of Moses, brother of his son Exodus 2, 4. Zachar Hebrew for turning or healing. One of Job as friends to David is Job 11. Genesis Hebrew name. Narration in the beginning. Number. First quote. Covers creation through the descent into Egypt. Subtops. Timeline. Creation till 3760 BC in Jewish reckoning for death of Joseph till 1450 BC. Exodus Hebrew name. Shema names. Number. Second quote. Israelite slavery plagues. Exodus, Sinai, Tabernacle.
College like Columbia, thank God, but it is nevertheless a college, and we're using scientific inquiry, we're using lots of modern tools of inquiry that, is not traditional. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
So, considering it's been like so to speak canceled in a day by a lot of other rabbis.
Yep.
How divided was the support on the opposition? Because it sounds like everyone famous opposed him, and everyone else was neutral, but everyone famous opposed him. So
no, not everyone famous opposed him. Many famous people opposed him, but it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it, but it's the internet. It's hard to hold back ideas. Right? They start circulating, especially if they're accessible. He wrote in Hebrew. Start being accessible, people start reading them. There are a lot of books like that come out over the next few centuries that are like really popular, and people think, well, this is fantastic, great, great, great. And then later someone picks up something and says, wait a sec, this is not exactly what we want to say, and it becomes us. But it doesn't become us right away, typically. Mr. Loihe and then Mr. Tillman.
You don't see you're showing those students using outside sources like Aristotle and science.
Yeah, exactly. Remember what happened to Maimonides for using Aristotle?
Yeah, I'm saying it's not like the first person to bring this idea out.
Correct. He's the first person, well, he's quoting the Rambam. Right, he's quoting the Rambam. But he's the first person to say, we can learn about it, and I learned it, by the way, from Christian monks that I was camped outside with for 6 weeks, right? It's like totally a church source, not even like a pagan source. So he was one of the ones that popularized it. And again, the Rambam's writing in manuscript, expensive, hard to attain. He's writing in print. It's like the internet. Everybody's got it. It's hard to control. It's like Instagram. Mr. Timmons.
I'm assuming you wasn't, using any of the literal ideas of, not using mitzvah. So what was considered game stuff that you wrote?
Well,
the fact that he was learning from people.
More of a deep dive into that, but a lot of his issues had to do with the way science was passage in the Bible with 16th century science. That's probably where he got into the most trouble. It's a big, thick book, by the way. It's translated into English. I think we have a copy somewhere in the dangerous literature section of the Federal Library, but it's worth looking at. Another big, in great detail here, but at least a couple of you have been in my Sephardic Jewish history class. Really important is the Portuguese diaspora. The Portuguese Jews were called by Cecil Roth, one of the greatest historians of the last century, the first modern Jew. And by modern, he meant like Jews who have a totally different outlook on life and are especially prepared to engage in code switching, into identity switching, and can borrow from the secular world without feeling guilty about it. The reason being that unlike the Sephardic Jews, the Spanish Jews who were expelled in 1492, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in late 1496, early 1497. And then they experienced the Portuguese Inquisition, which was absolutely awful. And then only afterwards were they able to get out of Portugal and start establishing communities throughout Europe as Jews who were also Christians at the same time. Meaning, they were forced to become Christian. That meant they got Christian driver's licenses. And they could go wherever they want. They could go to universities. They could take any job they want. They could take any job, any profession they want. They could live anywhere they want. They were Christians, and they were prepared to exploit their Christian identities, but still they wanted to retain their Jewish ones at the same time. And so they had much less of an allergy to ideas that were otherwise foreign to Judaism, because they were already swimming in it, and they had done it for generations. Big difference. And they moved all over Europe, and they moved to the New World, and so they create the possibility of multiple identities, which I heard earlier would have been completely, mutually exclusive. You couldn't be Jewish and Christian at the same time. But the Portuguese Jews could, and did, and demonstrated that this is a possibility. Right? So they're spreading these kinds of ideas, and they're loving the Meorei Nine. They're thinking this is a great book. It has all kinds of cool ideas. We love the synthesis of Jewish wisdom, non-Jewish wisdom. It's happening. James, you got a question? You look like you got a question. No? You're good? Okay. You don't have to be sorry. Okay. So the Haskalah per se, though, as I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn, the sometimes called Ilui of Dessau, was the primary figure in promoting this idea. And again, as someone mentioned earlier, maybe it was Mr. Truman, he's a frum guy. He's Orthodox. He's Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus, right? They're not necessarily thinking, especially early on, they're not necessarily thinking that they're driving Judaism off the cliff. They're thinking that this is like the natural path of Judaism, that of course we should be engaging outside society. It is deeply intertwined with the political moment because as you move into the 1800s, it's more and more possible that Jews could obtain equal rights with Christians. Not just like the Portuguese Jews who did because they were actually Christians, but because the societies are prepared to agree to the idea that Jews should have equal rights. Case in point would be America, 1776, where they said, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically. It didn't happen all over at the same time. But basically, America said, we the people, this idea that we're all born equal, except for black people, not black people. And by the way, women almost, we won't let them vote, but otherwise okay. But Jews were included in the we the people. And so that was like a pretty dramatic thing. The French Revolution, we'll talk about after this lecture, massive impact, because America was way over on the other side of the ocean, but France is right in the middle of Europe. And when they did to Jews equal rights, that was mind-blowing. And that's basically following on from the work of a guy like Moses Mendelssohn. His biography is interesting. Comes from northern Germany, a place called Prussia. And he's a self-taught, he's an autodidact, self-taught genius. Exceptionally skilled in a whole pile of areas of modern thought. And one of the most important areas, which, by the way, all of you identified as one of the most valuable things you're learning here at this college, was his composition skills. He could write really well in colloquial German. Let's remember the linguistic situation is Jews are still living in a very, very insular lifestyle. Vast majority of Jews, top 10 friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have lots of business contacts. And so the level of communication that Jews had for most of Europe is a high degree of fluency in Yiddish, right, the mother tongue, the Mamaloschen, typically some degree of facility and ability in Hebrew, because that's the liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic, but the Hamon Am would have enough to get through the Siddur, follow maybe Chumash Rashi. But then when it comes to German, it would basically be functional German. Just like, if people have Hispanic help cleaning their houses and doing their lawns, you might know enough Spanish to say, we're going to be on vacation week next week, don't come, or, basic things, or, hey, could you please clean up the kitchen? Whatever you might say in very, very basic Spanish, because that's what you need for, effective communication. Or I know about 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely helpful when I get my dry cleaning done, right? Because almost all cleaners in America for some reason are Korean. And I actually, fun fact, I have a Korean name. And I know how to write it. Do I have a marker here? I don't know if I have a marker. Does it work with a finger or anything here? No? You might have a marker in the drawer. In the drawer, that will be. I will show you my secret Korean name. If I can find a marker. Maybe I will not be able to reveal it to you. Why you might ask, why, Dr. Evans, do you have a Korean name? But I'll tell you. When I was about 15, I worked for a Korean restaurant. And they had trouble pronouncing Henry. They would call me Henry. So they said, after about a month, they said, forget it, we're just going to call you Young Soo. That name means like Moshe Chaim or something like that. Young Soo. So that's my Korean name. Okay, well, how did I get that? He said, well, I can spell it in Korean, but I don't have a marker here. A marker over here? Yeah, here. Is this a marker? Yeah. It's not one marker. I want to make a button. Yeah, let's get a button here. That's going to be tried of it. It was not good. It doesn't dry. It's not really. Come here. That's your diamond. If I write it on here, will it go on there? No. I'm saying you can show it. Okay. That better. There we go. This is white. There it is. Young Sue. That's the other thing. But I know how to say like thank you and you're welcome and how are you doing, sir? That kind of thing. Anyways, how did I get here? Why am I talking about this? Thank you so much. Thank you. So my Korean is really handicapped. I only know the very minimal. But if I lived in Korea, I would probably learn a lot more just to do the business I need to do. Not that I'd be a literary genius, not that I'd write a book in Korean or lecture in Korean, but I would be able to have a telephone conversation in Korean, right? So most had that level of German. Even though they're living in the country for 800 years, that's the extent of their skills largely because of what they needed. There were exceptional Jews, like for example, the court Jews, the Hofjuden, who were kind of like the representatives of the community who were close to the king or the prince or the nobleman, who would act at much better levels of it. We see this also in the Gemara, where there's a whole discussion of what kind of haircuts Jews can have, and there's certain really popular Roman haircuts that would be considered like haircuts Hagoyim. You couldn't get those haircuts, but if you were close to the king, you needed to have that, so you could have that haircut. Full discussion, I think Yehuda Nasi's son-in-law, if I remember correctly, Rebbe's son-in-law, yes, had that kind of haircut. Tangents. Why am I going on tangents? But Moses Mendelssohn had that beautiful German. He had excellent speaking ability in German, and so much so that there was an essay competition, and he beat Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. You know, coming in first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second is like a mind-blowing thing. Mendelssohn, Moses Mendelssohn. That's why they called him the genius of Dessau, because he was like really brilliant. And he wrote a ton of material in German and also in Hebrew to explain Judaism to the rest of the world. He was kind of like the Oprah of Judaism to the rest of the world. Everybody said, wow, maybe these Jews are not so weird. Look at this guy. He can stand up and he can speak and he can communicate. And he has good arguments, right? He actually makes a lot of sense. So he was extremely influential. I'll give you one example of his thought. There were other figures who were contemporaries who, by contrast, are totally different. Solomon Maimon, who comes from not too far away from him on the Russian side of the border, he also was a genius, deeply involved with the world of ideas and deeply engaged in Jewish things, but in secular culture. But unlike Moses Mendelssohn, he can't find a balance. He can't stay frum and still appreciate the outside world. He ends up converting to Lutheranism, and as typical, he writes a nasty book about Judaism afterwards. His autobiography is a fascinating work. He describes with some hostility his visit to the court of the Maggid of Mezrich, who we spoke about on Monday. But he's like an example of most of the Maskilim of this era. If they got involved with non-Jewish ideas and they started to like them, they basically disappeared from Judaism. But Moses Mendelssohn sort of created a path where you know what, it's possible to stay from and also engage in outside culture. Not everybody agreed, obviously. Moses Mendelssohn's books were famously burned in some circles, which is generally a good sign that your book sales are going to keep going up, because once it's burned, you got to see what's going on in there. But he really articulated a path that was extremely influential for the next few centuries. I'll give you some of the positives and negatives. By the way, this background image is shown over here. At least we show you the whole image, but I don't think I have it. No colors, blue in different contexts. Here's Mendelssohn. You notice he has the hunchback. He famously had the hunchback. I'm going to give you guys, by seal the deal Shidduch line that came from Moses Mendelssohn. This is the story. It's a great story, okay? He had a hunchback. And the story goes that when he was set up with his bashert, or who mythology bashert, he comes walking up to the front porch for the Shidduch day, and she's out on the second floor. She looks out the window, she sees it. By the way, she's in this picture too. I gotta find you the actual picture. She sees him out the window, and she's oh my gosh, he's got a big hunchback. She tells her mother, I don't want to meet him. And her mother says, how can you do this? He came all the way here. It's so impolite. She's like, I can never marry someone with a hunchback. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. But the mother parades the door, so you must sit down. You have to have a Shidduch day with him for sure. So, she relents. They invite Moses Mendelssohn in. They sit down in the parlor. This is where the Shidduch days would go back then. The parents are outside. It was like chaperoned, but not strictly street, ocean. And they talk for half an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, massively long Shidduch day. Actually, pretty long day. Sorry? It's going well. It's going well. It's going well. And I said, what's happening? She said, I'm not going to marry this guy. He has a hunchback. They come out, first date, announce their engagement. Mind blowing, right? So they afterwards the parents asked her, the future Mrs. Mendelssohn, what did he say? You were so dead set you didn't want to meet him. And I remember she said to the parents that he said to her, look, I know that my hunchback is difficult to take, but I want to let you know that there is a Gemara, which I'm sure you're generally all familiar with. 40 days Kodem Yetziras HaVlad, right? 40 days before a child is born, a bas kol goes out, a divine voice goes out and says, bas ploni leploni, right? And he says, I was in the womb, and I heard the bas kol, and I saw that you were my basheres. But I saw that you had a hunchback. And I davened in the womb. It's all over. This is the guy, he's genius, right? He's really smart. So in this particular image, which is actually quite fascinating part of his biography, he, as part of like this whole deal of being opened up to society, stuff like that, he befriends a Lutheran priest, this guy here named Lavater, and they have like these deep, meaningful conversations. You guys use that term, DMC? Yeah, okay. They have, I use it with my daughter. So they have these DMCs about money, religion, stuff like that. And then Lavater betrays him and publishes a book. Right? It's a weird kind of thing. They publish books really easily. He publishes a book saying that Mendelssohn actually accepts the truth of Christianity. These are the things he told me in private. And he challenges Mendelssohn to now follow through and convert to Protestant Christianity. Hugely embarrassing thing, we don't know what actually happened in those meetings and stuff like that. It ends up being a whole da-da-da. Mendelssohn never converts, never speaks to Lavater again. They write books against each other, little diatribes, it's all popular press, but this is like, a sort of a representation of their relationship beforehand. In the background, which you can't see, I should have cut it off, is a playwright named Gottfried Lessing, who wrote a brilliant play dedicated to Mendelssohn called, if I remember correctly, The Three Rings. It's Nathan der Weise is named, but Nathan the Wise, in which there's this whole metaphor of the three rings, which represent Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and they all have to come together in peace and coexistence, stuff like that. I love that. Anyways, it's a cool story. Okay, so give you an example of the kind of things that Mendelssohn was very involved in, to give you a sense of where the Haskalah could go and where it did go, much to its chagrin. 1772, right? This is at the peak of Mendelssohn's popularity, and he's won all these prizes. He's a rich guy now. He's like, everyone looks up to him as a leader of Judaism. And but again, he's still second-class citizen. There's no equal rights for Jews. He can be kicked out of his town anytime. And it's happened still in the 1770s. A Reichsrat in a principality of Germany called Mecklenburg-Schwerin, where somebody was buried too early. Non-Jewish guy. He woke up in the grave, and everyone said, "What is going on?" And there's like this. There's a whole interesting backstory. I don't want to go into too much details, but basically they go to the Duke and they say, "Duke, we got to do something. It's a public health issue. People are being buried before they're dead. We need a new rule. Nobody gets buried until 72 hours after the death certificate is signed. Nobody gets buried until 3 days after we declare them dead, just in case, right?" It was a huge thing all over Europe. There were these crazy ideas. They were building special emergency coffins like this one, where it has like this little air balloon on the bottom, kind of like a bellows type thing, and it's attached to a flag. So if you wake up in the coffin, then you can squeeze the bellows and the flag goes up. Imagine walking by the graveyard and seeing these things pop up. They had them attached to bells, so you could be walking by a cemetery and all of a sudden you hear the someone has been buried too early. It was a crazy kind of phenomenon that was happening. And there are even examples in America where they built cemeteries with, emergency, dig me out right now messages. So, what's the problem for Jews?
If you buried them dead.
Yes, Judaism valorizes swift burial. Right? We consider the decomposition of the corpse an atonement for the deceased, and we consider quick burial, the quicker the better in general. But we do have an idea of covenant mace that you can wait to preserve the honor of the mace. Like, let's say, I'm not giving you a halakhic direction, but there's a lot of discussion about, if there's a close family member who needs to come in, there are some posting would say you can wait a certain amount of time for it to get there and be at the funeral. But in Israel, of course, the ideal is to bury within 24 hours. And typically we don't use coffins in Israel, right? But the idea is to accelerate the decomposition. Even the coffins we use here at Putzlaritz have holes drilled in the bottom of them so that literally the worms can get into the coffin faster. Right? Those are our values. That's what we do. So waiting 72 hours is bizayon lameis. It's an insult to the deceased. We can't do that. That's a really serious isser to insult the mace. So they go to two great rabbis. One of them is Rabbi Yaakov Emden, and the other one is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. Rabbi Yaakov Emden is initially stumped, doesn't know how to deal with this. He says, you better go to Rabbi Mendelssohn because he knows how to talk to human authorities. Later, Rabbi Emden changes his mind and has a little bit of a discussion with Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn on this. But Moses Mendelssohn does two things. First of all, he writes to the king, to the nobleman, Duke, I think it is, and he convinces them to make a carve-out exception for Jews because this is their practice. But the other thing he does, says privately to the Jewish community, but you know what, I think it's a good idea. We should really adopt this 72-hour rule. Because as much as we dislike, halanas hameis, letting the dead body remain, it's much worse to bury a person prematurely. So this is a public health thing. And moreover, he says that we've been doing this historically. An example of this is a Jewish mausoleum. We have lots of examples in the Hellenistic period of the indoor cave graves. You have them in Beit Shan, you have them in Rehavia, Yerushalayim, anywhere where the Hellenistic Judaism was very big, where we would bury people, in accessible places. They're not actually buried, not inhumed. Then, of course, I'm sorry, even the Gemara, absolutely, the Likud Tzamos, right? The holiday, like a yontif, that after your parent or loved one would decompose, you would go back after a year and collect the bones, and then bring the bones for secondary burial. I know, it's wild. If you go to the Met, you can see that they have a whole bunch of examples of stone ossuaries, which are kind of like sarcophagi. A sarcophagus, though, is a full-length coffin. The Met here in Manhattan, and they have it in Israel too. The Israel Museum has tons of examples. But these ossuaries are about this big, because when you're just collecting the bones, you don't need a lot of space. And that's what we used to do. So Mendelssohn says, I don't know why don't we just go along with the Duke of this? Why don't we just, accept this public health measure? So you see how there's a willingness to compromise in halacha when there is what's perceived to be a secular public health or motivation. Where you also see this fight in your own lifetimes is during COVID. The same kind of arguments were happening. On the one side, more of what we would call today a Haredi approach of a sheikh, a shrifen. It's written here. We're not going to pivot anywhere from what it says right here. But at the same time, there are a lot of rabbis tend to be more left-wing, saying, well, wait a second, public health, stuff like that. Maybe we should that. Maybe we should not have minyan on Yom Kippur. You guys remember that? Yes. A lot of schools were shut down. Yom Kippur. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, they put a little way back in. So.
Well, again, you think it's Haredi, it's Haskalah. This is the same tension that we have with the premature burial ceremony. Okay. Now, I don't want to give you like an overly rosy picture of the Haskalah. Mendelssohn is an exceptional figure in many ways. He is considered, for example, the founder of Reform Judaism. Now, that I do not believe that Mendelssohn would approve of the halachic compromise of the Reform Judaism. I think he would literally roll over in his timely grave. But in his own lifetime, he had students who were so far off the beaten path. Like this guy here, David Friedlander, that's a very important disciple of Moses Mendelssohn, who actually said in 1799, Mendelssohn died in 1786, he said that, you know what, this is just way too much work. We are never going to be emancipated as equal citizens unless we simply adopt Christianity. So he proposed in 1799 the dry baptism proposal, saying that we're not actually going to go through with it, but let's just tell everybody we're Christian, and then we'll just, live the way we want to live. That way they'll make us equal citizens, and then we'll just fit in. Right? You can't imagine too many rabbis going along with this solution today, but this was definitely a result of the Haskalah going way too far in that particular direction. Okay. You also have a more moderate expression of the Haskalah with the great Samson Raphael Hirsch, who is a tremendous intellect of the 19th century when a lot of these battles were way more consequential than they were in the 18th century. And he argued in Germany, which is very different from Eastern Europe, he argued in Germany that there is no way that we can hold back secularism. We have to figure out rather a way to adapt it into our existence. We have to find some kind of middle path. For example, we do not sacrifice any halacha, but let's think carefully about what we call minhag.
Is reporters were involved fighting against Abraham Fever?
Fighting what? I'm sorry?
Or I guess arguing with Abraham Fever?
Oh, Geiger, yes, definitely. Geiger was he's considered the founder of the Reform movement. I know that Moses Mendelssohn is the intellectual. None of it is actually true. Let's just do what we want. I'm kind of extreme, I'm putting that in extreme language. I want to come back to this a little later in this semester, but yeah, Hirsch was essentially saying if we don't find a compromise with modernity, we will lose to Abraham Geiger. We'll lose to the early Reform. Remind me your last name, sir. Mr. Levine.
Wasn't there a difference on Mendelssohn and Johnson Walker? The Johnson Walker still got a place for more than anything to get ready that could arrive with your fan on the
Yes, that's a very perceptive comment. You're absolutely right. Let me repeat it. People may not have heard it. They lived in very different eras, right? In Mendelssohn's time, his years, I think he was born in 1720, he died in 1786. He's dealing with a time where the vast majority of Jews are still pretty firm, still pretty much Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus. Of course, you have people always who are less or more particular, less or more willing to compromise, but there's no such thing as like kind of openly community worlds. Samson Raphael Hirsch, whose years are 1808 to 1888, the world has changed a lot in the intervening century, and Jews are now actively exploring either simple conversion to Christianity on a much larger scale, or simply non-observant Judaism. And he's fighting a very different battle in a different part of the world, and he basically says, okay, we're going to come to terms with modernity, we're going to draw a line, and we won't cross that line, but it's definitely going to be a line that's in a very different place than Prussia in the 1780s. So it's a very different strategy. Yes?
Very tough question. Was he right? I know that today we're already past that, but if not for his influence, certainly on the Yakish communities, like, how would that have looked? Would there be more people that are more into like the Hasidim?
So, Mr. Tuman, I am hesitant as a historian to post value judgments backwards in time. I don't think it's an especially helpful way to teach history. I would love you guys to make up that decision and think about it. I can say that in the 19th century, you had a whole range of strategies for Judaism. You had Hassam Sofer, who's a contemporary of Rav Hirsch, essentially staking out the Haredi position, saying that we will have no compromise with modernity. You have the people like Abraham Geiger, who's saying, oh, we're totally going to compromise with modernity. We love modernity. In fact, the Reform movement voted twice in favor of moving Shabbos to Sunday. Moving Shabbos to Sunday. The reason it never happened is because there's a gap between the leadership of the Reform movement and the laity, meaning those regular people. The leadership thought this is a great idea. The laity said it's just gone too far, and they wouldn't accept it. So that's on the other thing. And then Samson Raphael Hirsch, he carved out a kind of a middle path. And maybe different strategies work for different people, but they're all still extant. We're still living with all those strategies today, 200 years later.
And he's another what was known as neo-Orthodox, right?
Yeah. In his time, that's when the word Orthodox was coined and was intended as a slur, as I think we discussed last week. Neo-Orthodoxy was developed a little bit later as trying to say, like, well, we're Orthodox, but we're not Orthodox like those people in Eastern Europe, with the long dark clothes and things like that. So that's why New Orthodox. And that sort of evolved into modern Orthodox or centrist Orthodox. And a lot of people today debate whether those terms are fairly applied to Rav Samson Raphael Hirsch's approach. But I'll give you one great example. If you read some of his works, like two great examples, the 19 letters. Wow, amazing, powerful work. It feels like it could have been written today. And Horeb, wow, life-altering book. 19 Letters is a fictional dialogue between a young man who is thinking about going OTB and to an older rabbi type. And they have this back and forth about all the issues. And those issues are still around today. Mr. Rubin.
Is there any truth about the young man being Heinrich Gretz?
Yeah, I think that's a widespread rumor, and it could be because Heinrich Gretz lived in his house, and he did flirt with OTD stuff, and he was an intelligent guy, so it's a good reason it might have been Heinrich Gretz. And Horeb, brilliant, amazing book. Hard to read in the English translation. I actually had to look at the German frequently to figure out what the English would say because it's so complicated. But it's a really great philosophical treatise of what is Judaism, written in German. Again, like Mendelssohn, he's not writing for the people who are already through. He's writing for people like Maimonides with the Guide for the Perplexed, writing for people who are like on the borderline and are about to slip off the edge. And that's a tremendous achievement. Mr. Abrams.
So your first, trying to be practical, pragmatic by saying this is practically how the only way to go forward is to need to be orthodox in the human world, or to use a freedom like that's ideal, or did he do it what he was saying about the
That's an excellent question. Did he view his strategy as lechatchila or b'diavad? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I think my guess is he would have viewed it as lechatchila.
Were his contemporaries like other Haredi allies? Did they accept it?
No, it's controversy. All these great people have controversies floating around them. It's hard to find a great rabbi that everybody loves. You're just trying to think of one. Not even Moshe Rabbeinu could get that level, right? Korah. No, he definitely doesn't. No, there's no rabbi who totally avoids controversy. I think even the Chavetz Chaim was criticized, but people recognized. I like Chaim. They recognize their piety, but they disagree with it.
But there was a lot of criticism on the Shabura.
Yeah,
I noticed, like people thought that
but let's not get too far away. But I will say one more thing about Samson Raphael Hirsch. Yes, really important. Probably will skip over some of the denominational issues when we get to it later. He was also savage when it came to the other side of the equation, because one of the things that he had to deal with was the flight of his own community from Torah Umisos, right? That there were a lot of Jews in Frankfurt am Main who were saying, you know what? Don't be so firm, Rabbi. We want to have an organ in the congregation. What's so bad? And we're going to just do that. It's dancing. How bad could it be, right? And so you have to realize that at that time, the way Jewish communities were organized is there was one Jewish community that was recognized in a town. There was no such thing like we have today with hundreds of schools. I see this Mishnah, there's all kinds of things. It was one Jewish community. He applied for legal status for Orthodox Jews only. This was something called the Austritt, which means like the escape or separation, good translation, Austritt. That we are now, we can't deal with these non-Orthodox Jews anymore. And the term Orthodox wasn't even invented. We can't deal with these non-Torah observant Jews anymore. Our synagogue is going to be with Malaka. Whatever they do, they're on their own. Big challenge, you know, because all of a sudden they're saying that we're not recognizing ourselves as being part of the whole community. He's like, the Rabbi is criticizing, what do you mean? I'll take Rosh Hashanah seaboard. Don't separate from the community. And he literally drew a line in the sand. So his ability to compromise in the sense that we'll adopt these behaviors, we'll take on these kinds of articles of clothing, we'll do things so we can be more German, we'll trim our beards. If you think that's, you know, a little bit too radical, we have this version here with a little bit more facial hair, but we'll do all those things, but we will absolutely not compromise on Shabbos, Kashrus, Taharas, and Mishpacha. And our shul, in order to save it, we're going to separate. And that was like, that's essentially the Orthodox strategy for the next 150 years, is adapt, but also separate at the same time. Okay. So we can argue more about it. Let's go back. In Eastern Europe, what's going on in Eastern Europe? Eastern Europe is a very different situation. The Haskalah affecting the Ashkenazim in Western Europe was deeply related to the whole concept. Let me just make sure I got the right slide here. Oh, yeah, it's a different present. The Eastern European situation is very different. Western Europe, Jews are actually fairly small in terms of their percentage of the population. They tend to be concentrated in larger cities. They tend to be concentrated in the single digits of population. But once you get, you know, east of Germany, all of a sudden Jews are concentrated in smaller settlements, villages, Städtler, and sometimes in large cities. But their population can sometimes be over half. Berdichev, for example, had about 78% Jews. That was the population. Everybody's Jewish. And like the kinds of assimilatory pressures that were affecting Western Ashkenazi Jews were totally different in the Eastern region. And so it has a slightly different kind of context. For one, Jews regarded German culture as being high value. Jews thought, and this is part of the tragedy of the 20th century, they speak about this thing called the German Jewish synthesis, where we really wanted to be like Germans so badly. We thought Germans had the best literature, the best science, the best music, the best art. They really did have an amazing selection of cultural artifacts. So much so that when it gets expressed, and someone's been kind of going in that direction, Abraham Geiger, Reform congregations are typically not called synagogues. What are they called? Temples. And why would they call them temples? What other way to call them temples?
To pretend that it's the service like we did in the temple in Jerusalem, and you know we don't have it, we can still practice that way.
Okay, very good. A little bit sharper, Mr. Rubin. It's how many temples are there in Judaism?
2 or 3.
Well, okay. One at a time. Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Abrams. So one at a time. And where is that temple? In Jerusalem. So what does it mean if you build a building in Berlin and you say, this is my temple?
You move the center of Judaism to Berlin.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Exactly. You move the center of Judaism to Berlin. You say, oh, forget about all that biblical stuff about wanting to go back. The Reformer was that one was removing all reference to Mashiach and things like that. This is our temple right here in Berlin. This is where we belong. Of course you should give us equal rights as citizens because look, we've already made this commitment. We've abandoned our temple in Jerusalem. We're creating it here. That kind of thing is not happening in Russia, in the Russian Empire. Jews are not deep admirers in the 19th century of Russian literature. They're not reading Tolstoy or Pushkin. They're just not that interested. Later they would be. But back then, no, it wasn't their thing. They got involved in many more Jewish issues, and especially it found expression in things like Yiddishism, like the celebration of the Yiddish language. Who's writing on Yiddish? Someone writing the history of the Yiddish language. Probably. I'm going to look up your name. You didn't show up for class, but I read your paper. It's really cool. So the Yiddish, of course, is the vernacular. And they're saying we should now make this vernacular, which was not considered even by Jews a real language, which was basically German written in Hebrew characters. My own grandmother, Allah Shalom, who was born in 1910, she didn't even call Yiddish Yiddish. She called it Jewish. That was the Jewish language. That's what Jews spoke, but it didn't have a real status at the time. So they started writing Yiddish literature, Shalom Aleichem, Megillah Malchus, people like that, Yibam Paris, or Zionism. Right? That becomes really big. We're going to get more into this, God willing, on Monday. Zionism becomes really big as a Jewish kind of Haskalah expression, not as a trying to imitate non-Jews, but we're going to create our own version. And of course, Jewish socialism, again, more for next year. One of the most significant areas in which Jews did express the Haskalah in Eastern Europe, though, was a greater emphasis on introducing secular studies into Jewish education. One of the pioneers was this man, Joseph Pearl, who lived in Galicia, generation after Moses Mendelssohn. There's one fascinating story about him that I want to share. He was a fervent anti-Chassid. He was a mitnaged. Came from London. We need Mr. Frank here for this. He hated Hasidism because, like Gretz, he felt that it was the superstitious downfall of Jewish people, believing all kinds of Bogomaises and these wonder-working Rabbis, and he said it's all Narishkeit. And so, in his attempts to reform Jewish education, of course, he really took tremendous amount of efforts in developing the school system, was very widespread, but he also wrote a satire of Hasidism, the title of which escapes me right now. Maybe some of us, when you want to look it up, Joseph Pearl, the title of his book. It's right now. It's Megalit Tamirim. Oh, Megalit Tamirim, right? Revealing the hidden things, right? That which is Tamar, right? Like, not Tamar. What's the word? What's the shortish for Tamirim? Isn't it like a cooking thing, Hatmana? Related to that, maybe? Maybe. Anyway, he wrote a satire of Hasidism, and people loved it. They didn't realize it was a backfire. They took it seriously. They read about these crazy wonder-working rabbis that he just made up, thinking that people would read this and say, wow, those Hasidim are so stupid. And in fact, they began to admire the Hasidim. So it backfired on him big time.
There's no Peter Shomer, that was that's product, which is basically we need to keep a strong more product for in the self of it. And nowadays it's in the song because we're still wearing it.
Yeah, it is funny how these things change around. Okay, now I want to take you to one really dark period in Jewish history briefly, and then on Monday we're going to go right to the evolution of Jewish politics, which is a must. Talking to the audience here, must attend class, because if you don't attend Monday, you will totally not be able to understand the rest of the 20th century and even 21st century politics, right? That was a pretty effective warning, I hope. Let's see what the attendance is like on Monday. So, this is one of the periods, and I think this is really important for understanding politics today. One of the darkest periods of Jewish history occurred in the first half of the 19th century in Russia. And it relates to this whole Haskalah element in a very big way. This man, Tsar Nicholas I, comes to power. He has a a decidedly militaristic bent. He likes, having parades organized, like watching parades, things like that. And he's dealing with rebellions. He's both before him and after him, the major rebellions in Russia. Russia is slowly collapsing at this time. And he says, okay, one of the problems that I have is I've got something like 4 million Jews living in my empire, and they are like so indigestible. They don't correspond to our Russian values as I perceive them. Namely, first of all, they're not Christians. That's a big deal. Not only not Christians, they're not Orthodox. He also has Catholics in Poland, but he had to put down rebellions there too. So it was Russian Orthodox, right? So they're not Christians, not Russian Orthodox. Secondly, they do not regard themselves as Russian people. They regard themselves as a distinct nationality living within the Russian Empire. Kind of like you think about Ukrainians in the Russian Empire. They also, not so much in Nicholas's time, but by the 20th century, they regard themselves as a separate people. So the Jews are not going to say, well, we'll be Russians now too. This is a much more complicated question. In the 20th century, Jews would fall over themselves to adopt the Russian language, to get educated in Russian and so on. But this is the 19th century. And finally, he says, they don't really accept my authority. Whose authority do they accept? That is the rabbis and God. Right? They don't look at me as the supreme autocrat. So he says to himself, okay, what am I going to do to get these people to adopt Russian values? Not necessarily because he hates Jews. He hates this undigestible mass of non-citizens. He wants them to fit in. It would be fine if, as one of his later ministers, one of the later Russian ministers said, 1/3 of them emigrated, 1/3 of them died, and 1/3 of them converted. That would be okay. But he wants to deal with this strange demographic problem. So he comes up with two solutions to set up a Jewish school system run by the state, the crown school system, where Jewish kids who enroll in this school will get a nice big dose of Russian training. They'll get Russian language, which will be a big deal. They'll get math and science, and they'll get all kinds of things to engage in gainful employment. We will probably also throw in there a little bit of conversionist efforts to get them to convert to Christianity, but that will be non-official. And Max Lilienthal, big Haskalah supporter, says, fantastic, here is my chance to get them into the 19th century. Let's get them, modernized, let's give them proper training overall. I'll handle those Russian Orthodox priests who want to come in and give the occasional conversionist lecture, I'll handle them. Ended up in a terrible failure. He ended up leaving in disgust. He actually moved to Cincinnati afterwards. But the idea was that the school system was supposed to be a pathway to assimilation into Russian society. Again, Nicholas I's motivation, although we can't say he was a Philo-Semite, he was primarily doing it for social reasons, not because he hated Judaism, but because he wanted the Jews to be more like Russians. Why would any Jew even consider this school? Money. Good reason. In this particular case, I would think there's a better motivator though. But good guess. Appreciate it. Mr. Rubin?
Did the parents like it also, and wanted to mother their kids' education?
Jewish parents generally want to get their kids ahead. And we will see in the 1920s in Russia, there's a huge phenomenon. But they generally don't send their kids to schools where they think they're going to convert to another religion. They generally don't. That's just too far. It does happen, but it's a little too far, John. Mr. Ederson.
Before their kids' safety.
Explain that, please.
They're worried that if they don't make at least a visible effort to appease the Russians who are hosting them, that they will no longer be able to take over their life.
Okay, good. You're absolutely right. But the reason is actually quite a bit sharper. Get to a right away, administrator has last chance.
Maybe their schools weren't so good, and the system, whatever it was good education. And a lot of people want to integrate this.
Okay, good guesses, good guesses. Here's the main motivator. In 1837, he puts in place this incredibly awful decree called the Cantonist Decree, in which he says that Jewish children can be conscripted to the army. Conscription in the Tsar's army was not like 3 years as it is in Israel, 25 years. Going into the army is basically a career and lifestyle choice. In Russia in the 19th century, basically, if you were like the oldest son, you would get a little bit of your father's land. If you were the second son, you might go into the priesthood. If you're a third son, you might consider the army. And this is it's a career decision, 25 years. Now, Jews historically, they never really wanted Jews in the army. They didn't speak the language properly, they didn't have the same values, they were not interested. So Jews typically would pay an additional poll tax. This is basically pay an additional tax gladly to keep their kids out of a 25-year military service. Nicholas I, remember, he's a very military guy. He says, wow, that's totally wrong. Totally wrong. We want them to go into the army because that's a great way for them to learn Russian values, Russian language, all this stuff. So therefore, he says, no more exemptions. Every community must provide, the number varied from time to time, but basically 10 conscripts for every 1,000 males every year. They would show up after Sukkot. You had to deliver 10 people to the army. Jews historically would pay additional tax and not have to do that, but 10 guys would show up and go to the army. He removed the possibility of buying your way out of it. You had to serve. Secondly, because he realized that the age of conscription was 18, that by the time Jewish men are 18 years old, chances are they're married. They've already had some exposure to Gemara. They've already had the bar mitzvah. They've probably had at least a few meals of Chinese food. There's no way they're going back from Yiddishkeit. So he says, I'm lowering the age to 12. So they serve 6 years in another military school called the Canton. That's why they get the name Cantonist. And then serve 25 years military. Can you imagine it? Your 12-year-old kid, 6 years in this military school, battered by conversionist pressures, and then 25 years in the army. Mr. Abrams, they're after conversion. Actually, they did. They did. It was amazing how many concessions they wouldn't make for them. Not religiously across the board, but generally speaking, they had at least some token representations of that. But, like the schools. Good, Mr. Tillman. How does this relate to the school system? What is this intended to do to Cantonese? I speak about the tour. Speak about the tour, exactly. If you went to the school system, you could. So then this means that the Jewish parents have this terrible choice. Either I expose my kid to the risk of conscription and being sent to be posted in Siberia for 25 years, or I sent him to a school that was actively going to try and convert to Christianity. I mean, what a choice. Now here's the worst part. Guys, focus with me for 2 minutes. This is one of the worst, darkest moments in Jewish history. I'm sorry to end it on a low note, but it's so important. Who got to choose the conscripts? Who chose the children who would go? Well, close. It was the Jewish community. The Russian government was like really poor bureaucracy. They didn't have the manpower. They didn't have the skills. They didn't know how to run a country. They would frequently offload tasks onto locals. So Nicholas I said the Jewish Kehillah, which we've spoken about before, the Kehillah has to choose which kids go. And so every October, the Jewish synagogue, which kids went. And you can believe it, that it's not the kids of the wealthy who were chosen. They would choose the children of widows, children of poor people, and it got so bad this year. This is like amazing. It's like mind blowing that's actually happened. It got to a point in the 1850s, and this went on for like decades. Got to a point in the 1850s, the Jewish community actually hired professional kidnappers, Jewish kidnappers, to go and steal children to present them to the government for conscription. Well, it's like hard to believe, but we have many, many testimonies of kids who went through this. And this created a huge rift in the Jewish community because basically a whole generation of Jews, 30 years, Jews are saying, I can't trust my rabbi. I can't trust my Kehillah leadership. They're handing me over to Moloch. Mr. Gertz, sorry?
They kind of space everything that you're going for.
Absolutely. Completely internally corrodes the fabric of Jewish society. And it's one of the reasons why Russia later, a generation later, when those kids grow up, they become revolutionaries. They become communists. They say, what do I have? Look at my leaders. Look at who's taking care of me. It's so corrupt. It was really the darkest period of Jewish history. Okay, we're going to pick up on politics when we come back on Monday. It's a must attend. Okay? We'll have an excellent day, gentlemen. Okay, we're ready to talk then about after this. We're going to talk about the really nasty fight between Hasidim and Misnagdim that erupted in the 1790s and lasted until about 1815, and then it sort of settled down, except for a few crazy people on YouTube. I feel like writing back to them saying, "What are you doing on YouTube, anyways?" You know, Rabbi would not appreciate it. Okay, so here we are. What is Hasidism exactly? What are we talking about? So I'm going to try and separate this from neo-Hasidism, which of course is something that's very popular today. I'm actually involved in it a little bit. I did a lot of research on the Shia section of Rabbi, one of the neo-Hasidic heroes. But Hasidism, traditional Hasidism, let's just understand some really basic stuff here. In terms of some practice and belief opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists. That's like the old-time religion. The term Orthodox would not be coined for about another 60 years. It would be coined in Germany largely as an insult. Is designed, because the word Orthodox means one doctrine, one way. And that was meant to be sort of a nasty thing to say to the traditional Jews, saying, you think there's only one way to be Jewish, as opposed to us Reformed Jews who have like 17 different ways to be Jewish. So that's why the Orthodox term was originally intended as an insult, a slur. Later it became adopted as a term of pride, saying, yeah, this is the way we are. The truth is, as you all know, there is no such thing as one way to be Jewish. We have Dalet Amos of Halakha, and you can put about 6 or 8 people inside Dalet Amos. There are lots of different ways to be Jewish, but there are boundaries. So the term that would have been used if people were struggling to find a term to describe something that had not had that contrast before that, they would have used the term Altgläubige, which means old believers, that they did it the old way. So they later became called opponents because they opposed this new movement called Hasidus. So in terms of like, do they believe in Taryag mitzvos? The answer is obviously yes. Both groups are on the same page with that. Do they believe in the really key elements of Judaism? Like, for example, if a person is going to become a ger, and you have to teach them the basics of Judaism in order for them to join the club, there are 3 basic things that is like part of the curriculum for sure. What are the 3 basic things they've got to get? Shabbat is going to be one of them. What's the second one, Mr. Lloyd? Tefillah, right. Taharas and Mishpacha. Is it important? The third one? Kashrus, exactly. Those are the 3 really big things. If you've got those 3 down, you can probably manage to get into the club. So in terms of Shabbat, yes, they're on the same page. In terms of Kashrus, absolutely, they're on the same page. And in terms of intimacy, which is what the way I'm translating here, Taharas and Mishpacha, yes. So then how are they different? If they are all on the same kind of page with these things, what is next? Yes, there are like tons of tiny little details. Like for example, even with Taharas Mishpacha, there is a difference in the construction of the mikvah. And you have a board, a yad board, or you have to have a board, tachas board. These are tiny, tiny little details so that rabbis can really get deep into, so to speak. But the general parameters for regular people is they are really, really similar. If you were a Martian coming to this planet and you saw Hasidim and Haredim standing, Litvish standing side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Not even Martians, actually. So it's really because of the rebellions that we started this whole unit with. The rebellion of discovery is really the rebellion of Hasidism, in the sense that they're finding, as it were, old things and renewing them. Like the Hasidim didn't say that, hey, we're starting with something totally new. Generally speaking, Judaism traditionally frowns on the new. Right? Some sober chadash asur min Torah. The idea of saying, hey, let's bring this in. Chadash bar haya. We don't do that in Judaism, generally speaking. But if you find something that used to be done a long time ago, you can sort of say, hey, we should reincorporate something that used to be done a long time ago. Mr. Kranz.
We talked about scale before. Isn't the difference that really gets that you saw getting crazy is the way we conduct the scale. The difference between how thin, like the producers, the algebra was rolling over the equation in his shoulder.
We are going to go to all the things that drove the Nesnagim crazy shortly. So hold it for now, okay? Because that's going to be, I think, kind of like the high point of this year. I don't want you to give it away before we really get into it. Let's try to understand a little bit of what are these rebellions discovered, right? What's new, what's innovative is from the perspective of the Hasidim. What's new is stuff that has been forgotten, not used, all this Kabbalistic stuff that we're bringing in that's really old, is so old that people forgot about it, so they're not introducing something new. For the non-Hasidim, it's not new, of course, there's a lot of challenging that, no, these things are actually new. So, for example, the term Hasidism, it's hard to know exactly how to translate it, but as I mentioned, I think last week, the word Hasidim has been used many times in Jewish history. You see it with David HaMelech, his followers were called Hasidim. You see it with Yehuda Maccabi, they were also called Hasidim. You see it with the Hasidei Ashkenaz, we spoke about them a few weeks ago. It generally means people who go beyond what is necessary. Right? You can go within Mishur Sadin, or you go within Mishur Sadin, or you go within Mishur Sadin. You go beyond what is actually required. They're extra. So, for example, when you come to payas, of course, the only thing that's forbidden halakhically is to shave the sides of your head. Right? You can't shave your payas with a blade. Even with a razor, there's some question about like an electric razor. But with a blade, you can't shave the sides of your head. The Hasidim, as it were, say, well, if you can't shave it, although you can trim your payas, if you can't shave it, we're not going to even cut it. We're going to let it grow, down low. We're going to use curling irons to make them look really pretty. Because if you can't shave it, we're not going to cut it at all. It's like going beyond what is technically required. That's the sense of the idea here. You see it in the Kabbalah of the Ari, the Hasidim and Yemenites also wear these payas. There's some good pictures of payas, right? Okay. But where do Litvaks start wearing payas? Well, this is one of the ironic things about the 20th century, which has been noted by the historian Joseph Dan, that some of the things that Hasidim did really well were so popular that they influenced the Litvaks as well. And so the Litvaks start adopting, bit by bit, little Hasidic customs. This is a phenomenon that is especially true of the 20th century, not just Litvish customs, but also Sephardic customs, get into the Ashkenazic world, and we're just kind of like a cholent with many different minhagim. So that's where Litvaks will also grow their payas sometimes, even though technically, historically, they never had payas, like Solomons. Mr. Gandhi, great, Parente. Yes, it does, absolutely. Example of Hasidim following the Snagdik customs. An obvious one is the emphasis on learning Gemara. Because one of the big arguments against the Hasidim was, you guys are not spending enough time learning Gemara. And now a lot of Hasidic yeshivas spend a tremendous amount of time studying Gemara. That's kind of like the ultimate literature value is studying text, and especially Torah's Niglev, the revealed Torah. That's what so that became a very Hasidic value as well. Going back and forth. Okay, let's go to the actual history. So here we got to spend a little bit of time asking this question: how did Hasidism become so popular so rapidly? This is something we just begin to see the beginnings of it in the 1700s, and then by the end of the 1700s, it swallowed up a huge swath of southeastern Poland and Ukraine. How did it get so rapid, so fast? There's a few different historiographic models. I'm going to walk you through them. The first one is from Heinrich Schwetz. You'll recall we talked about him a while ago. He's like the first great encyclopedic historian of modern times. And he's kind of like the heroic historian of Germany. He wrote first in German, later in Russian. And his history was designed in many ways to demonstrate to non-Jewish Germans that Jews had a tremendous amount of value in German culture, and that they've always been mistreated by secular society, by non-Jews, and nevertheless they're still heroically moving ahead with developing ideas and civilization and stuff like that. And really, you Germans should let the Jews over. That's kind of Gretz's model of thinking that pervades his entire world history of the Jewish people. I believe I discussed with you his conflict with the historian von Treitschke. Did I discuss that in this month? Well, we'll talk about it maybe later on in this question. Get the Holocaust. There was a huge counter-reaction against Gretz's approach. But he's kind of he wrote in the 1880s and 1890s. He was translated to English in the first decade of the 20th century. He sees Hasidism as the worst possible thing that could happen to Judaism. He says they are so opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are cultured. Jews are learned. Jews are sedate. Jews are good, normal citizens. They do not get drunk. They do not engage in wild, raucous behavior. Those Hasidim, that's an aberration of Judaism. And why did it take such hold in Poland and Ukraine? Because those Jews who were living there were unfortunately bereft of a good Jewish education. They were highly illiterate compared to other Jewish populations. They tend to be far more literate than the population surrounding them, but they're still less literate than us German Jews who know the great classics, Goethe and Schiller and Beethoven we listen to and stuff like that. And they were hopelessly infected with superstition that was spread as a result of the debacle of Shabtai Tzvi, and they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And we Jews really have to do everything we can to root out this blind superstition that has infected Eastern European Jewry. Right? That's his approach is that Hasidism expanded largely because those Jews were ignorant, they didn't know any better. Right? Any arguments, discussions? Mr. Franz, do you have any problem with Mr. Yeah.
First of all, it wasn't. You're saying that because they were illiterate. That they weren't even in the quote unquote responsible time period. They would never have been allowed to get an education in Germany or anything.
Okay, yeah. So it's never. But that doesn't change his argument,
right? But I would say that it's more of the idea of hopefulness to be able to serve Hashem better than having to do any literacy. It has to do with that shouldn't give people a way to serve Hashem without having to worry, without having to say, oh, you don't know the you can't serve Hashem. Right?
So you're mechabe to the next historian, Shimon Dubno. We mentioned him, I know it, because I talked about how he was shot in 1940, right? So, but we've seen a lot of, now we're seeing specifically on Hasidism. Shimon Dugno, unlike Gretz, who did most of his work in Germany, Dugno did most of his work in Poland and Russia, and he wrote in Russian as well as in Yiddish, Hebrew, if I remember correctly. And he says, no, Gretz, you got it all wrong. Hasidism is a genuine outpouring of the Jewish spirit. It's authentic. The Jews of Eastern Europe were like, polishing. They were longing for some kind of connection to Hashem. And the reality is that all the great yeshivas were way up in the north in Lithuania. They were separated from it, but they still wanted to serve Hashem. And they found their way to do it through folk expressions of religiosity, through singing and dancing and camaraderie. And what the Baal Shem Tov did was he tapped into that basic human need to feel like you are a child of God. That is a really great thing. Gretz, you should not criticize the Hasidism, the Hasidic movement. They're actually, the Duntite, really beautiful Jews, and we should encourage them, right? So a very, very different approach, but still it relates to an intellectual approach to Hasidism. Another example of this, Huber is kind of like he explores Dugno's thought even further. Martin Buber was not actually a historian, but he was very influential in the influencing of Western Europeans to adopt a positive attitude towards Hasidism. He was a philosopher. You might have heard of his famous book, I and Thou. Really, actually, very interesting, fascinating book to read. But he was, as a youth, quite taken with Hasidism, and he went and he translated all kinds of Hasidic works into German and popularized it. And his big thing was that Hasidism succeeded because it captured the Jewish imagination. And the kinds of things like that guy I read you his comments, that he was criticizing Breslov and so on, that's his favorite. Breslov is fantastic because the amazing, weird stories that Rabbi Nachman used to tell and things like that. He says that Hasidism spread because it captured the imagination. That even intellectuals sitting alone in their studies could read Hasidism and say, wow, this is mind-blowing, I want to be a Hasid, regardless of all the other things going on. Now here's my favorite, not favorite, Gershon Dole is not my favorite. I do think he's great too. Gershon Dole really puts heavy emphasis. The next stage of Jewish mysticism after Shabtai Tzvi. He does draw a direct line from Shabtai Tzvi to the Hasidic movement. Shabtai Tzvi, of course, was a huge debacle because he converted to Islam and everyone was depressed and stuff like that. But Shabtai Tzvi did open up for a large population the possibility of studying Kabbalah. And people began to say, wait a second, we've been missing all this really cool stuff coming out of Tzfat, the Arizal. Wow, it's so amazing. So he says it really has to do with the intellectual approach. And in fact, there are a lot of rabbis, a ridiculously embarrassing number of rabbis who became followers of Shabtai Tzvi and even actually converted. They stayed on quietly or under the table, still being Shabtai Tzvi believers. There was, for about half a century, a long, number of surprisingly important rabbis who were doing it, still serving as the head of their Beit-Dins and still serving as poskim and stuff like that. And we know that they're still writing pro-Shabtai Tzvi stuff. It's a very, very difficult period. Mr. France.
Quick question is what do Paul around that time? There also was a little before, and I've heard people say that deficit before it.
The Ramchal was before Hasidism was born, but not that much before, about 40 years before the Baal Shem Tov. Okay, so let's go. Here's my favorite one. This guy's my favorite, Ben Zion Dinor. Someone else is doing Hasidus here. Talk to me about this. Yeah, right. Mr. Abram, you guys, Ben Zion Dinor is great. Related to who? I don't know.
You know what it is?
No.
Dinor, the Hebrew Walls is better.
Related to Dinor? Is Dinor maybe changed? I don't know. Can he change his name maybe?
I don't know.
Okay, you'll have to look it up. You have a computer there. Wikipedia will do it. Ben Zion Dinor is great. You know why I love Ben Zion Dinor's approach? Because he uses the ABC rule. Before Abramson was even born, he used the Abramson rule. And he basically says it's about money. What are you guys all talking about ideas and even about singing and dancing? No, it's about money. Think about it like this. We know that in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, like who owned the villages? Who owned like the whole thing outright? The orchards, the mills, the noblemen, right? The Szlachta in Polish, in Yiddish, the Poritz, right? The Poritz owned everything. Nothing could happen in his landed territories, his Latifundia, without the Jewish community. So who hired the rabbi? The Poritz hired the rabbi. Right? So the Poritz would actually, the Lord, the non-Jewish Polish Lord, would actually appoint a rabbi for the Jews. It was like a sinecure. It was like a little, it was the Shela, the pulpit, was like a sweet job if you could get it. So that meant like a lot of people would actually go and bribe the Poritz to become the town rabbi. And the town rabbi would largely be supported by the tax revenues of the Jewish community. There was a special tax on kosher meat, went to the rabbi. It's a tax on Shabbos candles, went to the rabbi. A whole pile of these kinds of like local taxes. So you know what? If you like to sit and learn, but you didn't necessarily like people that much, all you have to do is like get your father-in-law to help you buy a rabbinic position somewhere, and you could be the rabbi. People could spell it something like that. And the Hasidic movement was a rebellion against these awful rabbis who were not primarily concerned with the spiritual welfare of their flock. Come back to it, Mr. Rubin.
They're not related. I checked it. Both of them translated from different names.
Okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. So he said that the Hasidic movement was set up initially as a grassroots religious movement to say, we don't want anything to do with these, all I can think of is like profanities here, so I'm looking for a word. So all of these corrupt rabbis who fought their position and are not interested in doing what we need. We need counseling, we need guidance, we need, like a rabbi to inspire us. And these guys are the last thing from inspirational. But these local charismatic leaders who know how to sing, who know how to dance, know how to tell a story, know how to sit down and have a drink with a fellow Jew and to cry over their problems, those are the guys who want to be our leaders. And moreover, where he points to really seeing that, and we'll talk about it when we get to the conflict of Messiah, they set up alternative revenue streams that supported these new popular rabbis. For example, I mentioned a meat tax on kosher meat, right? Who would be collecting, do you think, the meat tax? The tax collector, but where would you pay it when you wanted to buy meat? Yeah, like the butcher shop, which is typically the shochet too. Right? You buy a piece of meat yourself. You guys probably never saw a woman salt meat. Right? It used to be that you had to, when you got meat, it did not come, with the blood meat. You had to actually salt it yourself. My mother would salt it herself. My wife actually had to take a special class where it had to salt a liver. Complicated thing. You guys just buy the meat. It's like comes like that in the plastic at the grocery store, right? Anyway, so if you would buy it from the shochet, who's paying the tax to the rabbi who you don't like, what happens if you want to pay your meat tax, which you're going to pay anyways, to a Hasidic rabbi? How would you do that? You say, oh, I'm sorry, I have to have Hasidic shechita. I can't go to the regular shechita. I need to go to the Hasidic shechita. And so you have a different shechita that from Ben Sion Zinor says it's a whole new revenue stream. It directs it away from the bad rabbi. Let's do it. Let's say, for example, the Litvak Shal Daven Shacharis during the week at 6:19 a.m. And you're following Chassidus that says, you have to daven when you're ready. Like let's say 8:30, 10:30 in the morning. So you're going to have another shul. You can't daven at the same time, especially if there's an overlap. You can't put two different entitlements in the same shul. So so we have a new revenue stream. And Ben Sion Diner's argument, which may be a little bit overstated, but it definitely has tremendous value. There's money involved. If you have a Hasidic rabbi You can like elect to support this guy as opposed to giving it to the corrupt rabbi that the court has hired, Mr. Burns.
Eventually, it was breaking, the PCB side of the Pakistan. Then I started with the other.
Yeah.
How did those become?
We're gonna get there. I know I gotta get to the drinking part because we just had a forum, but we'll get there. Mr. Kranz, quick one.
Is this so far off from the spiritual I'm Jewish world, the idea of money having to be something? It's so far off.
But Mr. Kranz, ever was it so? Money is always the rule that motivates so much of what we do. Necessarily. Not necessarily. We still see. I'm going to show you the Baal Shem Tov's tax return in a minute. Other interesting arguments. Rappaport Albert, very, very interesting scholar, says, you know what it's all about? You guys are missing half of the human race, women. Hasidism actually, especially in its early stage in the 1700s, allowed some unusual opportunities for women where they had largely been locked out of traditional literature practice. You know, there are actually several examples of female Rebbes in history. There's a famous maiden of Luzmir, for example. Her name was Webermacher, and she would have a tish. She would give shear, sometimes behind a veil, sometimes not. All kinds of like interesting ways in which if you're trying to open up what is traditional practice and say these other things used to be done, then all of a sudden there's new practice for women. Another example in the 21st century you might want to think about is like Chabad Shlichus, right? If you have a Chabad couple going to Montana to set up a Chabad house, and there's only the two of them there's going to be a lot of opportunities for the Rebbitzin to all of a sudden do all kinds of things that Rebbitzin 100 years ago would not have done. You know, different kinds of classes, different kinds of activities, Kala bakes, and who knows what, and it's all couched within tradition, because that's the nature of this kind of rebellion, but it ultimately is something that is novel and new. And so Ada Rappaport Albert writes quite a bit about how Hasidism appealed to women because it offered new opportunities for them to express their spirituality. So that's just half a dozen different historiographic approaches to try to understand how this captured the masses. Let's get down to the origins of it. So here's my colleague Moshe ROTHSCHILD, actually a senior colleague, had a big impact on my own research. He said by Iran, when the Soviet Union fell apart in 1991, actually a little bit earlier because he was working with Poland that collapsed just slightly before it, many scholars were until then shut out of all the secret Soviet archives. Soviets were like really, really jealous of information, very nervous about what kind of things to get out and so on. Ironically, also, I was a much younger scholar than him. I was a graduate student at the time in 1989 when I first went there, and that's one of the reasons why I got further into this field, is because I was allowed access to the Communist Party archives and found all kinds of cool things in the early 1990s. But anyway, he was one of the first guys to go back there, and he went straight to Poland, to a place called Medjugorje, because he was looking for one particular thing. What was he looking for? The Baal Shem Tov. He wrote a book called In Search of the Baal Shem Tov. Baal Shem Tov, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, the famed founder of Hasidus. We didn't know for sure if he actually was a real person or not. Because the only book we had that said anything about it was this book, Shivchei HaBesh, the phrase of the Besh, Baal Shem Tov, right, master of the good name. That was published decades after he lived, and it's so filled with all kinds of like miraculous stories and stuff like that we don't even know how we're supposed to treat this. It's not a history book, and so there was a lot of questions. didn't do it. So Moshe Rossman went and directly to Manji Bush, where he's supposed to have lived, and found his tax records. Sure enough, the Baal Shem, you can see here in written in Polish, Baal Shem, right? That's it, the Baal Shem. He was recognized. Now, this is quite different. You can find it on Wikipedia, Mr. Krantz. Don't look it up on his name. But, Mr. Rubin, quickly. I don't think you can win, but people say that it's like saying again he didn't exist. I mean, he existed. Not everything about him is true, but he existed. But that's a whole different argument. We're going to have to do that in History 155 sometime. But, yeah. So, it's we don't know possibly the existence. We didn't have census data, and all we had was, legendary stories. And there are some people like the Pied Piper, or the Sheriff of Nottingham, that we don't necessarily know exist either, but they become part of the legendary. So the question was, can you please prove that he existed? And so he did. Now, by the way, his book is fascinating. The Baal Shem Tov was, contrary to a lot of the stories Mr. Krantz would probably repeat about, penniless wandering and things like that, he was actually a very respected figure. He had a house paid for by the community. He lived on the main street. He had a pretty good income. He was regarded as a faith leader. They called him Reverend. And he's like actually a real deal. And we don't know too much about what he actually did and said outside of these sources like Shifte Abesh, but we do know that we have external non-Jewish documentation validating at least some aspects of his existence. His dates are roughly 1699 to 1760. What is fascinating, however, is the precursors that we definitely know about. We've got a lot of data on. So this is a colleague of mine. This is someone I met when I was first in Kiev. This is actually in the Vernadsky Library. He's actually a huge scholar right now. I think I even put his book on the syllabus. Yochanan Petrovsky Stern. Now he looks more like me with not too much hair, and what he has is all white. But he's a brilliant scholar. I met him there when we were both in our early 20s, and he was working with these concussive. These were record books from the communities of Poland and Lithuania that were moldering away in some of the basements of the libraries there. He pulled them out and did some great research with them. And I'll tell you, I'm going to tell you about his research on the precursors, but Mr. Abraham's going to ask questions.
Why would the Baal Shem Tov call himself by that name?
Exactly, good question. The reason is because there are tons of people going around who are called Baal Shem. And he didn't necessarily call himself by that name, but people were applied to him. He was the Baal Shem Tov. What does that mean? Mr. Krantz, you can answer that? So hang on one second. Hang on. Tell me you can answer that? He's the good Baal Shem. Excellent. But what does that mean to be a good Baal Shem? What are the bad Baal Shem? No. Well, everybody's misguided. There's a before there's a change, right? So first of all, what is a Baal Shem?
They were like spiritual doctors.
Okay, what did they do? Good. A Baal Shem, literally, master of the name. Like master of Hashem's name. Why? Because they would write Emmaus. They would write amulets. It's a huge deal. Remember, this is after Shabtai Tzvi, not that long after, right? Baal Shem Tov was born in 1760. That's 100 years, 95, after the debacle of the Shabtai Tzvi conversion. But in those decades, there are all kinds of people who are making a good living writing amulets. If you know these amulets, right? You probably have seen them, maybe not owned some of them, right? When our children were born, we got these little laminated cards that had something like a shigiti on it. Actually, a shigiti is also an amulet. The red string is an amulet, but not a text amulet, right? That's just it's the same kind of idea. These are like, not to use the word derogatorisms, but like magical devices. More technical term is they are theurgic devices, which means these are tools you can use to get God to do the things you want God to do. Right? That's like magic, right? We can say it's also called practical Kabbalah. It's like Kabbalah that's used to make things happen. Right? What do they call it? Yeah, Kabbalah Masya, practical Kabbalah. So this is part of Jewish culture. right? The hamsa, the hand with sometimes the eye in it, to ward off the ayin hara, the little cards that we got when our kids were born, put them under the crib. We love those things. I had some of them myself. In fact, when my first son was born, a very, very religious rabbi gave us a very Kabbalistic amulet to put on the front door. And I have a spooky story to tell you, but I'm not going to do it on the recording. Maybe I'll tell you afterwards. But, we use amulets. Sometimes people hang them from their rear view mirror in their car, stuff like that. So in especially low literacy regions where people have very little contact with Jewish texts in a significant way, like in southern Poland, western Ukraine, there's some guy, he looks really frum, he seems like a nice guy. You go up to say, oh, Rabbi, I'm having such trouble with my business. My daughter can't get a shidduch, and I'm worried about my grandchild. She's not so healthy. Could you please write a kamea for me? And now, we'll write something, and wherever you put it in your hat, in your pocket, you put it on top of the threshold of your door, different things like this. These people, now, not all of them were so thrown. It was an easy way to make a living. If you could even halfway write your name, you might be able to convince people that it was worth paying money for your amulets. And by the way, this is nothing new in Judaism, right? Have a look in Baruch, I think it's somewhere around Perek Shin Dalet. If I was Rabbi Sachs, I would tell you exactly which word in Perek Shin Dalet, Pacific Shin Dalet, somewhere around there. A whole discussion of can you wear an amulet on Shabbos, and a whole discussion of what's the defining factor. It's also discussed, of course, in the Sefer Shabbos called Yotzin, right? When do you wear an amulet on Shabbos, or what kind of amulets can you wear? If they're written by a monta, they're written by an expert. So that means right away you've got amulets written by experts, and your amulets are not written by experts already in the Talmudic period. So it's a really old thing to do. But they were not so good. This guy, Rabbi Eliezer ben Eliezer, he was the Baal Shem Tov. He was great. His amulets were like, and he was so wonderful to be with. We loved him, and that's how he became really great. People liked him. So my colleague Yochanan studied the Baal Shem. In particular, he looked at one called Hillel Baal Shem. Fascinating example. Hillel Baal Shem wrote like a 500-page manuscript which he forbade to ever be published. He said you can only copy this out by hand. Nobody is allowed to publish it. Yochanan, of course, published it, but it's really interesting because it was like the last gasp of anti-book culture. And they're not going to go into the whole business of publishing things so that anybody in the street can have it. You have to be able to write it out. So there's a whole background to the Baal Shem Tov from the Baal Shem that were very active at this time. Okay, did I see any other hands? Mr. Krantz?
How can you say that it wasn't? You said it was only one of those that they had, which was the Baal Shem Tov. But there was farm, Professor Shem Tov, the Baal Shem Tov farm,
later in the Shifkei Bet.
But there was farm on the Baal Shem Tov teaching, which was practically using. So those ones
you have to accept the assertion that it passed down student to student. If you don't accept that, or if you have skepticism, so he wanted to see, is it really true?
It's also like stuff like
I think the Baal Shem Consider might have more, but I'm not positive. I don't know. Mr. Parenti.
What is the solution for the nationality of that? All these things, when a lot of it was historical church, amulets, like that. Why did it take so long?
Well, the amulets go all the way back. The amulets go before the Sephardic Ashkenazic communities existed. We have it in the Gemara, a whole discussion of amulets. So that goes back. The Kabbalah, that's a larger discussion. I don't want to have it here, but we know that there's an explosion of it in the 13th century in Spain. And it makes pretty good progress to get to Eastern Europe by the 1700s and to motivate a massive amount of people, a popular movement. It's pretty impressive. But let me go on to it. So what happens to this? The Baal Shem Tov, he has a couple of disciples. One of them is the Maggid of Mezrich. The Maggid of Mezrich has 5 distinct disciples. One of them is the Alter Rebbe, the founder of Chabad. And those 5 disciples just spread Jews everywhere. This is a great book, The Historical Atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Bodzinski, and it has all kinds of really cool maps that show how the Jews would spread and different styles and everything like that. This is the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Here's Medjugorje, and here's like from Medjugorje to the Maghreb, you have the massive spread of Hasidism throughout the world. But of course, and this is in 1772 when he lived, so it's really rapidly expanding. Baal Shem Tov died in 1760. 12 years later, you got the 3rd generation and starts to run into opposition. It's only when the Maggid really has significant popularity that the Litvak sisters start waking up and saying, wait a second, this is serious. And it's actually shaping the way people observe Judaism in Eastern Europe. What are we going to do? The opposition centered around the Vilna Gaon. Here's another example of an image of him. Again, I don't know how, 97. So the last 20 years of his life were involved in one degree or another with the opposition to the Hasidic movement. There is a considerable amount of ink spilled on how much he personally was opposed to Hasidism. There's no doubt that he was opposed to it, but maybe not necessarily the same degree of vitriol as many of his followers. And in fact, probably I would suggest to you, gentlemen, this is one of the phenomena that we often see in history, that great leaders may have a particular attitude to condemn or champion one cause or another, but it's often their second in command who become the real proponents of that attitude. And they will use their mentors' prestige to wage their own wars. That may have been the case with the Vilna Gaon, where he certainly had some serious reservations, even opposition to Hasidism, but it was his followers who became like really anti-Hasidic, prepared to go into the streets and fight over it. So what is it that they were upset about? I'm going to list, I think here, 9 different things that the Messiah really opposed the Hasidism about. The first is, what is this separate prayer groups business, right? Hasidism tends to emphasize a very different approach to tefillah, whereas the Litvaks really have a level of discipline in terms of what exactly are the boundaries of time when you're allowed to daven Shachar, Shemini, and Kamarav. And these, are widely ignored by Hasidic groups, largely in the sense of, what's the point of praying on time if you are not inspired to pray? This is not an endorsement, gentlemen. You got to show up for chakras at 7:45 in the morning. Can't claim Hasidus as your excuse. 7:45 is when chakras begins. But that's the idea of Hasidus. I'm not, what does Hashem want my davening for if I'm still sleeping? Let me, it's better you can sleep during class, like some of us here. Get a good nice rest. My voice is very soothing and happens all the time. So, that's one of these. And remember, Ben Dinor said that the separate prayer groups really have an economic incentive.
How you living, Pam?
That it was a way of creating a different revenue stream to support the Hasidism.
Does that kick ass and take names? How'd you find out about me?
Because I saw you on the random Discord.
Alright. How's your day going?
Good. Why do you do this every day?
I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace.
For world peace?
Yeah, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. I have more data archived online than any 22. I have more data archived online than any person in global history. I've essentially created a time capsule or a timeline for society. It goes back 3 years to the pandemic.
Your first live streams from one of your YouTube channels. How did your room go from empty to this? Why is there I don't even know what those are, blankets everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like this is merch that I've been given, sponsored by cryptocurrency.
Why is the camera quality so horrible?
I mean, if you boost the server, Discord goes up, so the quality goes up.
Well, I was just curious, bro.
All right, man. Well, you're
I'm
how?
gonna go on my way.
Sure, absolutely. You too.
Day equals honest, humble. Tzedakah, charity, justice, righteousness. Tzedakah equals righteousness, charity. Zig ridges on four-cornered garments. Zig equals ridges equals. Song Gedaliah, fast day, commemorating assassination of Gedaliah. Tzom equals fast. Gedaliah equals days of governors. Attached form of a doorway, the latching structure of two posts in the beam, often used for Arabic. Tizera equals form. Attached equals opening doorway. Gerard, attached pieces, attached Tizera, attached form of a doorway, Gerard equals form. Attached equals doorway. Latching structure two posts plus cross beam, often used in constructing an era. To be at 15th, the activity for 15th, B equals and that equals not the back. Minor holiday of joy, historic matchmaking and harvest celebrations. To be SH at 15th of Shabbat equals 15th, B equals of Shabbat equals month of Shabbat. Year for creeds, try to agriculture and ecology. The ritual impurity campaign equals impurity. The ritual immersion, usually denoted that equals immersion. TCB of modesty and correct behavior, equals modest. Tzaddik, righteous person, tzaddik equals righteous. Tzad infinite Hebrew. Passover Seder state when the infinite is needed. Tzai Hachabi, all variants emergence of the stars equals going out. Hachabi equals stars. Magic nightfall. Tzanula of honest or humble person, Tzanula equals modest. Tzedakah equals righteousness, justice. Jesus is ritual fringes on garments, Jesus equals fringes. Tzom Gedaliah, fast of Gedaliah equals fast. Gedaliah equals physical governor as name. Art chats, virgins, and you shall washer chats equals wash. Passover Seder steps. Monthly Falconites, all variants they fall on four bases, monthly equals falling. Refers to Takman and prayer. Expression of redemption in Exodus. I will bring to you equals my rod, future equals will bring. And I say difficulty equals I rescue. And I draw out equals I put out. And I took equals I took. Equals and fall. Spices, equals spices. Prayer equals confession. Wadi dry river than Arabic, not Hebrew. Written Torah, the 5 books of Moses, as distinct from the oral Torah Shekikam equals written Torah. Yaakov equals heel holder subhunter. Patriarch later called Israel. Yahweh dating Erbais, and Yahweh equals dating a set, Yahweh equals and count. Prayer sang on festivals. Yachits divide, Yachits equals split break. Passover step. Breaking middle bottom. Yet souls go, yet soul equals and recoils again, yet equals and soul equals recoils, so equals again. Hebrew refers to hot temperature till 110, 113 degrees Fahrenheit in Fallujah. Yards, candle, all variants, anniversary, open depth, yard equals year, point equals time. Yiddish. Candle lit in memory. Yarmul, pistol, from yarmul from Yiddish. Also tika in Hebrew equals no. Yashizol Hebrew. Range category, pouring in before over offering. Yay and Nessic wine and pouring yay equals wine. Nessic equals libation. Hebrew. Wine used in idolatry. Jerusalem equals city of peace. Yeter haram inclination toward evil. Yeter equals inclination. Haram equals evil. Hebrew. Yeter hato inclination toward good. Yeter equals inclination. So equals good. Hebrew. Yichat second yichat equals union seclusion. Hebrew. Year at Shmini, year is Shmini, year at Shmini, year on, 7 year at equals year, Shmini equals 7. Hebrew. Yisfer, he remembered, Yisfer equals he will remember. Hebrew. Memorial prayer. Yitzhak. Yom Kippur, Day of Atonement, Yom equals day, Kippur equals atonement. Hebrew. Yom Karen and Rivka, all variants, day of Shofar blasts, Yom equals day, Fair day equals Shofar blast. Hebrew. Rosh Hashanah. Yom Tov festival. Yom Tov Yiddish for Yom Tov holiday. Siman in appointed time or season. Siman equals time season. Often used for holiday blessings. Siman equals season of our joy. Zachar remembered. Commandment to remember he events like Shabbat and the Malach Hebrew. Zachar equals remember. Zachar el-Turban, Zachar el-Turban, Zachar el-Turban, Zachar el-Turban in remembrance of the destruction Hebrew. Zachar equals remembrance, Turban equals destruction, i.e. temple as destruction. Refers to customs kept in memory of the temple as fall. Zechus, Zechat, merit Hebrew. Zechat equals merit, friendly. Used for the merit of good deeds. Zemiros, Zemiros, Demirit, Sabbath, Cable, Songs, Hebrew. Zemirit equals songs, hymns. Zohar, foundational Kabbalistic text, Hebrew Aramaic. Zohar equals radiant splendor. Zoran Shinobi. One of the 39 Melachim 4-minute labors on Shabbat. Hebrew. Zora equals Shinobi. Zoranima, Zoranima, Zoraya, Zora, Sohi. Another one of the 39 Melachim.
Away from the, so and that goes along with the ignore the mandated prayer times. Of course, they're saying this is, out to Rosh Hashanah, don't separate from the community, and you're setting up separate shtiblach and things like that. There are different groups and so on. That's not right. And what is this with abandoning our traditional siddur? What's wrong with the Ashkenazic siddur? The Hasidism went back. The Hasidim went back to various earlier nuschos of davening, which are associated especially with the Arid. As the Arizal, with Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, phenomenal Egyptian and later Tzfat Kabbalist of the 16th century. The separate kosher slaughter, there's a whole business about, when you check the knife, I don't know how many studied the second schooling yet. I'm very sorry, I should be studying it. Got going in about 4 months. The second schooling, the whole discussion there. Your knife has to be both sharp and free of nicks. But the problem is, especially with the technology of the 18th century, if you make the knife really, really sharp, very easy for it to get a nick. If you make it a little less sharp, you won't get mixed, but then maybe you'll be pushing in the enameled neck instead of slicing. So the lid box and the Hasidim differed on the degree of sharpness the knife had to have. So that meant different shechita. You have to have Hasidic shechita. They said, "What is this with you guys not studying Talmud? Are you saying you're getting together and you're like you're sitting around telling stories and drinking alcohol? Is that what we're supposed to do?" And instead of studying the Gemara, if that was enough, you studied Kabbalah. Oh my gosh. Kabbalah is supposed to be for Kadosh Kadoshim. Brazil Magan himself was a phenomenal Kabbalist, but that was like kind of like the ideal in the Litvisher world was only people who had met all of the markers, at least 40 years of age, male, having completed Shas and posting. Then maybe you could look at Kabbalah. And instead, these Hasidim are like, they're taking balagalas, wagon drivers, Basha traders, water carriers, regular, crust, lowly people with no education, and they're right away talking about the Spiros and the Klivas Noga. Like, what is going on with you guys teaching this stuff to ordinary ignoramuses? That's so marvelous. They're taking like, pearls and throwing them into the mud. You can't do that. They're upset about that. And this was definitely a big deal. It kind of changed in the 19th century, but the Hasidim at the time, 18th century, were known for incredibly wild behavior, even during davening. Turning somersaults in shul was regular practice. Can you imagine? Like rolling up and down. Because the idea was, Kol Atzmo Sai, Tomorrow Now Hashem, all of my bones call out to you, Hashem. So I'm going to be really violent in my gesticulations during davening. You ever done with dress lovers? Lots of clapping, stamping your feet. Hardly stolen, where you scream out loud when you're davening, like you're supposed to imagine someone's about to stab a knife in your back, and so you daven like at full volume. So really weird behavior, and you add to that alcohol, and things can change dramatically. And say these guys are like, that's not Judaism. We daven stock still, we don't move, we're lit box, right? And we wait for like Scotty to turn on the transporter beam, quiet, and these Hasidim are just so wild. Mr. Clarence.
They said also that he had a mattress with all of them killed. He wanted his dog to get placed in the mattress, so his body was banging off the mattress that it came from.
Right, you can imagine. I mean, that just gives you a sense of how the Litvaks would say this Hasidim. It's crazy. And finally, number 8, antinomianism, which is another fancy word for saying breaking the law, breaking halakha, or at least breaking norms, and even Sadduceeism, secretly following Shabbat and Tzvi. So these are like the charges that were brought against the Hasidic world by the Litvish movement. The Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, Kanu Chabad, and Rabbi Nachman of Vitebsk went to see the Vilna Gaon and say, hey, no, it's not like that. Sure, there are a few bad eggs who do these things, but that's not really what we're all about. The Vilna Gaon famously refused to see them. Right? So we don't know exactly, it would there's a lot of ways to interpret that, but it definitely was not interpreted in a positive way by the Messianic movement. And so in 1772, again, not clear whether this comes from the Gaon or whether it comes from his followers, but in 1772, there were harems placed on the throne of the Hasidics, and we got the extra famous movement, and their books were actually burned. This is not the first time Jews have burned books of religious value. We saw them burning the Rambam in the Spartak class. Here we go. Sorry? The Rambam, they were not burned, they were buried, but might as well, right? Now the Hasidim, they issue harem back against the Messiah. And you have these bans and bound bans against start burning the Messiah books as well. And it was just a craziness for the last 2 decades of the 18th century, with Hasidim and Messiah literally at each other's throat, and especially nasty ban in the year 1781. That was one of these don't stand within dollar almost kind of beds. This was the period when it was the most ferocious level of conflict between them. Ultimately, it came to a head in 1794 when there was a rabbi in Pinsk a Misnagdic rabbi, and Hasidus actually has a geography where you can expect it to be more Hasidic or less Hasidic. Pinsk is like basically on the borderline. So when Pinsk, which the Misnagdim thought was going to be their territory, when they lost a key position to a Hasidic rabbi, that rabbi went to the Tsar, went to the Russian authorities and said, they've hired a charlatan who is under a ban by the great Vilna Gaon and so on, and so they put the Hasidic rabbi in jail, which began a whole cycle of denunciations to the Russian government. Misnagdim thrown in jail, Hasidim thrown in jail. You know, if you hang out with Hasidim, it's hard to say talking because it seems like every other week someone's getting out of jail. This Rabbi or that Rabbi, but it was a really, really nasty time. And imagine calling up the cops and saying, "Hey, you got to put this rabbi in jail because he's, betraying our values." Also, gentlemen, put yourself within the mindset of 19th century, 18th century Russian Empire. It's very different from our empire of our times. Nowadays, you can worship alligators if you want. Nobody really cares what you do in your own home or in your own house of worship. We have lots of wacky kinds of religions because that's the nature of our secular society in the 21st century. The Russian Empire may not have been friendly to Jews, but they expected the Jews to stay in their lane, right? Don't make trouble, follow your leaders. Anyone who tries to upset the status quo and saying the legitimate leaders of the Jewish people are not legitimate, those are people who should be considered revolutionaries by the Tsarist government. They don't want Jewish society to be disrupted by revolution because they don't want their own government to be disrupted by revolution. So that's why the Russian government would listen to these Jews saying, "Oh my gosh, are you serious? Oh, look at this document translated into Russian for me. I can see that this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews." So therefore they went along with it and put them in jail. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions?
So you used to say about the street government told the Rebbe, he wanted to Paris after the government goes away. So he said that the street government told me, now that you got drunk, you come and rob the Rebbe.
Okay, you got put in jail for getting drunk, so now you're really deserving. Good story. Okay, so let's go on. All right, so what ends up happening? Now, we actually began talking about this at the very beginning. There's going to be two phenomena that happen. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday, one that I want to mention here. The second phenomenon we'll speak up on Wednesday is that this whole fight between the Misnagdim and Hasidim died rapidly in the second decade of the 19th century when they realized that they're fighting over tiny, tiny little details, whether the knife should be shot or whether it should be neck-free, but the Masirim coming from the West are saying, why keep kosher at all? Like the Hasidim are saying whether you should daven at 6 a.m. or at 10 a.m., and the Masirim are saying, why have Shabbos on Saturday? Let's move it to Sunday. It's so much more convenient. Right, so the Hasidim and the Misnagdim realized that they had a far greater movement, and so they decided to patch things up really fast because they could not withstand their challenge unless they met them as a united force. The phenomenon I want to talk about now is when the not decisive battle against the Hasidim is here to stay. So then they said, okay, let's start borrowing from their playbook. Let's figure out what we can do to adapt to those early times. Mr. Tillman.
When they actually in the second decade of the 19th century, they joined forces and they were working together. Like, look at those guys, look at these guys, but like keep understanding their strengths and trying to use them.
Basically, yeah, basically. They sort of said like I would hate for my daughter to marry a Hasidic, but I would rather have good relations with my Hasidic neighbors than allow a Maskil to live on my street. Right? Like it would be, they didn't necessarily like each other, but they realized they had a lot more in common. As we saw at the beginning of this class, right? 99% of what Hasidim and Mistagnim believe in is the same. It's that 1 to 5%. It's just style. Do you wear gartel? Do you not wear gartel? It's not like you observe Shabbos or not observe Shabbos. It's a big difference. Right? Okay, so this is the great yeshiva of Volozhin, one of the most important yeshivas that was established in the late 19th century. It was established, of course, by the great student of the Vilna Gaon, Chaim of Volozhin, who lived at this time in the late 1700s, having to figure out how we're going to cope with yeshivas. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back, like the Hasidim, they innovated by finding things in the tradition that we didn't really emphasize. So what we have to do is we have to go back and do the same thing. We have to find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So, for example, what are we good at as Lithuanians? We are good at text, so we are going to double down on textual study. We are going, maybe one of the things Litvaks missed out on is that we did not emphasize the importance of Talmud study. So we're going to make sure that we're not going to overlook a much wider exposure to Gemara. Like before the Hasidim came, even Gemara learning, you should understand that most kids, it's hard for me to give you a good number because it's from a lot of period of time, a lot of geographic space, but a child would be lucky to have a smattering of Pirkei Avos in his cultural knowledge. To know a savor of Mishnah, that kid would have been an Ilui. To learn a sect of Gemara, that's a massive Talmud Chacham. Because, basically money, right? At a certain age, 13, 14, you could be married. You got to be out there. You got to be making a living. So there's not much opportunity for Hamon Am, the dark, unwashed masses, to actually engage in full-time yeshiva learning like you guys do. You guys seriously are historically the elite. So the Litvaks said, you know what? Maybe we really got to make more emphasis on letting everybody study Talmud. We've got at least every male studying Talmud. We've got to push what we are good at, which is studying text. Talmud in particular, better than anyone. We're way better than the Hasidim of Talmud. So we're really going to stake our reputation on that. And when it comes to Kabbalah, which is where the Hasidim really broke open the message, you know what? We believe in Kabbalah too. We've got lots of Kabbalah. But we're going to be super, super careful with how we disseminate it. Unlike the Chabadniks and the other Hasidim, who are like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my gosh, even in my own lifetime, I had Mitzvah Rebbe's telling me I should not be reading Tanya because it's too, not telling me I read it, but okay, it is pretty crazy. This was the response, really important response, and I encourage you gentlemen to read this. This is Nefesh HaChaim by Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, the student of the Vilna Gaon, and this is basically Kabbalah for Litvaks. And I gotta tell you gentlemen, this is like a mind-blowing sefer. It is easily, in my humble opinion, the equal of Tanya. So much so, the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas. Oh, he said the equal of Tanya. How did he say that? The excellences of Tanya. This is amazing. It's not the excellences of Tanya. They're very, very similar in so many ways. The last chapter was actually translated by the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas into French. It was such a mind-blowing work. It changed my life. I'll tell you quickly one last story. 1 minute left. When I was first in yeshiva, maybe I'll turn off the recording to this one. It's a personal story. But when I was first in yeshiva, you guys know that I came to yeshiva late in life. I was already in my 20s, mid-20s. Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go into the wild 18th century now. And where we left off last week Monday, or we left off Monday, we were talking about the moves. Oh, I gotta do the thing. Well, we left off. I'm doing great. Was you coming late? Don't say how you doing. Where we left off last week, we were at like the crushing defeat of the Magnitsky Rebellion, right? And we talked a lot about the socioeconomic roots of it. Mr. Truman asked some really good questions there because, you know, we spoke earlier about the stages of anti-Semitism and the kind of major themes that go along with it, but we didn't really look at anti-Semitism as a horizontal phenomenon, meaning like, why would people hate Jews in this country as opposed to in this country at the same time? And you should realize that there are definitely regional variations between communities regarding their anti-Semitic ideas. Again, the weirdest thing about anti-Semitism, the kind of supernatural thing about it maybe, is that it seems to be a virus that anyone can catch. Like it goes and it transforms itself into the, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there are anti-Semitic Eskimos when there are hardly, you know, any Jews in the Inuit lands. And when we look specifically at the 17th century and Eastern Europe, there's no question that the majority of the content of that anti-Semitism was of a socioeconomic nature, meaning that the problems that Ukrainians in particular had with Jews was based more than anything else on the weak relationship they had economically. That's not to say there were not also religious elements, you know, the Jews, things like that. That's not to say that the blood libel did not seep into Poland, which is certainly did over the next few centuries. But if we were to kind of like boil it down to its major element, the socioeconomic element is significant. And one last caution in this regard. I think one of the challenges of studying history at an academic level, you know, like there are some Jewish movements that will really say, let's teach Jews about the Holocaust so they will become more committed Jews, right? So it's the Holocaust that leads to the goal of making you a more committed Jew. But if you are interested in the academic study of the phenomenon of anti-Semitism, without the ulterior goal of what it will do to the person in terms of their ideology, their philosophy, their religiosity, then you got to recognize the fact that it's not always true that Jews were completely blameless. There are elements of our behavior over the centuries which have, from time to time, occasioned a backlash, which is, generally speaking, far out of proportion to the nature of the original offense, but nevertheless, that's part of the autopsy of hatred that we're engaged in. Again, I want to emphasize it one more time, Mr. Kranz, that if we try to understand interethnic relations as objectively as possible, it's not always true that Jews are blameless. Okay? I don't think that I can say with great confidence there has been no case in Jewish history of a Jew ever been caught murdering a child and drinking his blood. That I can say for sure. I cannot say for sure. And in fact, I would not say for sure there's not been a case of a Jew kidnapping and killing a child. God forbid, Lord Lane. That has happened even in Brooklyn with that young child. I can't remember his name offhand, unfortunately, but you know, that does happen. And how that sometimes gets translated into popular violence is really what we're trying to say. Okay, Mr. Cranston, you talk about how anti-Semitism always targets all over the place. Does that mean the fact that people are always going to say the same moment when they're not happy in life, they see a minority group that somehow has persevered through everything possible and like, oh, this is the perfect thing to yell at. It's green. Right? No, you're absolutely right, Mr. Cranston. That is your methodic to the thesis of the great philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, that I believe we talked about at one point, who said, si les Juifs n'existent pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. That if the Jew did not exist, the antisemite would invent him. Right? The antisemite needs some kind of race construct. And ironically, the more Jews are blamed for it, the better a construct it is, because they can, look in books and say, oh my gosh, people felt this way about the Jews 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300. It must be true. Right? It's a conspiracy that builds upon itself. So you're absolutely right. I don't think that's sufficient to explain all types of anti-Semitism, but that is definitely one major psychological motive.
So my question is not so well formed, but like what happened recently, October 7th, for these pogroms, we consider very out of like normal human nature. It's not normal violent uprisings. These are horrific attacks. Are there some instances of anti-Semitism where the violent reaction was sort of in proportion and understandable with violence? But violence we can sort of understand a little more, let's say, again, I mean, whatever the BLM marches that we have, they're ridiculous, but they're just trying to express something without, barbarism and barbarism involved. So, like, do we have situations where they're less barbaric and also more understandable?
Yeah, so to answer your question, we have to separate a little bit, because once we talk about the state of Israel, the paradigm changes entirely, right? Because it goes from an interethnic conflict that involves a religious and distinct minority in a society, and those are certain kinds of dynamics that happen when you have, social tensions with peasants and lords, and Jews are somewhere in that mix, and a modern nation state with awesome army and with powerful friends, then becomes international relations. So maybe a good case in point would be Egypt, right? Israel fought 3 wars with Egypt, 48, 56, 67, and then when Egypt finally was able to, and in each case, Egypt lost miserably. When Egypt was finally able to bloody Israel's nose in the October War of 1973, the Yom Kippur War, at that point, there was kind of like a realignment of the Egyptian mentality, and they said, well, look at that. We can hurt the Jews. Israel is not completely, Israel took a horrible beating in October 1973. And that allowed Egypt to kind of say, so now we can make peace with them. Doesn't mean they're friends. It doesn't mean that the level of anti-Semitism subsided, but it was not like suicidal anti-Semitism. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care, our entire country is destroyed as long as we can kill some more Jews. That's real crazy anti-Semitism. This is like international relations. Countries are always fighting, always, getting back to it. So that's normal, as it were. It's horrible in the sense that there was a lot of people died, God forbid, in horrible wars, but it's normal. What is not normal is Hamas. Hamas is definitely...
But then, let's say, in the case of the Muslims, you can understand why they hate Israel. They do feel oppressed, and maybe
there's a political and economic conflict that's real.
Yeah, and Israel did just devastate the entire country, but so you can understand that aspect of it. So, like, do we ever have reactions that are anti-Semitic in nature, but responding in a less violent way?
Sure.
That's it.
Yeah, you're asking a complicated question, which is totally derailing us from the 18th century. But you're also conflating 2 issues. We talked about Gazans. I said Hamas.
Right. No, I understand. Again,
they're not the same thing. Hamas, I think, is the closest thing I can imagine to a Mali. Maybe the Nazi SS is second choice, or they're competing for that stuff. Because Hamas is really a death cult. They actually, explicitly, in public statements, they think it's better for them to be martyred in the fight against Israel than to have any degree of material prosperity and happiness. And that's just bizarre. Like that escapes my understanding why you would want to choose that. But that's taking us far off. Maybe we'll do a course sometime, though, the history of Israel and the Middle East, because we have that on the calendar. It's an absolutely fascinating topic. Let's go to the 18th century. Yes, back in time. Here we go. So, this should be on. All right. Okay.
So I gave this lecture a few years ago, and I decided to recycle it and we're up to that stuff. And you may have seen, this is a popular show, Thistle, right? And it was really great because it's set in Israel, fascinating characters, really fascinating, but it's essentially depicting ultra-Orthodox life in the 21st century, and in so many ways it's reflections of the 18th century. The same kinds of tensions that were going on a few hundred years ago, and you can call this the long 18th century. There is this concept of shorter and longer centuries. How long is a century, Mr. Blanchard? 100 years. Excellent. You're now 261. That's 120. 262. However, historically speaking, you can have a short century or a long century. So, for example, the 19th century is considered long by most historians because it begins with the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, and after that war between France and Germany changed a lot of alignments. Then it continues all the way up to 1914, beginning of, half major, Mr. Roscoe. Yeah. Beautiful, look at that. History 223. No, I'm just like, oh, you just know. That's great. So that's a long 19th century. It doesn't go from 1900 to 1999. It goes from 1870 to 1914. Most historians will think about the 19th century in those terms. Or there's the short 20th century, which goes from 1918, end of World War I, to 1991, collapse of the Soviet Union. Short century. That is a cultures. That kind of basic cultures of what's going on at that time period. Right. It's kind of like when you group the major themes of the times. You know, it's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the new century, everybody starts thinking differently. But there may be really big upheavals in the way people think, politics, things like that, depending on, close to that order. So that's very long. We have a long 18th century in our situation. The 18th century, of course, begins with the 17th, but it really goes back to Shabbatai Tzvi, who we'll have to talk about in today's lecture, and it extends really up until the very end. 1795 is where I ended. That's when Poland is taken over by Russia, and all of a sudden, a new environment for the Jews altogether. The kinds of figures that really shaped it, we have three big figures who just rocked the 18th century Jewishly. You have the Alter Rebbe, who is the founder of Chabad, very important thinker, an unusual Hasidic leader, but we'll try to talk about a little bit today more on Monday, the entire Hasidic background. But among the Alter Rebbe stands really head and shoulders above many of his generation. You can probably guess who's going to be next, the Vilna Gaon, the famous Rabbi Elijah Vilna. We're not sure whether this is an accurate portrait. There are quite a few portraits floating around, but this is one of them. I kind of like to look at this maybe because of the secret film. He is, of course, representing the reaction to the Hasidic movement born in the 18th century, and they, of course, take on the names Misnagdim, and they wear it proudly. The Misnagdim for his Chabad, even though they are historically the predecessors, because the Misnagdim are kind of like the traditionalists, when the Hasidic movement began kind of as an intellectual, spiritual rebellion, the Misnagdim opposed it. So that's how the traditionalists get the name opponents. His name that ultimately they sort of adopted for themselves, even though it was originally a term of opprobrium. They're also known, of course, as Litvaks, because they're from Lithuania, Lita, but today we call it sometimes
Literature roots as well, but we are definitely about kind of a post-movement world in many ways anyways. Make our friends, like these messages more about. So obviously, because it's good. I think about this a lot of fun. I should tell you, full disclosure, one of my daughters became like what they call Spitz Chabad, super Chabad. She's like, they have so many Chabad in Hagen. If someone whispers that they heard someone read in the book, that the Rabbi might have done this particular thing, where immediately that's like shocking up. They do that weird thing, no matter that. Well, and they're loving it. They're living the dream. They're doing great. Anyways, and my daughter, you should know that she is like a spiritual powerhouse. She is like, my gosh, she is gonna like run the world. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story. One circus. I should tell a story. Hopefully this video won't go around. But circus, when she was about 8 years old, we were sitting in a circus, and I'm talking about Unasana Tokyo that we just read on Yom Kippur, right? Unasana Tokyo, that, the books of life's going to be opened up, and there's going to be all your deeds are written there, and your signature is there. And I said to my family, and she was like 8 years old, I said, and it's going to be like a video is playing of your entire life. Every single thing you've ever done wrong is going to be available there. And my daughter, she says, everything? And she runs over the sukkah crying. Like that's so much karata at 8 years old for any mistake she might have made, that just the idea of when the sign of tokens blew her away. So that's an effort to give. Third figure that rocked the 18th century, and by the way, gentlemen, this is like, you have to imagine 3 asteroids landed in the Atlantic Ocean, and they're still feeling the waves of their triple tsunamis, even today in the 21st century. The first one was the Alter Rebbe, really you could say the Baal Shem Tov, but I like to talk about the Alter Rebbe Summit. The second will be the Gaon, and the third is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. These 3 movements are still affecting us today in a very discernible way. Yes, please.
This third rabbi is on the major fight with Taliban training, right?
It was a answer?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, we'll talk about it. We're going to make the set of institutions be us. Excellent. Well, that makes sense, right? But he's huge. All of them are controversial in different ways. We'll touch on this controversy a little bit, but these are 3 very different ways to approach Judaism, Torah, the universe, that made a massive impact on the Ashkenazic world, and by extension us. I don't know why I included this picture in the lecture, but I kind of look like this because it showed the differences in the way these look. And I also included this picture because a lot of times I'm walking down the street and people will say, hey, aren't you a Shiva Shizu? Aren't you this guy here? No, I get a laugh. People often use me for Will Smith. I'm walking down the street. Okay. Anyways, I'm not sure why I included those pictures. Let's just understand this one more sort of theoretical sense. We're going to come back to this chart in a minute, because the 18th century, in many ways, the long 18th century was a century of rebellions, intellectual rebellions of what, I'm going to give you a good German word here, Weltanschauung. Remember that word, Weltanschauung. What does that mean, Mr. Rubin? Worldview, excellent. How do you know that? Famous word. Oh, it's a famous word. That's good. I'm so glad. See, you said no famous words. Capital W, Weltanschauung means the way of looking at the world. It's a little bigger, I think, than the English word worldview. It's kind of like pain, by understanding. Weltanschauung means like you feel optimistic or pessimistic about the world. You believe that, God runs every detail of the world, or maybe you kind of left it alone like a watchmaker or something. Do you believe that most people are nice, most people are evil? Do you believe that people get what they deserve? All kinds of things like that are built into a Weltanschauung. And so there are 3 big Weltanschauung rebellions that happened in the 18th century. We're going to go into each of them, but let's talk about them. First of all, rebellions of discovery. The Hasidic movement engaged in significant levels of innovation, but it was packaged essentially as restoration, in the sense of we are going to do things very differently than our grandfathers and our great-grandfathers. But in reality, that's because they did not have access to the great fountains of wisdom present in particular in Kabbalistic sources. Like if they had only realized that Chokmah Sahari, then they would certainly be doing these things. And that's essentially the kind of thing that's going on in Hasidism. Kabbalah is huge, right? Like this Ace Chaim, the idea of the spherot, which really begins to gain a lot of traction in the 17th century, 16th century, really in Slat. This animates Mr. Friends.
Wasn't part of the thing to this? It wasn't really. I mean, they were trying to get like that's why we have Mr. Spark. They were trying to get that original work, so like all the letters trying to consider that imitated the results of it. So that's how we end up. Even the artist Harry isn't really that results.
We're gonna go there.
They still did have some levels of both. If you like the Russia, but there was a hidden society of where they were learning all these things, but wasn't ready to reveal.
So that's kind of like a question, sort of like in the theology of Hasidic movement, like if we are rediscovering stuff that existed hundreds, thousands of years ago, how come people weren't talking about it earlier? So that's a good question, more on a theological level. On a historical level, we definitely know that the ideas go back very far. Again, because it's a rebellion based on discovery. If you could imagine that I stood in front of you today and not wear a suit and tie, but wore, for example, the kind of clothes that Tana might have worn, or an Amora, this is the way to go. You know that Rabbi Akiva wore exactly the same shade. Right? That would be like a rebellion. I'd be doing something different, but it would be of discovery. Meaning I learned that Rabbi Akiva's mode of dress is really what I want to do. Mr. Vasilevsky.
How does the fetus go from like the new fresh thing to nowadays it's like I see like a fuzz like a scramble like a mega chow kind of thing, like whoa, you know, kind of like stuff like that so we can, you know.
No, you're asking a really important question. It's like an incredibly vibrant, innovative movement for about the first 50 years, and then it goes through a period where a lot of historians consider it reified. I've seen that as kind of like a downturn of the Hasidic energy, but not all. Many have said that we just don't understand that 19th century well. So stay with that question because we're just beginning right now. Rebellion of tradition. This is basically a Litvish view that says no. We have to rebel by doubling down on what we have been doing. Like up until now, we've been kind of relaxing. We have not been engaged in super high-level Talmudic study. We've been sort of like saying, yeah, that's for the elites, but in reality, everybody's got to be a Kola. Everybody's got to be doing this thing. That's more of a rebellion of tradition by doing something that Jews typically did not do that much historically, but we are going to reinterpret it in order to make it for the masses. Mr. Toomey.
Why all these rebellions? What was going on when everybody felt like they needed to reinvent the wheel?
Yeah, again, this is kind of like a Weltanschauung, right? But occasionally there are things that happen in history that just make everyone sort of light up and say, well, let's try different things. When I get to the discussion of Shabbatai Tzvi, I believe that's going to be kind of like the breaking of the dam that creates all of these new movements, because there are those who say Shabbatai Tzvi is really dangerous, but there are some aspects of it which we support, we cool and want to develop those, and others say that Shabbatai Tzvi is so dangerous, and we've got to do things differently to protect ourselves in the future. But it's like the Shabbatai Tzvi movement that changed everything. 9/11 is one of those moments. You know, like here in America, I was existing before 9/11, unlike most of you guys, right? We were all like non-existent before 9/11. There was a very different world before 9/11. You did not have to go through security to get on a plane. You know, you just like walk in like this, and you can even smoke on the airplane. You know, you ever wonder why they tell everybody you're not allowed to smoke on airplanes? Everybody's smoking on airplanes. Doesn't matter if you're Italian. fuselage flying through the sky with all this smoke in there. People say, cancer, it's not that big a deal. But there was a pre-9/11 world. But now we live in a very post-9/11 world where there's security at airports, you have cyber security that's huge, and all kinds of like strange threats that nobody ever thought about. It's because of 9/11 now we have this very different world. You guys don't even realize it because that's the air you breathe. But old people remember what it used to be like. So too, it's before Shabbat and after Shabbat. Mr. Grant.
What is snag scared of?
Snag can be interpreted as a derogatory term. So
it's not, they were scared of Shabbat 2.0.
Yes,
Biggest fear was.
There's a huge.
And that's why when the start of the Kanye will be reprinted and it was, like, look at the Justin Kanye, it literally says this. This is being printed because there are fakes being put out that aren't the real thing. So what that they gave the fake, they weren't getting the real, like the real stuff. They gave the fake stuff because that they were freaking out.
Yeah, we're going to talk about all that stuff too. It is interesting. Not all editions of the Tanya edition printed by the wrong house, which is the Snag house, the Snagdic house. There's actually an apology there from Torah Rom, the printer of the Rom Shas, the Vilna Shas, for certain instances.
Moving be comparable to the Hasidic movement back then?
Mr. That's a great question. It's a 21st century question, though. And I think, as you shall see, modern orthodoxy, depending on how we want to define it, borrows from all of these movements. You know, it's the waves of that tsunami. These are the three asteroids. We're like absorbing those waves and mixing and matching. Last question is tricky. We got to make
That's without it. Why wasn't there that emphasis?
Okay. If you don't know the reason for something, the reason probably is money, exactly. And you know how expensive it is to devote a working age male to full-time for a study? Right? It's incredible. You guys, 60 years ago, you would have been already earning a pension, working in a mine or something. You know? But to imagine this number of men engaged full-time study at age 20, 21, 22, it's virtually unheard of. It was too expensive.
But it became necessary because of whatever historical precedents.
Majority. Don't forget, you guys, I hope you realize that you are really the elite. Right? Just do the numbers. Mr. Gillespie will help me out here. About 10% of American Jewry is Orthodox. Of that 10% that's Orthodox, how many are like really devoted to full-time study as young adults? Maybe half. Okay, so we're like, so maybe half of those, that 10 is interested in 5%. Of those people who are engaged in it, you're going through it for 2 years and you got to go to work, right? So it's maybe 0.5% of the entire Jewish population is engaged in full-time study like you are. You guys are so elite, you don't even realize. You are the Navy SEALs of the Navy SEALs. The Navy SEALs say, look at those guys. That's you guys. Okay. So that's very unusual, and it costs money. You know, your parents, whoever else is paying for your tuition and for your ability to not be working in the sulfur mines, you got to be thankful to them. Okay. So the innovation of the rebels of tradition was sometimes perceived, or the innovation of the Hasidic movement, as we shall see demonstrated, was often perceived as antinomian. Cool word, what does it mean? The Greek original is nomos. You ever hear that word, nomos? Nomos means law. Antinomian means breaking the norms. Like the leader of this great country, for example. Breaking the norms. Not necessarily breaking the laws. So it's a thin line sometimes, right? So antinomian. The Hasidim were seen by the Misnagdim as being antinomian, as saying, wow, what are you guys doing? We have a Shulchan Aruch. It says what time we're supposed to daven, and you're davening later. And it says you're not supposed to eat before. And what are you guys having your press in here? You know, all kinds of things like that, as we shall see. The greatest example of this extreme Misnagdic approach was the Chassam Sofer, I think, in one exchange, where he said in the late 19th century, so I'm borrowing a little bit later in the time, but riffing on a Gemara, speaking about when wheat is permissible to be consumed, he said, Kadash Asur min HaTorah. He would have said Kadash Asur min HaTorah, but what does that mean? Translate it for me, please. Kadash Asur min HaTorah. Ah, great. Is that the original context of the Gemara? What's the original context? Right, the new wheat that's just been planted, you have to wait until after Pesach or Shavuos, I can't remember. Before you can eat it, that wheat is called Kadash and it's Asur. You can't eat that wheat. That's why we eat bread, which is called Yashon, made with old flour. But he said, take that as a klal gadol. Kadash, Asur, min HaTorah. If it's new, it's Asur. Right, that's kind of like an extreme reaction. We will not trust any new thing, so we sort of take it as a sort of rebellion of tradition kind of approach. Okay, the last one here is the rebellion of expansion. And where we see this, and this is going to be associated more with the Maskilic movement that we'll talk about probably on Monday, where we say, wait a second, our world has been too small. There are lots of things outside the world in great distinction to what the Chassam Sofer says of Kadash Asur min Torah. What are you talking about? If it's not Asur, it must be Mutter. And if it's not Asur and it must be Mutter, then we should be doing it too. So the Maskilim were interested in experimenting with the outside world, with adopting all kinds of new practices and behaviors. And although this is not really a fair comparison, and I know the Rosh Hashiva would not be happy to me even suggesting to you to think about it, but their hero is, of course, the Rambam. And they say, look at the Rambam. Again, the Maskilim here are unfairly using the Rambam as the poster child for their values. But they're saying, the Rambam he was a medical doctor. He wrote in beautiful Arabic. He was in the courts of the royalty. He was completely involved with the outside world. This is the iconic image. There is actually an article that I saw a few weeks ago that says, we don't know exactly where this came from. This is essentially a 21st century colorized version of a 19th century portrait that was very common in Sephardic homes. But we can't go back to the 12th century. We don't have anything that looks like from that old. It looks very beautiful. He looks at there. Okay. If I wore a turban? So again, this is the rebellion of expansion, saying we have been too narrowly focused. With a lot of the political changes that's happening in the 18th century, don't forget the 18th century is also birth of modern France, the French Revolution, birth of America, right? 1776. These things are happening in the 18th century. Maybe things are different for Jews now, and we can engage about it. Okay, so those are our three rebellions. Let's go now to Shabbatai Tzvi. Any last questions before we do this? Okay, what's the story with Shabbatai Tzvi? So there are the story of Shabbatai Tzvi writ narrowly is really the story of an individual who had significant talents in learning, and although there are historical accounts that tend to portray him as an evil Russia attempting to subvert Judaism, most of the modern studies of Shabbatai Tzvi suggest that he was mentally ill. And he was in his early 20s when he began to experience things. Again, we have to experience, it sounds a lot like bipolar disorder or manic depressive syndrome or even schizophrenia, which is especially associated with young men in their early dissection from afar, especially over centuries. But what I can tell you is that he experienced tremendous elation and joy and feelings of grandeur. It was during the worst of these periods that he described how he could levitate, that he could engage in pizzos hadera, meaning like, transportation over wide spaces of territory. And with the encouragement of an unhappy colleague named Nathan of Gaza, he came to believe that he was in fact the Mashiach. And not only that, because you have to imagine this guy, he's tall, he's good looking, he had several marriage offers, but he wanted to remain in his studies for a long time until he started getting involved in this. Later, he would get married, actually, I think 4 times, but you can't count one of those because it was a Torah scroll that he got married to at one point. Very interesting, symbolic kind of marriage, I guess. It's a very weird kind of story. But he not only convinced himself that he was Mashiach, he convinced thousands of Jews across Europe and North Africa that he was in fact the Mashiach. And so he gathered this massive movement with them, and well, the Devator at the end, I'll explain it shortly. Mr. Parente.
How will people serve the overall mental guilt of the
You're asking an amazingly important question. I will repeat it for the people on the field that how were people so gullible? How did they rise? I mean, historians point to the fact that there was like widespread repression after the Magnitsky rebellion that we discussed on Monday that ended in 1649. Trails of violence extended over the next half dozen years. And that contributed to the idea, wow, after such a horrible massacre, Mashiach must be around the corner. They tie it to the growth of Kabbalistic doctrines that were emanating from Tzfat, and the idea of, wow, look at these totally new ways of understanding the world and thinking mystically, and here's a guy who comes along, deeply soaked in this Kabbalah. There's also the role of new technologies. Printing was really beginning to catch fire among Jews. Jews were circulating a lot more literature. Jews were actually seeing more artistic representations of Shabtai Tzvi, and a lot of them took it seriously. And so they're selling their belongings and leaving Amsterdam in particular and making their way to Israel, thinking it's going to actually work. Mr. Tuma.
When you say who's eventually ill, you say that these famous cult leaders or even these horrible dictators who follow similar categories, even people follow them tremendously. These are not surprising.
The descriptions of how he behaved, most historians believe that's probably the case. But even if we assume that, could I assume that other dictator-like cult leaders, narcissistic, self-serving, childish, occasionally nasty leaders, that doesn't stop them from, controlling nuclear weapons. We don't necessarily vote for people who demonstrate sanity. Why am I going on this? That's being recorded. I just got my citizenship. I don't know. Here I am already testing it out.
Words to about the ultimate. I read a story that I was thinking about. I was a Kabbalistic biographer. He wrote a very good one.
Gershom Scholem is the classic. So, he's a master of Kabbalistic.
How management can marry a harlot.
Yeah. I may even have a picture of her here. I'm not sure if I do. Let me see. No, I maybe I do have it here. No. It won't take us too far afield, but I do. Yeah, he did a lot of things that were designed to kind of make him look like a Navi. Maybe at the suggestion of Nathan of Gaza, who was definitely not a good influence for him. You got to choose your Febra. He married a woman who was an orphan from a Magnitsky rebellion named Sarah, and she was not a particularly faithful partner to him. And he did this apparently, he wanted to imitate the Navi, Yeshua. Yeah. No, it's not Racha, it's a different one. Yeshaya? Okay, that's it. One of the three outsiders. Who also married a woman of ill repute. And there's a whole gospel story we read about how, his children are. Okay, guys, I love the tangents, but we're not going to make brothers. So let's just go back a little bit before we get to Shabtai Tzvi. What kind of influences are going on? 1492, expulsion of the Jews from Spain. A couple of you took my Sparta Jewish history class. We talked about this a lot, but it's a major theme in Jewish history. It is, in fact, like one of those huge ruptures that's almost of Holocaust size. Spain was, without doubt, for a few hundred years, the most powerful center of the Jewish people at that time. Centuries upon centuries of scholarship, large communities, wealth, basically like America, like the Northeast, New York and New Jersey. That's what Spain was like. And then all of a sudden, just collapsed. The pogroms of 1390, the forced conversions, the Inquisition, and then finally the expulsion. And all these Jews find themselves scattered to the winds, making their way across the Mediterranean basin, up into Europe, many of them are Las Americas, right? All trying to find a way to reconstruct themselves. And many Jews turn to mysticism, saying, how do we explain this huge rift in our experience here? It must be that there's something has changed dramatically. We need to find a new solution to it. In particular, the Jews who made their way to Tzfat, who founded the Tzfat Circle, where you have, the great Kabbalist Ramak, his student, the Arizal, hugely influential. Also, Rabbi Yosef Karo in his old age settled there. The Al-Sheikh, many others, the Alphabets, the Chadodi, all those things are from that part. Mr. Truman, why do people always do that? That's an easy question. What do people always do? Why do people always do what?
They turn to mysticism and if we have COVID, everybody's like, we have to figure out how to answer it out that Mashiach's coming this week or next week or the week after. Well, we keep doing it every year. So do it again.
So huge overgeneralizations, right? Because not all people do it, not all people do this, not all people react, but if you have difficulty understanding the world and reason does not give you the kind of emotional support you need, you may find it in mysticism. You may find it in poetry, you may find it in saying vanilla, but mysticism is a refuge. If you study my book on the possession of Rabbi, more of a discussion there, because he wrote in the Holocaust. But let's go do this stuff, okay? There were also, during this time, you'll recall, for those of you in the Sparta class, that there's a brand new kind of possibility for Jews after the expulsion of Spain. And that is something we have not seen before in Ashkenazic history, the possibility of identifying as a Jew while disaffiliating from the community. The idea that you could be kind of ethnically Jewish, but you do not have to be under the authority of the Beit Din. Some of the crucial figures involved in this, the Uriel Acosta, pictured here in this dark kind of brooding, with claw-like hands, stuff like that. An individual who is a terrifying story that I think about quite often. He was born in Portugal in 1500, living as a crypto Jew, meaning like kids, his parents didn't tell him he was actually Jewish because there was always a concern that maybe they'll be playing and they'll happen to mention that my mom lights candles Friday nights and the Inquisition would come and it could be disastrous. He went to the University of Coimbra. He earned a degree in theology. He was actually a lay priest. He was a theologian. And then when he was in his early 20s, his mom said to him, Uriel, I have to tell you the truth, we're actually Jewish and we're moving to Amsterdam, right, which was a free city where Jews could express themselves. Uriel said,
I knew it. Oh my gosh. I've always wondered what Jews are really like. You know, I always enjoyed reading the Old Testament more than the New Testament. And I wanted to be like the forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And he's like so excited. He goes to Amsterdam with his mother. He's a smart guy, very intelligent. He ends up writing several books. But what happens when he actually joins a live or real Jewish community is that it's too frum for them. And he starts saying to them, excuse me, isn't that Lashon Hara that you're saying? And I can't believe you guys are talking during davening. Don't you realize you should not be? And he says, you know, like, did you really bench? You know, I can't believe you bench that much. I really can't. When you guys are ranking nice things, these are things that follow Jesus. He probably has some kind of mental illness as well. He like becomes a gadfly in the community, saying, "I can't believe it. There are Jews here. I'm so happy to be among Jews and to be expressing myself as a Jew. But I met this guy, and he told me he cheats on his taxes. How is that possible? How can a Jew possibly commit a crime?" And he's like going around, and he's like speaking to too many people, and he's like. And the bait in Amsterdam, who does not, they don't want to rock the boat, right? They actually have it pretty good in Amsterdam. The Dutch have this unusual policy called gedogen, which means basically, if you don't step out of line, you guys can do whatever you want religiously. So they actually have synagogues and things like that open in Amsterdam when Jews are technically not allowed to live there, but they just ignore it. That's kind of like a Dutch thing. And they don't want to have this guy running around complaining about the Jewish community very loudly. So they put him in a harem 2 separate times. He actually tries to make it in Hamburg, he moves away, same kind of problems are up. Finally, he goes back and he begs the Jewish community, let me back in. I promise I won't, do anything bad to the community anymore. I'll stop writing books like I did. I know there was that one time when I told 2 guys thinking of converting to Judaism that they really shouldn't because the Jewish community is like full of liars. I'm sorry about that. And so they say to him, and I'm making a joke of it, but I really couldn't. It's a really sad story. They say, okay, fine. We've already done this twice before. The 3rd time, it's going to be the last time. We require you to stand in the middle of the synagogue, the great synagogue in Amsterdam, to recite al faith and a confession of all your sins in front of the entire community. Everyone's going to be there. We will flog you, publicly whip him in front of the community, and then they have him lie down on the front steps of the synagogue as the entire synagogue walks over his prone form on their way home. He does it because he really wants to be among the Jews. He writes later that if I have to, I will be an ape among apes, but I must live among the Jews. Like he feels like connected. He goes through the whole thing, walks home, takes out a notebook and writes a 12-page suicide note, Latin, called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of human life, and then he shoots himself in darkness. Yeah, terrible. But his problem was he was living in the wrong century, right? His problem was he loved the idea of Jewish ethnicity, Jewish ideas, stuff like that, but he could not handle the dichotomy of the difference between how he perceived Jews should be from reading the Old Testament as a Catholic, and a taxes, God forbid, or sometimes he couldn't handle that. That was a breaking point for him. And there's definitely more going on in this passage than we can talk about here, in that unity of being within the community and being under the auspices and he already was a Catholic, did that, doesn't want to do it again. He wants to be attached to the Jewish community without the requirements of the Jewish community.
So while in this particular amazing portrait by Hirschenberg, he's portrayed as like this dark, brooding, depressive type, I think it's pretty fair. The child on his lap, who was his younger contemporary, is none other than Baruch Spinoza, who has a lot of the same story, but Baruch Spinoza, of course, one of the great philosophers of the 17th century who, made a huge impact, a corrosive impact on religion, because he adopted a lot of the ideas of Rio da Costa without the self-destructive behavior. And so Spinoza is shown like languidly reaching out with his hand, he's playing with flowers, he's got these pearls and bright colors. That's showing the kind of intellectual evolution of the Jewish community in Hirschenberg's view. Here's another example of this is when Spinoza, who went through the same thing because the Amsterdam community was having difficulty controlling these Jews who were like kind of stepping outside the boundaries. They also put him in harem, a terrible, awful harem, and he basically just ignored it. Said, well, okay, fine, you guys can say what you want. It doesn't change how I feel about myself or how I feel about the universe, the world. And here he is, just walking lost in a book as an adult. And in the background, you have these Jews portrayed in the negative aspect of he's cowering, afraid of him. This guy looks like he's picking up a rock to throw at him. That's what's changing. It's big time in the 17th century. Judaism, as it's experienced and expressed by Jews, is suddenly seeing kind of like a different way of existing that's radically changed from what previous generations have known. And that builds on the horrible massacres of Khmelnytsky that we talked about, and the crisis of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll talk about now. Okay, questions, arguments, discussions?
Were these like great technical doers, or was it just like a bunch of ball and was really this guy? Was it like actual like legitimate that dudes like what did you say? People trying to move out people trying to go above the gay life and like all these guys that we are.
So I don't want to use modern terms like MODOKs to characterize these people, but it was a legitimate bait-in the sense that any community can form a legitimate bait-in. None of the people involved in the bait-in were like famous people that you might read their words in base medrash, but they're like big cities, and they did not find the right formula for how to control a guy like Rio da Costa, and they also couldn't control Baruch Spinoza at all. Although it's interesting that you mentioned in that context, because a little while ago, there was an incident where an Israeli historian wanted to get access to the famous Smithsonian archive in Amsterdam, but he had written some nasty things about, some critical things about the Beit-Din's handling of Baruch Spinoza. So they, surprisingly and characteristically, they banned him as well. They said, sorry, you're banned. There's a harem on you coming into our library. You know, it's one of the most famous libraries of Jewish texts in Europe. Because you wrote nasty things about us, we're going to borrow a page from our ancestors and put a harem on you. Intellectual thing. Shabbatai Tzvi. Okay, so we talked a little bit, we started with this before we went off to the Portuguese. This is one of dozens of portraits we have of Shabbatai Tzvi. He was like very popular among Christians as well. Christians were fascinated by this whole story of Shabbatai Tzvi, and they said, wasn't that interesting? The Jews claim to have a Messiah here. What's going to happen? So there's lots of broadsheets portraying this one. You can tell it's definitely written by a Christian. How do you know? Right. Very good, Mr. Lucky, right? This is like, they don't know what Hebrew looks like, so we just kind of put some gibberish down here. That's their impression of it. So we don't know that. Maybe that's the picture originally of the Rambam. We don't know what it's Cherubim. Could be misreading this. You see, that's over there. So this says like Yechezkel, maybe Lamed Zion, right? Ro Elo. Okay, that maybe not. Maybe he saw a little bit of a book here, but that's also that's not much of a font either, right? This is something, but it looks like gibberish more to me. Like maybe he had some kind of book. Maybe I should take it out. I think that's more strong than maybe. sure if this is a good example of it. Okay, so let's go on. Anyways, the whole idea of what happened to Shabtai Tzvi, by the way, the end of the story, he essentially wanders around the Eastern Mediterranean. He finds some very wealthy backers with deep pockets in Cairo and in Jerusalem. And although there are many who denounce him, he does find a lot of people who think he's the real deal. And so he ends up engaging in all kinds of bizarre antinomian activities, like he says Tisha B'Av is canceled from now on because it's now my birthday as Mashiach, and now you can eat on Tisha B'Av. He cancels reading from a Sefer Torah. He says that Humashim are so modern, they're so cool, we should all be reading from Humashim, like printed Humashim, all kinds of crazy things like this, and many other even more crazy things. He ends up making a delegation to the Sultan, the Ottoman leader who controls Eretz Yisrael, and he says essentially, okay, I'm here, I'm the Messiah, I'm going to take over Israel now. And the Ottoman Sultan says to him, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah, I have a counteroffer. How about I let you stay alive if you convert to Islam? He accepts the counteroffer, he becomes a Muslim. His tens of thousands of followers are totally crushed, and they go back home, often penniless, because they sold their houses, spent it all on the trip, thinking they're going to be in Israel, except for about 3,000 of them who figure that maybe his conversion to Islam is part of this messianic process. That we've got to go from Judaism to Islam in order to bring about the Mashiach. And so they convert as well. They're called the GUINNESS, and they're actually active in Turkish politics, right, in the 20th century.
What's up with Malata?
Yes, it's asserted, I'm not entirely clear on whether it's really true, but definitely the Turkish Revolution has some GUINNESS roots to it, so they're really quite active for a while. They still have GUINNESS synagogues, or mosques, in parts of Turkey and Syria. But after this ends in 1666, what ends up with Shabtai Tzvi eventually really loses it. He becomes increasingly erratic, and eventually the Ottoman Turk puts him in jail. At the end of his life, his last request is for a Yom Kippur Matzah, because he wants to daven, so maybe he kind of came full circle in the end. But definitely, his movement lasted for a good century and a half afterwards. That there was still, this is the problem, the movement lasted for a century and a half afterwards. There are a lot of these kinds of things, cameos, that were commissioned. These are essentially like amulets for a variety of things, parnasa, shidduchim, liu, things like that. And quite frequently, very prominent rabbis were accused of having Sabbatean leanings or being secret followers of Shabtai Tzvi. Perhaps the most famous of those, Yonatan Eibeshitz was the subject of a massive attack based on an argument that he was a Sabbatean. The Ramchal was horribly pursued throughout Europe. I'm just curious, you guys have all studied parts of Mesilas Yesharim, right? Yeah. Do you guys know about the secret Mesilas Yesharim that was discovered in 19...
What did you say? One more time, Miss Aquarius.
And say did you go to sleep yet?
No, I haven't.
Oh, Jesus. Somebody help me.
What's going on?
What is Rabbi listening to?
What's going on, Miss Aquarius?
What are you listening to?
Study guide I made like 6 years ago.
The study guide?
Correct.
What are you studying? Can't you know?
Sure. I'm just reviewing some Yiddish.
You just got kicked out. What happened?
Where'd you? How'd you get kicked out?
We got malfunctions in this church. You're not being sick, but no, yeah, this got kicked out and came back. I don't know what happened.
I don't need a Miss Aquarius.
There's a malfunction in here, Rabbi.
It happens, I guess.
Somebody's forget me. I don't know why they forget me. I didn't do that.
You're perfect.
And I'm just messing with you. Somebody did kick me. Oh, nobody didn't kick me. I got kicked out, bro. Is this part having issues?
It sometimes does. Are you gonna take a nap?
I already took one. Now I gotta go eat something. Because we ate just like we might eat some snack or something. And then lay down again.
There you go.
Nothing else to do.
There you go. Sounds like a relaxing Saturday.
Yeah.
Final day of Sukkot with unique collective prayers and rituals. Concept for carrying out transferring. One of the 39 Melachit Covenant labors on Shabbat involving carrying between brigades. Rabbi for statute law.
Alrighty.
Is not revealed Eugene Ezra, Red Viper. Rabbi for Kennedy. Melachit marriage ceremony requires standing under Hashem.
See you later, Rabbi.
Take care, Mr. Aquarius. We'll see you later. God willing.
Sure. Catholic.
Some years in Melachit context is a prayer decorum. Hebrew for letter epistle. In Melachit and rabbinic contexts, often refers to responsive literature, e.g. Hebrew Moshe by R. Moshe Feinstein. Hebrew Parabon, Hebrew for letter of the Rambam. Famous ethical book of Nachmanides. Study for Musar ethical literature. Hebrew for main essential. In Melachit discourse, distinguishes the primary obligation given from secondary facile. Abrahamic Hebrew for the essence of the law. Refers to the melachically binding minimum requirement. Abrahamic Capital Hebrew for main and secondary. Melachit principle in blessings. Only the primary food requires a blessing, covering the secondary. In the case of works and elevation. In the elevation of the soul, not fruit in Sat or Kaddish. Even I Hebrew Yiddish usage for prodigy and student. In Melachit context, often refers to a brilliant, Talmudic scholar. In your Melachit Hebrew word it's God will. The phrase used in Jewish speech, reflecting Melachit awareness that future actions depend on divine will. In Hebrew for training practice. In Melachit in Hebrew for better subjects. Use constantly in Melachit texts to introduce the topic in Shabbat equals the matter of Shabbat. It's the matter is the Arabic Hebrew financial arrangements that avoid distorting interest. It rejects Arabic people for minding the festival. Refers to the day after a festival, which retains partial sanctity. Selectively includes certain prayers and customs. Israel Hebrew for prohibition. A central halachic term describing what the Torah or rabbis forbid. Opposite of better permission. Israel Canada Hebrew for prohibition of benefit. Category of religion where not only used, but any benefit is stored to community channels after festive. Israel carrying Hebrew for prohibition, punished by excision. One of the most severe halachic penalties. Israel allowed Hebrew for negative prohibition. Unmoral prohibition punishable by lashes in several times. Item in Gemara Arabic word it is stated in the Gemara. Standard halachic phrasing introducing a delicate source. In Hebrew for found in order. Influence and refer to the morning of its massive learning leaders in study. Israeli Arabic for thought of sin. In halachic ethics, the idea that human contemplation of sin has spiritual weight. In reading for Hebrew person. Halachic identity term for a Jew. In Torah and later Paul. Style technically used for being studied of prayers. Halachic lesser practice of meditating on the meaning of prayers. Style Hebrew for investigation and depth study. In halachic, learning refers to deep analysis as opposed to quick review. Style David Hebrew for examination of the judgment. In halachic courts, refers to careful deliberation of a case. Yabel means jubilee. Every 50th year in biblical Israel was sanctified. Land returned to original owners, slaves freed, and agricultural work ceased. Central halachic institution tied to Sh Judah. Judah means praise of speaking. One of the 12 tribes. Halachically, the ancestor of the kingdom of Judah, from whom the term Judah derives. Jewish Hebrew means a descendant of Judah. In Halacha, a Jew is one born to a Jewish mother or converted according to Halacha. Jewish law religion means the way the path. Body of Jewish religious law governing daily life, rituals, and ethics. Jerusalem means foundation of peace. Central city in Halacha. Site of the temple, direction of prayer, source of many lost ties in the land. Jericho means fragrant. First city conquered upon entering into the land of Israel. Appears in halachic discussions on agriculture and sanctity of the land. Joseph means equal that. Ancestor of the tribes from Benjamin, factor into halachic divisions of the land and blessings. Joshua means God saves. Moses' successor, leader who sanctified the land. In Halacha, many agricultural obligations are linked to this conquest. Judges shopping means judges. Refers to leaders in the pre-Sharpi era. Halachically, deity judges are central to faith in rulings. Justice means justice righteousness. In Halacha, to fairness in courts and killings, Tzedek Murdoch. Pursue justice. Job by young means persecuted native. Separate and divine justice. Cited in halachic and economic discussions of reward and punishment. Monetary means dealt. Prophet whose book is read on Yom Kippur afternoon. Halachically significant for means of repentance and Judah. Jeremiah means God will exalt. Prophet during the destruction of the first temple. His words form the book of lamentations read on Tisha B'Av. Joel Hebrew means God is Lord. Prophet whose book is read as the Haftarah on fast days, connected to means of repentance and fasting. Jethro means his attendants. Moses' father-in-law. Marche Jethro contains the Ten Commandments, like planting foundations. Jephthah means he will open. A judge in the book of Judges cited the electric discussions of vows. Israel means God will sound. Region in Israel finds agricultural ownership of the land. Kaddish means sanctification. Central prayer praising God, recited by mourners and in services to mark transitions. Shalachically requires unfortunately. Kaddish means orphan. The mourner has Kaddish recited by those who lost a parent. Chapel means assembly congregation. Used collectively for the collective Jewish community. Certain laws have been chapel.